is up, everybody? My name is James D. Fiore, and this is Casual Friday. We have a big show today. We have people here that I haven't seen for a long time, people here that I've never met until just about 2 minutes ago, and I am confident that it will not go 5 hours like the show did a few weeks ago. Although, I gotta say, I'm not normally a guy that gets like a bunch of emails after shows, like unless it's like a big name or something. That 5 hour Casual Friday episode, I had people being like, I didn't think I could last the 5 hours, but it was great. And I know that some of it was at my expense, and I'm fucking fine with that. That is fine. The whole point of Casual Friday is not giving a shit about what you look like, clearly, about what you're doing. I have a pork dish that I'm preparing over there that is simmering that I'm going to eat in like hour two. It's going to be fine. And with me to celebrate absolutely nothing. First are my co-hosts. His name is Ryan Lindley, and his better half, the half that props him up, if you will, Ashley Lindley. Okay. Ryan, Ashley,
how it's a heavy job.
Yeah. No, it doesn't look very heavy. Oh, wait, you. Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's holding me up.
It's funny because I might hold Ryan up in your eyes, but I think I'd be dead without him.
Oh, see, you know what? That makes me envious of your love because I don't think I've ever experienced. I don't want to get into that, but like that's great. That is great, fellas.
I won't get too far into it, but he's a good man. He's a tolerant man.
Huge dick. Huge dick. That's what it is. Just a huge dick.
Okay. You and Paul should have a dick off.
That was why I was making the joke, but okay.
Did anyone notice the subliminal little Easter egg of the laptop of my graphic for Casual Friday today?
I missed it.
Did you see what was on the laptop? Hold on.
No. I gotta keep better eye on that. I just hit retweet. I don't even know what you wrote. You could have wrote Ryan's a serial killer and we're gonna talk about it. And I'm like, okay.
Maybe Ryan is a serial killer.
Maybe he is. I don't know.
Okay, so here is the graphic. I don't know if you guys can notice what's on the hold on, let's go.
Oh no, man.
Over here, share screen.
For fuck's sakes.
Can I share the screen? There it is. Share. And then like this. And then like that. Do you guys notice what's on that laptop screen?
Oh God. Hang on, leave it up for a sec. I gotta zoom it. Now I can see.
You gotta zoom it. Okay, that's funny.
It's not very nice.
What do you mean? Oh, Ryan. Yeah, right. Yeah. Terrible. Terrible. In any event, let's go back to this. We also have special guests.
Oh, I know. You know how excited I am for this? I even got music and everything.
I'm pretty excited too because not only have I not talked to Ray in a long time,
but his
wife Kate seems like not just like a smart, accomplished person, but she's quite the looker. And as I told Ray before the show started, he's punching way above his weight class. And here they are right now. His name is Ray Routh and Kate Routh. Is that correct? Kate Routh?
Routh. Yeah, it's all good. What's going on, everybody?
Wait a minute.
That's the wrong Kate.
Wrong Kate. Yeah. Oh, fuck. You told me we were having Kate on this podcast. It's been a big Kate day in the news.
I'm sorry. Why? See, I haven't followed this. Did something happen again?
He's AI too. So just so you guys know, this is not. I'm actually alone right now. I have really good AI technology.
Wow, the greatest.
Your Photoshop
AI software. She was real. Yeah.
Your Photoshop skills are incredible. Apparently she was. They had a video of her. She was talking about how she's like, she's a cancer or something or.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, she had abdominal cancer and she had a huge surgery.
Doesn't anyone feel foolish now?
She had surgery and then they discovered cancer.
That's right. They didn't think it was cancer, and then they realized while they were in there that it was cancerous. So
you know what happened? The commoner in her kicked in and was like, I don't fucking feel like talking to any press or anybody. I don't care what they say about me.
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I pay no attention to the royal family. Like, it's just, I don't understand the infatuation behind it.
I'm with you.
I'm an anti-monarchist. I don't care about it, but I love the schadenfreude of when bad things happen but not in this case, right? Like this is different. Like you can't get happy about somebody getting sick. I mean, like when they look like idiots in the news, that's my favorite thing in the world. So I was hoping that these conspiracy theories, like one of them was going to pop up and be true. Like she was off, like she was What's his
fucking
name?
Elda.
No. She was like fucking Pete Davidson or something. Like that was Pete Davidson's
Where
next
they
quest
all
or
end
something.
up.
So yeah, but
That
she's
meme's too easy. You know what would be a good meme? Where's Kate? And then you post a meme, and the meme is Drake on the CN Tower sitting with his legs dangling, and Kate right beside him. That would have been good. I don't have the Photoshop skills to make memes. I can just think of them. Right?
Well, Cafe Quest, Kate, you got a lot big shoes to fill tonight. Okay.
I do.
And you know what's really funny? I've been friends with Ray now for a few years now. Like we've got years under our belt, right? And this is the first time
I can't
I've
believe the
actually-
H is silent. I'm sorry. I just can't. I just didn't know.
This is
I
the
didn't
first
know.
time I've actually ever spoken to his wife.
Oh.
First time
I
I've
know.
ever heard her. Yeah, we've never actually spoken. We had a plan to do something a few weeks back, like a couple double date kind of thing, and
You
Ashley
guys
was
ditched us, yeah.
Ashley had
That's awful
COVID
anyways.
and pink
You guys
eye
are safe.
For
and
the entire
everything.
year.
She's still got
Is it
the
karaoke
goddamn
night?
pink eye.
We went dancing. We were just like,
Shit.
screw it. We're gonna get drunk and go dance.
Well, it was probably a way better time than you would have had with us. We're pretty fucking boring when we go out, just so you know.
We're not.
I've
We're not
been
dancers.
out with you two. You're not pretty boring, so it's okay.
That's true. We do have a good
Oh,
time
come
when
on.
we do go out.
Ashley's that straw that stirs the drink, as I like to say. But like, it's like if Roseanne was like a lot better looking. That's Ashley.
Okay.
All right.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Ryan does really like
She's a-
Roseanne.
She's an ultra right wing fucking Trump supporter. I didn't know.
Okay, better looking
Ryan
and better
liked
politically motivated. Whatever,
Roseanne previous to that.
But you know what I mean?
garbage.
Like, say anything and no one gets mad except when she becomes anti-Semitic. And Ashley's only done that a few times. Like,
But it's only when
Wow.
she's on Ambien.
yeah, that's
Right?
right.
That's what she said. You know what? That was my favorite show. Like my favorite sitcom was Roseanne. It was the only one that actually it nailed middle class Westerners so well. Their problems, their money issues, their kid issues.
No
all
one
the
was
shit.
good looking. Like,
Yeah,
literally
like they
nobody
were all
on the
very
show was good
average.
looking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. My favorite thing is when they switched out the one daughter, and then
Yeah,
they
that
just
was
kept.
weird.
But they kept making jokes about how she looked kind of different, but they never really addressed it. Like that was brilliant. Like it was.
Yeah.
Tom Arnold was one of the head writers on that show. Tom
Oh, yeah,
Arnold is
because
a
he was with where he was married to Roseanne.
yeah, Roseanne Arnold, right? Like, but he was so funny. Like he is a funny guy.
So-
I think he's very underrated as a comic.
Well, one of the funny things though is Chuck Lorre, who's 2.5 Men, Big Bang Theory.
Yeah,
They did like a crossover with CSI, where the CSI writers wrote a 2.5 Men, and the 2.5 Men writers wrote a CSI. And he did his CSI because Chuck Lorre was a writer on Roseanne, right?
That's so weird.
His CSI episode was about an overbearing actress with her own sitcom and her own name, and her husband who had no talent that she just dragged around with him everywhere, and she ends up getting murdered. So he ended up murdering Roseanne, and the guy who was supposed to be Tom Arnold was like the prime suspect, and it was just
oh my god, that's
You
hilarious.
know, Tom Arnold has to admit one day that like not only his marriage, but his divorce from Roseanne was just the gift that kept on giving. Like,
No
oh
shit.
yeah.
content forever.
And the funny thing is, because they were both Howard Stern guests, like constant, like they have an open door policy with both of them at Stern Show, and during the height of that divorce, they used to go on the show separately and just trash each other, but they ended up becoming friendly, we'll say, I guess. But it was oh, all right. The pizza's here. Oh, just come on in. It's fine. James is on the
real
phone
life?
for anybody just listening.
Is
on
this real-
yeah, he just took a
this real
call.
life right now?
Like he actually took a phone call. That's amazing. Anyway,
I'm
I
glad
loved
to
it.
know that all these months off the mic, you guys can just be right back to normal,
Just
like
swam.
immediately. I love it. I love it. Like no change, nothing.
Yeah, pretty
Guys, you're not supposed to talk about when James takes a phone call because most people listen on
What the
Spotify and Apple.
fuck?
I thought it was my kids. I didn't look at the name, and if it was my kids, I have to take it. And then when
No, I
What
don't
was
need
it?
my ducks cleaned right now. I'm busy.
by the time I swiped it, I realized it was the ex-girlfriend that I handed my other ex-girlfriend's breast milk to that I told you about. She just wanted to say hi.
You're gonna have to. You're gonna have to rehash that
Oh
story.
my God, Ryan, do you black out when you get?
No,
drunk?
I
You
remember
should
that. I
have-
remember it, but I don't think Ray has ever heard the story.
Well,
I don't
listen,
know.
and Kate,
Just
I'm
checking to
sorry.
see if this is a fucking
I hope you're
fake.
warned.
Sorry.
I hope you were warned about me, Kate, because I just don't care. But I had the weird experience once of my current girlfriend, my common law wife, whatever you want to call her. was like a ridiculous producer of breast milk. Like she had quite formidable breasts.
To the
And,
4-H club.
And then my ex, who I was still friends with, couldn't produce oxytocin, which I thought was called lactate in the last episode.
Oh, that's okay.
But it's called,
I'm here now.
I thought it was an opiate.
It's oxytocin. Yeah, right. And so I had the weird privilege of taking a sack of breast milk out of the freezer from my common law wife and handing it to my ex-girlfriend because she couldn't produce enough oxytocin. And anyways, that was the ex-girlfriend who probably is right now going, what the fuck, James? Right?
I feel like that's a story that they did not want shared publicly.
Well, I don't care about what the common law wife wants shared publicly because, well, I don't want to get into that. But no, my other ex would be fine as long as I don't mention her name.
No, that's funny.
What's
that
her
is
name?
so fun.
I'm not going to. Do I look like Ali Mars to you? I'm not going to.
Oh, don't invoke that name.
Oh, sorry.
Whatever you do.
That name, Ali Mars, is alien to me.
Yeah. But apparently something might have been said on this podcast a few weeks ago about her, and it got back. And
well, I'm blaming you and Ashley for that. I just played on your jokes.
You know what? It was an off the cuff remark, and the first time you'll ever see me do this, I apologize if it
for the
came
baloney
across.
and air freshener comment.
Yeah, it was kind of terrible, and I think you ratted us out, but it's okay.
I didn't.
Because I know you like to. I know you like to. Okay,
hold on.
To mix it up.
Stop
and
right there.
Get things
Stop
going.
Stop right there.
I'm not going to believe anything that comes out of your mouth.
I don't talk to anyone in Ali Mars's sphere anymore. Who would I tell? I didn't rat out anybody.
Yeah,
somebody watched the show.
Message.
Believe it or not,
somebody show you don't know.
You know what? Send me the screenshot of that direct message. I want to see it. I never sent anything. I swear to God.
If anybody wants to own up in the comments if they did it and stop me from blaming my friend right here and my co-host.
I didn't do it. I'm telling you. But however, I want to let you know
I'm just
something.
kidding. But seriously, Ali is a very nice person, and that I was pretty ripped, and we might have taken it too far. I would have said the same thing if she was on the podcast as a joke, but because they're not there to like give it back to me and like call me bullshit names,
fair.
It's not fair. It wasn't a fair thing to do.
I for one am shocked.
This is a new Ryan, okay?
You said something off the cuff that offended somebody.
I was there too.
And it happened on Casual Friday because
I know
the people who know that was the starting of the downfall of Ray and Ryan. So
right,
it shocks
Casual
me.
Friday was the downfall of Ray and Ryan.
Oh yeah.
You mean like the?
That's why we were excommunicated and shunned.
The Report Back podcast.
Yeah, that was one.
Wait. Explain, please.
Ryan and I got into we I don't know, we opened up the curtain on some of the behind the scenes issues and publicly, and that was the first domino to fall.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you guys were already gone by then.
No, we were
later. But a month later.
We were on our way out at that point.
But yeah, it was so it doesn't shock me at all that that Ryan would offend somebody.
You know what? I thought you were talking
I've
about
met Allie. I thought
you were talking about the other girl, for one thing. We were talking about the only reason Allie Mars was mentioned is because I recalled an episode where Allie and her friend in Miami were on some balcony, and I was being an idiot, and I was getting them to do things like I was getting the other girl to do things like jump and do jumping jacks.
He was on the podcast, right? That was
on Dean's show.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, and so I just remembered that, and then when Ashley was like Ashley said something, I'm not going to say, and then Ryan said something. Yeah. I thought you guys were talking about the girl that no one knew. I didn't know you guys were talking about Allie Mars.
Yeah, no, and it like I say, it was a very cheap and shitty joke, and I shouldn't have said it, and it wasn't very fair, and it was just funny that you were treating them like cam girls that you weren't paying for. That was a pretty good show.
No,
no, not ours.
By the way, I'd like to take this opportunity to say I'm sorry to Kate. I'm sorry, Kate.
Welcome
to Casual Friday, Kate.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Take shots and do shitty jokes towards me on a daily basis publicly. So why, how come I don't get a public apology?
We do it to your face.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Well,
with love.
All right. Well,
I want to talk about something about Ray's new show.
Hold on. I wanted to say
Okay.
something before. I was about to say before we get into Cafe Quest, because I want to talk about that because I think it's a brilliant idea. I was told that recently that friend of the show, Karima Saad, every time she comes on this show,
I'm blocked.
bad
I can't
things
see the
happen.
stuff.
Bad things happen to her in the digital realm, and someone sent me a message, and it wasn't anyone that you guys know, but it was someone that sent me a message saying that, like, Ryan, are you not a fan of Karima, or are you a critic, or
Oh, that was that show that Ray was talking about when we had the discussions.
Okay, maybe it was, but I just got this email yesterday. Literally.
Oh God, I haven't seen Karima's. I haven't seen her content in months. She blocked me months ago because of the stuff that was said on the show.
Okay, what?
Yeah,
I missed that then because I love Karima. I love the work she does. I love how she doesn't take a side. I like that shit.
as a person and to hang out with, Karima's great. I absolutely love. Like I hung out with her in Toronto like a couple of times actually. Now we went to the Jays game that one time, and then she came to the food truck event. Super sweet. Her and her camera guy, fantastic people. But I just don't have the thirst for the content that she puts out, regardless if you want to call it. She doesn't pick a side. She picks a side. That's all. Like, come on.
But to be
There's a side
fair,
being picked. Let's.
It wasn't
What
just
side's
that
being
though.
picked?
There was an entire sphere of crap that you said at one point. Like, I'm walking away from this, all of this.
Yeah.
And-
Not just her.
And it wasn't personal towards anybody. It was just like, okay, this isn't a vibe for me right now. I don't dig it. Everybody's always fighting over here. I'm going to go and do food content and fun shit. And that was at that point.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like a screw that person in particular. It was like a, hey, you know what's really annoying? Fucking talking about politics the same way over and over and over again for the last 4 years. Let's take a break.
That was how that whole thing went down, because Ryan was just saying that about Karima. I just said that I wasn't talking. I just said, I thought Dean was going a little heavy on the politics at that time, and I said that publicly. So Ryan and I had two different issues. It's not like we were dealing with the same issue.
No.
Away from that show, I was dealing with, no, Dean, I wasn't talking. It's nothing I haven't said to your face on your show. You know what I mean? But yeah, and then obviously.
That's old. It's old hat. It's old news. Fuck,
I know.
who
Someone
cares?
sent me
I
an
don't
email
think
yesterday.
you hate Karima, though. Like, we've talked personally about things.
Yeah.
Never said anything
I've never
about her.
No,
I
I've
like
never
her.
said a bad
Listen,
thing about her.
We might disagree, but I really enjoy watching a person go to conservative conventions and get kicked out, and pro, child time drag queen shows and get kettled by the extremists of both sides. She's hated by the extremes of both sides, and I can't help but fall in love with that type of content because it is a perfect crystallized example of everything that's wrong.
But how old is it? How long? What's the shelf life on this?
It doesn't matter.
Seriously.
She's documenting it, and she's not making statements.
Documenting.
She's
Oh, yeah.
literally.
I have no issue with anybody documenting it. It's just like I'm just not into watching it anymore.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't
I'm
get
not
into
saying a
watching
bad
it.
thing about it. I'm just not into it.
Yeah, like how much more? Like,
do you know what Karima has done for me, though? To be honest with you, like, I don't even know if this is positive. I did not know that we had as many protests as we had in this country. Like,
Right?
I've seen the big ones, like when we did the G20 here and all that kind of stuff. Like,
of course, yeah.
Like, that's what I thought our protests were. Like, I didn't realize there's a protest like daily, like somewhere.
Everybody mad at something.
That was when I got I learned about, as you guys know me, I just learned Polly Bay's last name, and I don't think I say it right. You know what I mean? Like
Polly Labby. Yeah.
Polly Labby, whatever. I'm not a political dude. You know what I mean? Like, so
yeah.
So
no,
I was exposed to Karima when I joined the Blondell Network, obviously, right? Because that's when she was on the show.
I love her.
Yeah.
I'm saying that was the first time, and that was like, for me, I learned that there's a protest like daily, which shocked the crap out of me, because I'm like, don't you guys have to go to work? Like, you know what I mean? Like, just
and that's kind of it. That was it for me, and it was one of those. I don't find the value in it. Maybe somebody does. I'm like, if you try and tell me that you're trying to scribe history by going to somewhere where there's 8 people yelling at each other, that's not. Who gives a fuck? You're there to. It's a click farm. It's all it is. It's a click farm, and I get it. That's what we all do. That's what content creators are for. She found a niche.
I disagree.
Okay.
I think what she's doing is completely original because she's not taking a side. And the shitty thing about media right now is that mainstream media picks a side, whether it's post media, or the CBC. They're the best examples of picking sides. And then there are like independent-minded people like Karima, who just all she does is show up and gets hated just for showing up. And it doesn't matter if it's a left-wing protest and they start kettling her, or a right-wing protest and they kick her out of their conventions. She gets the same treatment. And that's why when I have Karima on the show and we talk about this shit, that horseshoe theory kind of makes sense, because these extreme groups, while politically opposites, tend to behave in the exact same way. And I don't know any content creator that's actually showing that the way that she is. And you might not like it, you might get bored of it, and I totally understand that, but I think it's important.
Yeah, I thought it was great in the beginning, like I say, but then it was like, okay, how many times are we going to watch the Seinfeld episode? You know what I mean? Like, how many times can I watch it? Like, James, I just can't keep watching the same thing over and over again. And like, there's nothing to it anymore. It's all those people that show up, like Ray's talking about these useless, mindless fucking protests. Those people that show up are there because people like Karima show up. That's the only reason why they keep coming. You know what I mean? Like it's because they've got that void in their life where they need to be. Somebody pay attention to me, Dad. You know, somebody pay attention to me, Mom. So, sort your shit out, and then see if you figure. Oh, I really don't need to do this. I don't need to show up on a fucking street corner and hold a sign that says Justin Trudeau eats babies, or Pierre Poilievre is the fucking next leader of the KKK. It's bullshit. It drives me nuts. It drives
Go
me
ahead, Ray.
Sorry.
James, I'm interested in your opinion on how you classify Karima, because I wouldn't probably would you call her a content creator? Because all she's capturing her. Would you consider an independent reporter? Would you consider her like, what do you? Because I think to be a content creator, you have to create something, right?
That's true. Yeah.
More documenting, and like I think content creators, we're doing it for clicks. You know what I mean? Like you're creating content to get it. Do you consider her a content creator? Do you consider her independent reporter? How do you see her?
I don't want to speak for her. I'm sure there is a part of her that knows that when lefties kettle her at a drag queen story time is going to get clicks. I'm certain that she must.
Well, I was just wondering your perception. I wasn't asking.
No, I got it. No, what I was about to say.
Oh, sorry.
But I think that because she doesn't plant a flag on either side, I respect her game. You know, and I respect that so much, and it's probably because it speaks to me. Because, as I said before in the show, I treat Max Bernier and Sherry DeNovo exactly the same, despite the fact that they are on completely opposite sides of the political spectrum. So maybe it speaks. It just speaks to me because I feel like I'm in the same vein as she is. I would call her a documentarian. Okay. I wouldn't call her a provocateur, because the weird thing that happened to her is that just by showing up, people were like, "Fuck you, Karima," and she's like, "I literally haven't said a word to anybody yet, and even when I do, it's never like, how dare you." It's always just what she's doing is she's shining a spotlight on the extremists that go to protest things, or the extremists that like hold conventions or political events. And she basically was a person who wanted to be reasonable enough and sort of like rational enough to sit down with like a person like Chris Sky, and then the Canadian Anti-Hate Network and Antifa people, whatever the fuck they are, like completely crucified her for just trying to have a conversation. And that spoke to me. So maybe it's just that it's in the same vein of what I like to think that I like to do, even though it's totally different the way we execute it, which is, you know, listen to both sides. You don't have to agree with anything anyone says, but let's see what they're saying. You know?
But doesn't this sound just like an 80-minute documentary you'd watch on Netflix? Do we need to keep going for 4 fucking years?
Well, I guess that's what he kind of. But I think James kind of said as if he's considering her a documenteur, I think that's the word he used, right? Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think that's a word, but
well, I'm going to use it, James.
Documentarian, yeah, I think
it's a good word.
Documenteur instead of provocateur.
I'm glad you like your
the
word.
sommelier of political protest.
Can we talk?
It's very interesting, right? I'm taking it to totally different levels. You know, I don't. Cream and I could be best friends and go for coffee every day, and I don't pay attention to the politics. So it is what it is.
So I mean, she's a lovely person. Like she's an absolutely very lovely person.
It has nothing to do with her content per se. It's more just interesting for me, like in the realm of content creation, because like what we're doing right now is like that true content creation. Like we're going to cafes. You know what I mean? Like it's that whole like, it's please watch what we do and click on us. And then you have the people who are like, they look at themselves as independent reporters or alternative media, you know, away from the mainstream. And then Karima, to me, in the realm of like the digital media and digital landscape of the world we live in, again, I don't consider her a content creator because she's not creating content. And I don't mean that in a bad way, because content creators create content for a reason. You know what I mean? Like she's just capturing, but she's not really reporting. It's more of a capture. It's a really interesting in the realm, like really interesting where you classify her as if you were going to put a title beside it. You know what I mean?
You know what? That you made a great point there. She's capturing. And I think part of her execution is that she doesn't want to ever present herself as a person who is planting that flag. And so some people get confused by it. When I had her on my show with that guy, Danny Taro, you know, he was like, and he later on said that she must have loose pussy energy, even though he's a very far left progressive. You know what I mean? Like she has this amazing ability to bring out the worst in like people from both extremes. And I love that. I'm attracted to that because I used to be like that, but I have this weird inversion part of me that like I bring out the best in Christine Anderson and Maxine Bernier. Like they you know, I don't know if that's doing anyone a service, but that's what happens, right? Like
The best.
You know, I do. Like Maxine, I've never had a bad interview with Maxine Bernier, and
I actually enjoy them. I enjoy the conversations you have with him, but that there
I assume he's controversial.
Yeah, he's the leader of the
People's
PPC.
Party of Canada leader.
Okay, and who's the other woman? Is that the one from Germany or from?
Yeah,
Christine Anderson. But I like I say, that's compelling to me because you're actually having a conversation, a back and forth. You're questioning somebody on something.
Right.
It's not just I showed up, I live streamed this, and I didn't. I just showed it to you. Listen, people like it. Obviously, she's got lots of followers. People are fucking constantly talking. We're talking about her right now. I've seen
well, I
anything
just
from
wanted
her
to bring it
so
up because I got an email today saying that every time she comes on my show, she gets harassed afterwards.
By who?
And then I don't know, whatever. Who cares? But people. And then they
some
said,
people.
Even Ryan, and they said even Ryan Lindley has like said things about her, and excuse me. And I was just like curious about that because I was like, that seems like news to me.
Yeah,
like I'm surprised she blocked you. She doesn't seem like the blocking type.
Yeah, she totally blocked me, but whatever. And I got.
I don't know what it's like to be blocked by people, so I don't.
Yeah, not at all. I think 3 out of 4 people on this panel have blocked you in the past.
But, Ashley's never blocked me. She wouldn't have the.
Oh, there's 5 of us here. Listen, I want to
There's
address
6 of us
this
here. Hold on, because Douglas Connors podcast is now on the show. Hey, Douglas, look at that background. You look like fucking Conan O'Brien. Look at that shit. It's great.
Love it.
Yeah.
Welcome.
TBS money.
Got no mic there, my friend.
Let me.
Oh, there he is.
There we go. Hi there. Hey, everyone. Oh my God, everyone's here. Hi.
Good to see you,
Douglas. I'm so excited.
I am too. What a pleasant surprise. Hi,
Douglas.
there.
Have you met Kate? Kate, this is Douglas. Douglas
Hi.
is the host of the True North Eager Beaver podcast in the mornings.
It's so nice to finally get a chance to chat with you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
You came on a great night
He
because
honestly does only have wonderful things to say about you.
you came on a great night, Douglas, because Ashley is now, instead of wearing a shawl, she's showing right shoulder. So that's good.
You got skin tonight.
Yeah.
Ooh, that is daring.
After dark.
Ooh,
Now half shoulder.
very alluring.
Oh God.
Well, I don't want to rush anything. We gotta go soon. We gotta pick up the kid from work, and it's snowing.
Can you tell me a little bit about Cafe Quest, Mr. Ray Rout?
We can.
Get rid of that comment.
Okay. So, I hate being isolated.
I know, so do I. It's
I'm
the
sorry.
worst.
Well, it just seemed to make sense.
I want to see Douglas' beautiful face as I talk about this. So,
Pull that comment down, James. And we'll address it after.
All right.
I have something to say about that.
So I mean, we can go back to when I stepped down from creating content with Crier. It was like I needed a long break, and it's been a long break from content creation for me. It was like at least 6-7 months of just nothing. Ryan and I have talked about this. I did a little project with Revolution Radio and whatnot. But I think for me, like from a content creation standpoint, and then we'll get into how Cafe Quest came together, was I was looking for authentic content. You know, when you look at my old stuff, for people who know me, I hosted Dear Pats Nation, and then throughout the years with the Blundell Network and Crier, had different radiations or, you know, different names, and it ended with Who's Got Next, with actually 3 of the 5 of us here were co-hosts on Who's Got Next.
Yeah.
And if you watch me early into my Blundell days, like the Blundell Network days, and watch my last appearance on Who's Got Next, or even my last appearance on the Dean Blundell Show, it wasn't the same guy. When I was always, my, quote unquote character online was always Ray times 10. That's what I always said. It was just me, my personality was authentic in a way, but it was times 10.
Yep. 100%.
And then you come to a network and you start getting close with guys, and we're going to the Ice Wine Festival. We're getting to know each other's people. We're on the calls, and you started, sort of adopting some of the mannerisms and traits and the way they do things. The James of the world, the Ryans, the Deans, the Laughlins, and those are the guys that I was constantly working with and constantly being exposed to. And by the time I left, I got this new voice, but I didn't feel like it was me anymore. Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and it wasn't like, I'm not criticizing it. I'm not saying anything hard about it. It was just, that's what had happened. I kind of adapted to my things. That's why I look at somebody like, Douglas, who's just been him, you know what I mean, since he came. And it's, and I have a respect for that. And Ryan, you've been that guy since I've known you. Like, there's been no ebb and flow, where if you look at number one, like, look, I'm always going to talk shit about the CFL. That's what I do. Right. And it's fun.
My favorite part.
It was, but there was sort of a lack of authenticity behind things.
Yeah.
So Kate and I have had a lot of conversations about this. I'm like, I just want authentic content. Like, I just want content it's not manufactured. It's just things I love, what I do. As you guys know, I'm passionate about marketing. So I was doing like marketing content. Nobody cared, right? Like Kate liked everything. I could always count on Kate and my mom to like my stuff.
I stopped liking it.
Yeah.
I love you, but I stopped because it was like, all right, I get it.
So it was just wasn't flowing. And then literally you want to talk about spontaneous. Last Saturday, I woke up in a pissy mood. Believe it or not, Ryan, I woke up in a pissy mood.
I'm shocked.
Right? I know.
I am actually shocked.
I
had to buy him breakfast once to get him out of a pissy mood.
Yeah.
Yeah. We still haven't found those fucking sunglasses.
So
they're beside the anal beads.
Yes. So Kate says to me, "Get dressed. We're going out." Right? Like, you woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Let's go. So we end up going to this cafe, which was our first show this week. And our feature was Metropolis Merctown Cafe. And like, the place was so cool. Like, I just immediately, my whole mood flipped. And so we started talking about, it started with, hey, we should come back here every week. And then, we're there, like, being the typical, millennials we are, and we're recording everything, and we're, taking
hipsters, I heard.
Because, well, you told me I'm not a hipster, so you and Kate both just publicly trashed my dreams of it. So
you're a sneakerhead, aren't you, Ray?
He's a big sneakerhead. And that's why I say he's not a hipster.
Before you go, can we just like show our favorite pairs of shoes before you go?
Yes.
Didn't we do that? You did this on the show like a week ago, didn't you?
Not with Ray. Ray's the fucking. I have another sneaker fetish guy here.
Right.
Okay, go ahead, Ray.
I got some new Jordans this year. I'll show you.
I have 5 pairs of Jordans, and I just don't know which one I like.
Fantastic. Keep going, Ray.
Anywho,
fuck you, Ryan.
Let him get his show plug in, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. So then Kate and I started talking about, like, wouldn't it be cool if every week we just went and explored a new cafe? You know what I mean? Like, we just went, explored a new cafe, kind of just document it, like, whatever. So that's how it started. So really what it was supposed to be is just us on Instagram, like, documenting a cafe.
Yeah.
Similar to, I think you and I had talked about certain things you wanted to do with getting sauce, and it wasn't me ripping off getting sauce. It was just like, we'll just do this. It'll be a 1-minute video every week or whatever, and we'll throw out some quotes. We'll have some fun with it.
Yeah.
But I'm in marketing. Kate's also in marketing and advertising. She's been doing it her whole career.
Yeah.
Of course, we're not going to be settled. And Kate kind of says to me one day, like, or, after we start putting stuff together, she goes, people don't fall in love with the content. They fall in love with the people. Right. And we know that as content creators. I had a successful podcast. I get it. So we decided to throw the podcast together. It was my first time getting behind a mic. I got sort of behind a mic with Douglas talking about Christine St. Clair, and I went on Army Chris's podcast, and I didn't use a microphone either time, and I was just talking to my laptop. It was my first time setting up the podcast mic again, setting up a format. It was Kate's first ever time behind a mic last night.
And you sounded great, Kate, by the way. You have a natural voice for this, and I'm actually excited to hear you grow in the Kate, and to grow in this space. Yeah, I'm talking about you. But I do want to know, I saw you take a slug out of a cup. Can you hold that coffee cup up for a second?
Also, Kate, can you tell me if you've ever went out as Elvira for Halloween?
Okay, hang on. I'm not done here. You're gonna do a coffee podcast while you guys are drinking Tim Hortons coffee?
Yeah, well, sometimes you just got to grab a coffee to get home, you know?
I think what she means is sometimes you got to slum it.
You got to slum
Sometimes you have to pay $2 for a coffee, right?
I was going to say, sometimes you got to know what's bad to know what's good.
Last night, Kate said we should go to Brazil to see the coffee because Brazil's the number one manufacturer country. We should go to Brazil to do a show. And I said, this project's getting very expensive.
Yeah, but you know what? You guys, listen, you're absolutely right. But I'm going to tell you something. We had a conversation last night. I'm going to get into it because I don't know how much you've announced of what's going on. But the best coffee that I've ever had, and you'd think, oh, Colombia, Brazil. No.
Turkey.
No. The best that I've ever put to my fucking lips, that I stole everybody. Like, we went with a group of people and I stole everybody's room coffee because it was ground up in little filter bags. And I just took it out and made my own at home. Dominican Republic has some of the best coffee I've ever drank in my life.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So we can talk about it, Ryan. I'd love to tell the world if we can.
Sure. Yeah. It's your story.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So
I would love to tell you about that coffee I drank, Ryan. Yeah, please go ahead.
Kate and I met in 2005 in the Dominican Republic. That's our origin story. I went back and did like a leap year in high school. I did an extra semester. I'd finished high school like 3 weeks before that. My last semester of high school finished.
He was held back 4 times though. He was 25 when he graduated.
I was 35 when I graduated high school.
Yeah, but they held him back in kindergarten. His finger paintings were on.
So finished high school, started working full time. A buddy of mine decided to go celebrate, go down to Dominican. Kate was in college. She went on spring break. We met down there, spent a few days. Next year, 2025, will be 20 years together, and we're returning to the Dominican to get married on the day we met in
There it is. There it is, so everybody.
So it's really exciting. And last night I got a death threat from Ryan Lindley that I had to invite him and Ashley, but they were already on the list. So
can I officiate the wedding? Because I'm officially licensed to do that. I'm just saying. It would come with a dope. No, you know what? The answer is no. The silence is just.
The answer is in your silence.
Yeah, that's right. It's okay.
So I appreciate the Dominican plug, Ryan.
It's great. I'm telling you, it was the best coffee I'd ever had in my life. It was so good. It was so good. It was like, I like dark roast. I like really like strong. I want to feel that coffee hit my mouth. I want to.
So you don't care about caffeine. You care about flavor.
Yeah. I want the darker
the roast. A lot of people
think
dark roast is more caffeine.
No,
it's actually light roast.
It's the other way. Yeah, exactly. The greener the bean, the more caffeine, right? So,
can I ask Ray? Sorry, Ryan. I want to know. I want to know when the moment that you guys met. Who approached who? What did you say?
Yeah.
Where was it?
Let's get the origin story.
All right. So the full origin story.
Yeah.
I was walking to a group of people I was hanging out with. They were like it was sort of like the restaurant, that kind of like the outdoor restaurant that kind of goes almost to the pathway. So I'm walking up the pathway, and as I'm walking up the pathway to see my friends, all of a sudden I feel a tug on my shorts. I turn around to this guy I had met, and he's sitting down.
This could have changed totally.
What happened here?
He's sitting down at a table with 2 girls, and he gives me that look, like, come sit down, right? He's looking for a wingman. So I sit down.
There's a wingman look?
It was the wingman look.
I don't know that down.
Okay. It's the tug and stare. You don't know it?
The tug and stare doesn't. It seems very Church and Wellesley to me. But okay.
Like a downstairs bathroom coffee shop. I understand.
Wide stance shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Carry on, right? Sorry.
Apologies to Douglas.
So I sat down. Started talking. Kate and her friend went to go get a drink. Kate was a brunette still at that time, and the guy looks at me, goes, "Look," he says.
She is right now.
Yeah, no, but it's important I say that this way. Anyway, so he says, "Hey, dude," he goes, "I'm going."
She's not John Cena.
And her friend was blonde, and he says, "Hey, I'm going to go for the brunette." And I looked at him and said, "Not a fucking chance." And they came back, and Kate sat down in front of me, and I kind of smiled at him, and yeah, here we are. 19 years. Gonna be 20
What's that
years
guy's name? Because that guy is very
Devin.
instrumental in your.
Oh yeah, no, I owe him. I say that all the time. I owe him everything.
Do you still talk to that guy, or did he stop
We
talking
talked
to you?
to him. I talked to him. I had him on Facebook for a few years, but you fall off, right?
He fucking hates you now. Just so you know.
Good.
He was like, "That's not what the tug meant, Ray. That's not what the tug meant."
You know what? And I'm all about bro code too. And that night I had no problems breaking it. I was like, "No, fuck you."
When you know, right?
No, you
like
do.
when you know,
That was
you know.
the thing.
That was
Kate,
us.
Kate, can I ask you? Was Devin like angling for you that night?
I had no idea. I'm very oblivious to these things.
Really?
Yeah.
That's good.
Douglas has his hand up.
Shut up. Me too.
Oh,
Thank heavens for people who make the first move, because I would still be a virgin today.
same.
Wow. I can't imagine
had
Douglas has
no
a virgin.
clue.
I really can't. Yeah.
I had no clue if someone was into me.
I thought he was.
literally
I
had
thought
to
you
grab
were a
me by
virgin
the
still.
ears and look at me and said, "I want you." Otherwise, I thought, "Oh, they're just really nice. They want to be my friend." It's
Right, who did
it's
you
like
just
he
say
was
that?
all over you. Really?
So sweet.
I thought that
Right.
was your cell phone, not a raging boner in my hip.
I had
How are you carrying
no
that
game.
towel with no hands?
I had absolutely no game. None.
Well, Douglas, Kate didn't have game either, so you're okay. I had to make the first move, every move.
I was gonna say every move.
But
Yep.
and then we got back, and it's funny because I mean, Ryan, like you kind of know my background in history. I was always like,
Yeah.
Mr. Cool, Mr. This, like I didn't do nerdy stuff, whatever.
Yeah.
The day she was coming back from Dominican, I emailed her the most embarrassing email I probably ever sent anybody in my life. Like, hey,
Yeah, you did.
just checking in to see that your flight got in okay. And just
I work for Sunwing customer service.
like, I think back, and the funniest part was, so like I gave her my phone number, she gave me her phone number. My number at the time seemed like the fakest number in the world. My number was 333-8880. That
No, it
was
wasn't.
my phone number.
That was
So I wrote it-
Seinfeld's phone number.
So I wrote it down for her, and she just looks at it like, I'm like, I
Yeah,
swear to
you're
God,
blowing
that's
her
my
off.
cell phone number. It's like, that's my cell-
Did you do the move where you call it in front of them?
No.
When we were in
No,
Dominican,
no.
not at the time when like you couldn't have international planes, it would cost you like
Yeah,
$8
$700
a
for a
minute.
call. Yeah.
So we got back, and I even did that, and I never done this in my life. I did the whole like where I dialed her number, pressed talk, and then pressed end. Like I must have, and then like
What?
I had a block number, so I
That
probably
is
dialed
serious.
about 6 times and hung up, right? And because you meet her in Dominican, you don't know if she's still gonna like you in Canada. Like with
Right.
this-
So the best way to make her like you is to call her 5-6 times.
No, I didn't.
That's
Crank.
right.
I would just hang up. One time I did call her though, and she answered. And she's like, "Hello," and I just hung up right away.
Do you remember this, Kate? Do you remember this happened? Yeah.
And
That's
then
pretty
finally,
wild.
Like she finally answered again, almost frustrated. She's like, "Hello," and I'm like, "Hi, is this Kate?" And I'm like, this is Ray.
Evan? Evan, is that you?
Hi.
Oh, God.
So
That's
anyways,
this is such a great story. I love your origin story, just so you know.
I want to
Dude,
hear
a guy
Kate's
tugged
version
on
of
your
it.
shorts and gave you a look, and now you have a wife.
I want to
he
hear
wanted
Kate's
me to
version of it.
wingman so he could try to pick up Kate, and I just was a terrible wingman. And
Yeah. You were a cock blocker, is what you were.
I was. Yeah, and I don't care. I'm very
No.
proud of that move.
Do
But
do you have kids?
we have 2.
Oh, I didn't know that. What are their ages and how old? And
Well, my oldest is going to be 18 in a month.
Oh,
And my youngest will be 13. So I'm going to have no real kids left. A teenager
wow.
and a quote unquote adult.
yeah.
no, he's not an adult until he's 25. You know that.
Yeah, I know. But but hey, it's, it's what it is.
Yeah.
And the way she is, she'll be an adult when she won't be an adult when she's 40. So and I'm not an adult and I'm almost 40. So it's all the same. And Ryan's almost 65 and he's not an adult. So
Are you the same? Are you the same as me when it comes to your kids, where they just don't give an absolutely 2 fucks about what we do online and who we're associated with or what we do, any sort of like any of that? James, your kids are a little younger still, but I mean, like, because we've got teenagers, right?
Yeah.
And they live on YouTube and they live online. And I had my kid on the podcast once just to talk about the school issues when they were going through the teacher strikes, right? And I said, I want to know how it's affecting kids. I'm going to bring my own kid on. And we talked about it a bit. And
Later.
they were like, yeah, this is great. Oh, yeah, I did totally exploit my own kid. 100%.
I was thinking the same thing, James. It's okay.
That's fine.
I put my daughter on the podcast a few times. Go ahead.
Yeah, we did this and it was fun. You know, it was great, whatever. And telling you, they made like amazing points when we were talking. I'm like, I was so impressed with my kid. I'm like, so like a few weeks go by. I'm like, did you actually watch it? Or did you did your friends watch it? No. No.
No.
Like, do you? So I went and I looked. Doesn't even subscribe to our stuff.
But I don't know. Like, I don't know how old.
Yeah, 17 this year.
Yeah, this year 17. I don't know how old they were when you started. See, when I started, my
15,
kids.
14.
Yeah, see, my kids were very young when I started.
Yeah.
And as you've learned, because I've showed you, the football world is insanity, right? Like with the comments and DMs
yeah, you don't want to.
You get, right?
Yeah,
like
you don't want your kids exposed to that.
Yeah, so I never wanted them to see my stuff, and then when they got old enough that they could maybe stumble upon it, or maybe they look it up just because it's dad, I had to sit down with them and say, like, look, like, people say a lot of mean things to me, and a lot of really hurtful things to me, and you got to just know that I don't give a shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't bother me. These are angry people who are taking it out of me because I said something about their favorite football team.
My favorite
Unstable
part.
People.
Yeah, my favorite part of that though is the fact that I don't listen, but my teachers know who you are.
Well, the funniest part is I put out I put out
Yeah.
a thing with her, like a post with her in the summertime. And it was just like basically Kate had her when I was 19. You know, so the neighborhood was yippity yap. Even people in our own family didn't think we were going to make it. And, you know, and I was basically like, it was me throwing the middle finger at all those people, being like, look at us. We're still a family. We're still together with this and that. And that blew up. Like Michael Buffer retweeted it and wrote me a message like, you know, be a good father. Had something like, you know, like just thousands and thousands of likes and comments. And Liz goes back to school and she goes, I saw you on Twitter. Her teacher goes, I saw you on Twitter. Your dad was talking about having you at 19 years old and blah, blah. And all of a sudden there's like a retweet, like a quote tweet. And it's like, I know that girl. And it turned out to be like her elementary school teacher was like, yeah. So I exposed her to the internet, which I don't do often. I don't like showing I don't like making that connection with me and my kids just because I know the stuff that gets said to me. Like there's two things, right? Like come at me, that's fine. I signed up for this. Don't come at my kids and don't come at my wife. Like they didn't sign up.
100%.
Like Kate and I are talking about coffee, so I'm not going to accept people coming at her. Like it's not like we're saying anything controversial. We're not even talking about coffee. We're talking about cafes. It's not even about the coffee. It's about the cafe experience.
It's definitely not about the coffee.
That Eldon guy's going to call you and be like, Kate, you happy? Are you happy with
I want to know how excited Kate was when you had that daughter, right? Because when I had my daughter, was Kate excited for you?
Very, very excited for me.
Good.
The Immaculate Conception.
Big moment for you.
It was.
What's the schedule for Cafe Quest? Like, are we seeing one every week, or when are we seeing this?
A new podcast. So the way it works is we kind of tease it on Monday. It's called Monday Mugshots. It goes across.
Hi, James.
Goes
You're
across
handsome.
That was
Instagram.
unintentional. I don't know what happened there.
You're so handsome.
Hold on a second. Go. Just keep talking.
Yeah, you can
People
follow us
are
on
listening.
Instagram at cafe_quest. It's also on TikTok and YouTube, just at Cafe Quest. So every Monday we put out what's called the mug shot, where we kind of tease the next place that we're going. And then every Thursday we drop a little short video of just a collage video, montage video of our place. And then every Friday we drop the podcast. And then I'll just be dropping micro content from that podcast throughout the week leading up to our next episode. So every week's a new piece. This week we talked about, so what we do is, just so everybody knows, we give our first impression. We talk about the atmosphere and we rank it out of 5 stars. We talk about the service, and then we finish off with talking about the coffee. But I think the really big thing is we say it's not about the coffee. It's about the entire experience. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like if you listen to the podcast, we gave the coffee and service like 3 stars, but still gave it overall a 5 because the atmosphere was just so great at this place that it made up for the other 2 things. And then we actually also, one thing we do too, and I mean, this obviously, you guys know, this is a brand new project, so things are going to change as we figure things out. but we react to 1-star reviews of the place and kind of give our opinion on and we pick like the ridiculous 1-star
smart.
reviews.
I like that.
And we just talk about why we, either disagree or maybe one day may agree with it, depending on our experience. So,
Ray, is that a way to combat the like artificially motivated, like, let's gang up in this coffee shop because Glenn, who's really popular online, had a bad experience? So
voted for Pierre Polyev,
yeah.
so
Well,
now the
yeah.
coffee's shit.
We talked about this on the podcast, actually. Like, we talked about 1-star reviews, and we think sometimes people do 1-star reviews based on one experience. And we talk about a restaurant we go to here. It's a steakhouse. We've gone there about 15 times, and 14 times we've had impeccable service. Like, I mean, 5-star service. They're a great place. But one time in between there, we actually had the worst service we ever had at any restaurant. Like, Kate actually walked into the kitchen asking for cutlery. Asking for cutlery because
Kate, can you recall that story for us, please?
Yeah, bold move. I like that.
Yeah, Kate, please.
Kate, tell us.
I honestly don't even remember most of it. I just remember being so pissed.
What were you
sitting there
pissed
for
about?
like literally? He ate half his meal with his hands.
Yeah.
And I was just fed up.
Oh,
I
Jesus
literally
Christ.
walked in.
You got a bad Yelp review as a customer that day. Yeah.
He would have done it with the cutlery on the table. Let's be honest.
I'm very caveman. Like, it's a steak. I can eat it with my hands. I don't need cutlery.
It's just an
But, like,
apple with fucking protein.
But we're saying, like, we've been there 14 times at a 5-star service. We're not going to rank the restaurant a 1-star because of one bad experience.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? And we think sometimes, like, and one of the ones that we read last night was like, I loved this place, but their complaint was they make the coffee too quickly now. They ruin the experience. And I started yelling on the podcast because that's what I do. And I'm like, I want to wait for my coffee, Kate. I don't want it to come quickly. I want to stand there impatiently for 10 minutes waiting for it. Their literal complaint was they make the coffee too quick now. They never used to make it that quick. What
is that? What is that? No, you know what? And that's just people that want to bet. Like, that's a serial Karen. That's people that just, right, Douglas. Like, they just want to, like, they want to be mad about something. And I think it's a cultural thing that we live in now. Like, it's become part of the fabric of some people's existence is just to be pissed.
It is.
And I have nothing to complain about, so I'm going to make something up that's absolutely asinine and ridiculous.
And with Cafe Quest, like, we've got a bunch in the can already, and we're trying to get ahead of the game. But we've already said, like, we don't want to rip a place. So if we go somewhere and it's a terrible experience, it's just getting dropped. Like, we're not making content about it. It's like, we want this to be like, we don't, again, right? I spent so many years making content that was very, especially in the sports world, that was just all around the negative. And we just want to be positive. And again, too, we're only going to these places once. Like, we're traveling around all these different cities, going to these cafes. Our first 3 episodes is Newmarket, but after that, we'll be at different. We're going somewhere different this weekend.
They're branching out to Vaughan.
Yeah, Aurora. No,
Markham.
but like, it's, we're only seeing this place once, and as I said, we don't want to go and rip a place because maybe the 14-year-old or the 16-year-old that's working there had a bad morning.
Yeah,
and, you know what I mean. So if it's a bad experience, we're just not going to, or if it's, just a dirty place, like, we don't want to give them any attention if it is a really bad place. And if we're not sure, we don't want to sit there and rip a place that could be really great and somehow ruin a reputation. So if we show up, like, if we ever get any notoriety as we build this thing and we show up and we do our filming there, and then you never see your cafe featured, it's because it was a bad experience, right? But we'll never tell anybody that we were there or what happened.
That's how my Google reviews work. Like, we've talked about what happened with my Google. Like, my Google review status is, for some reason, insanely popular, and I don't know why. Like,
I can see your Google.
Pictures are fantastic.
Look at my Google.
Nice.
But my pictures get like a ton of traction. Like, it's an incredible amount, right? The only reason why was because when Ashley's brother was a chef in London, I went and did some photo shoot stuff for him. I used to be into photography really good, and I had a lot of gear. So I said to him, I said, "You guys don't have
hold on. I used to be into photography really good.
I know, but not English, but
I don't
photography.
speak so good,
Yeah.
though.
But I did like pictures and we did a nice photo shoot, and I put them on Google, and I didn't realize how explosive it got, where I was getting like 500,000 views on these photos. So I used to tell Ray, I'm like, I need to figure out a way to monetize my Google presence.
reviews.
My Google presence blows away my Twitter and Instagram.
I
and all
remember
that
having
shit.
an entire conversation with you. Like we were
Yeah.
actually trying to map out how we could market your Google reviews.
Right. So, but I had the same theory was if I go somewhere and just because I didn't enjoy it, because I'm a picky bitch, right? And if I didn't enjoy it,
Yeah, you are.
it doesn't mean it's a bad place. It just means I didn't like it. You might like it. You guys are drinking Tim Hortons coffee, and yeah, I'll call you out on it. But it doesn't mean that I think that they should go out of business. Or I've never given Tim Hortons a bad 5-star. I do lie.
I'm sorry. What,
Subway? Are we going to talk about
we had
Subway?
Tim Hortons today.
I
Let's be real.
gave McDonald's a bad 1-star review once just for fun because I was like, the table service sucked. Nobody came and took my order. I had to seat myself. They didn't even bring me a menu. Like I just did like this, like as though I was expecting to be in a bougie. It was just for a joke. So
Don't
that's
get me
literally
started
the
with
only.
McDonald's. I've given McDonald's a 1-star because I got parked.
Here's the drive-through bullshit.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Here we go. Okay, you guys ready for this? This is the most ridiculous first world entitled bullshit I've ever heard.
I
in my
don't
life.
care. There's nobody in the drive-through, and they parked me for 15 minutes for a hamburger and a small
That is
fry.
bullshit.
Just
That
let
is-
me.
It wasn't 15 minutes.
It was 15 minutes.
It
I was
wasn't.
documenting it on Twitter as I went. Anyways,
Documented
I
it.
different
docu-
day. We
Okay,
gotta go.
Karima.
We gotta go get our
I
kids.
did a
to work.
Google review. I
James,
swear to God.
Ryan,
Yeah.
Ashley, thank you for having us.
I love
Douglas,
you.
So happy to see you.
Oh, did you just get a kick? Oh, you got a kick.
Yeah, he's getting he's getting that tug on the shorts. They gotta go.
I said good night.
It was nice meeting you, Kate.
Bye.
Kate,
Only
we'll
one
see you
year.
again. Make sure,
See you,
guys,
Mom,
come back,
please.
please. So I want to keep talking about what you guys are doing because I think it's fantastic. I think it's brilliant. I love it.
Absolutely. Thank you guys.
Thank
Love you
Bye-bye.
guys.
Bye.
Since we're on food, can I just share something that I shared a long time ago? But it is literally the dish
Is it
that
a pork
is.
dish?
It is. How did
Can
you
we
know?
say yeah? Can we say hi to Douglas really quick first?
Yeah,
though?
Douglas. Sorry,
He hasn't said a goddamn word since he got
He's
here.
been giggling.
Douglas.
Okay.
Sorry, buddy.
Anyway, James.
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
all we need from you. Douglas, how are you, buddy? How did the opening night yet? Did it happen? No.
Not yet. No, not
No.
yet. The 28th.
28th.
6 days. We are all sold out.
Oh wow!
The entire run.
I saw
Online
your
shows.
I saw your tweet about it or
And
your
that's We Will Rock
Facebook
You,
or tweet.
correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And what do you play?
Well, chorus, but my character's name is Mick Jagger. I'm not playing Mick Jagger.
Mick Jagger?
not playing Mick Jagger.
Like an Irish guy? Mick Jagger? Andy
no.
Mick Jagger? Like that kind
No,
of thing?
no.
Okay.
So it's just the character's name Mick Jagger, but no, it's chorus in this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And so you sold out your first show. Now, can you get
All
a
9
sense?
shows.
Can you get a sense of rehearsals,
Mm-hmm.
like of how the show's gonna go?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Tell me about
Our singers are very good. We have a couple of numbers. We're on choreography. We still need some polish, but there's more than a few of them that are ready to go now. Saturday is the day we actually move into the theater that we're going to be in, where the set's going to be built permanently, where we're going to start rehearsing with costumes. We're already rehearsing with the band. And there are a couple of moments that need some fine tuning, but there's a lot of moments where all 4 voices are singing and they hit that moment where they're all perfectly in tune and it just sounds beautiful. So we're hitting those moments now and then.
Good.
It's the little things, right? It's making sure that the transitions between the scenes go smoothly and that the band knows how much time to give for them so that the show can just flow.
How
And then
is the
trying it
singing?
with the lights.
How is the singing like? Is it accomplished singers? Is it like people that can get by? Like, be honest.
I'm considering it's community theater. I think people are going to be very surprised.
Really? Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want,
Yeah.
You want that.
Our singers are our leads and seconds are pretty good. So yeah, that's why us as the chorus we're that's where when you're trying to be a triple threat, some people dance better than they sing. Some people sing better than they dance.
Yeah.
So there are certain
I
places.
could never be a triple threat. I cannot dance. Yes.
So when you're at community
I can
theater,
do the worm. That's it.
exactly. And when you're at community theater, well, sometimes the guy who moves well, who can kind of sort of carry a tune, gets in.
Mm.
But then where you put them on the stage and how much work it is for them to learn the music right and sing the right notes, not get pulled off by other voices or pulled off by instruments or
Yeah.
don't ask me how I know.
How big is the theater?
The theater is 164 seats.
Dude, you know what? If you could get in this day and age, if you can get 160 people to come and look at a performance, you're doing okay. Like I mean, it's not fucking like the ACC or anything, but it is like community theater getting 160 people coming out. That's more than just friends and family. You know, like
Yeah, no, we're surprised. It's the company that we're doing it with is called the Kingston Meister Singers. It's their best-selling show, I think, and fastest-selling show, maybe ever, if not in a very long time.
now, am I correct in thinking that the actual Broadway thing that went to Toronto and everything of the same name is the one where people get soaked with stuff in the first couple rows? Is that the same play? Am I thinking of something different?
I think you might be thinking of something different.
That was at the Zanzibar.
No,
Friday nights.
No, that was not
when Kelly was there.
No, welcome to the stage, Kelly. No, it's not. It was a show.
Was that Rock of Ages, maybe?
Maybe when people got drenched with like it's not the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm not getting confused with that. But people in the front row got soaked with water or blood or something like that. Like it was like a rock and roll show. Does no one remember that?
Evil Dead the musical?
Maybe. Is that what I'm thinking of? Fuck.
You might be thinking of that.
Okay, sorry. Why I don't do musicals? Yeah.
Just a slightly different in tone from We Will Rock
Just
You.
a little bit, and slightly different from the Zanzibar.
Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
But yeah, this is Tech Week. So Saturday we move in, we build the stage, and we have to have all the various rehearsals. Make sure that you practice the one or two fight scenes that we have on the stage, so that things are well spaced and people don't hurt each other, and so bring all the stuff in from the place where we're rehearsing now, because we only have the theater for the time we're there, and try to fit that all in. We basically move in Saturday, and dress rehearsal is Wednesday, so we have Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday to kind of put it all together in the actual space. So there's going to be a lot of hurry up and wait, and then there's going to be a lot of moments where people might be getting a little frustrated, where they're going to have to say, "I need to keep it in check because we don't have time for this."
How many of the performers do cocaine? I'm not actually kidding, but I know you can't say. So it's just such a waste of a question.
I can honestly say I do not know.
Okay, good answer. Can I, guys?
If they do, I was never invited to the party.
I'm going to wait till Ashley comes back to play.
Here it comes.
What?
The cocaine question's coming, right?
I just asked it.
No, I meant I thought you were going to go around the horn here.
Oh, I don't think you're doing cocaine. No,
not anymore. But yeah.
Have you ever done cocaine?
Oh yeah, I danced for a little bit.
I'm sorry. You what?
I had a little dance with it in the.
Oh,
in
you
the past.
danced with the devil.
Oh
right,
yeah.
And like for how long?
I worked in Hess Village here in Hamilton in the bar scene.
Oh,
why would you do that now?
I just saw movement. That's all. I just saw.
You took her out, and I literally said, "Don't take me out, or else you take Ashley out." And then you took my wife out too. So.
I took her both. I took you both out.
She didn't need to leave. She was trying to stay, but
no, she left. She left the fucking screen. She left. Now Spotify and Apple people are like, "What are they?"
Yeah, but if you take me off, it shuts her audio off.
Oh,
yeah, like it did last.
My
week.
problem. I don't know.
Anyway, so I worked in Hess, right? And one night I was playing manager because the manager was cold and sick, and our bar was the place that the staff would go to after the bar. Is he on the fucking phone again? He's on the fucking phone again. He did this earlier, Douglas. You missed it. It was great. And he got mad because we were talking about how he's on the phone. So anybody that's listening on Spotify, James doesn't want you to know that he's on the phone, but I'm just going to tell you he's on the phone.
Oh boy!
Oh,
see,
it's
everyone-
good. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, that's my fault this time.
Okay.
I had your mic
You
muted.
just hung it up now. So what were we talking about? How about them Jays?
That's right.
That local sports team.
Okay, first of all, you have to remember that most people listen to the podcast, not watch.
See,
So if
this-
I ever have
I
to
got,
take
I
a
got in
phone
trouble
call-
for this already once.
If I take a phone call, the last thing that you should do is, there goes James
This
on
is the
phone.
fourth wall that people like when it gets broken down, so you hear what's going on in the background. This is why the places like the Stern Show
Did
is so
anyone hear me?
successful.
I muted myself.
I know. The host of the show left the show.
You were still talking.
If this was breast milk,
No one
related,
would have
I'm
known
gonna
if you
be
didn't.
very
You know what?
upset.
The host of the show is now going to play him cooking the fucking.
What was
meal.
that, Ashley? Sorry.
So if this was breast milk related again, I'm going to be very upset.
It's not breast milk. It's pork chop related.
Are you like DoorDash for boob milk? Is that what's going on?
I'm like, God, that's such a great idea.
No.
When you have when you have a
No,
wife
fuck
with
no.
gigantic boobs that like literally, like you remember in Austin Powers, the girls that shot bullets with their breasts. That was
Yeah.
breast milk with my ex.
There's
Like,
chicks that, there's ladies that make $50,000 a month putting farts in jars.
Oh my
Like,
God!
at
If
least this
OnlyFans
is-
existed in 2014, I would
Right?
have been rich right now.
There's
But-
a girl that she sells her hot tub water now at Comic-Con, like FanCon, OnlyFan. I didn't even know OnlyFans has like a Comic-Con style thing where you can go meet your heroes.
Your heroes. I farted in that water. I'll pay $1,000 for it.
Who, I don't know, pour hot oil on their feet and charge you $6 a month to watch it. You can go to a fucking Comic-Con now and meet these people. But there's a lady and she sells her hot tub water and farts in jars. And I mean, the hot tub water literally goes for thousands of fucking dollars. And guys line up to
You know what?
fucking buy it.
You know what? I bet you a large percentage of those guys are poets.
You
I'm
think?
sorry, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, no, I know,
No,
I
listen.
know. Hang on, I know where he's
Very
going here. This is gonna
Yeah,
be
yeah.
good.
Yes, that's why I wasn't saying anything.
Now, the fart in the jar, you're just an ingrate. Like there's something wrong with you. The panties, you're just generic. The
Generic.
hot
so
tub
boring.
water,
Basic bitchery.
yeah. The hot tub water though,
1987 called They Want Their Fetish Back.
it implies almost an alchemist's view of the female frame, right? Like you're asking for water that is literally like saturated with skin particles and like fluids and all of these things. You're more of a warlock than you are a scumbag.
Well,
Not if
folks,
Just
Over to you,
drinking it.
Ryan.
well, folks, we found James's kink.
No, that was like 12 kinks ago, Ryan. That's
The
not even
farts
close.
and the underwear were no good, but
No. Oh my God, dude.
that
imagine
bathwater.
You listen, all the gross things that you know about James, none of them include farts and anything like that.
Oh God, no. We
I
know.
don't even
We
like
know
the
your.
word fart.
I was gonna say
hate it.
we know your aversion to anything to do with anybody's butthole. So
The fart is the real F word. That's the real F word. The fuck. Are you kidding? My kids are allowed to say fuck whenever they say fart. I'm like, it's toot. It's not fart. It's toot. I cry when they say fuck. I'm just like, oh yeah, you probably shouldn't say that. But when they
I
say
can't-
fart, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
I can't wait till you find the actual like the goat of psychoanalysis professionals that finally cracks that fucking melon of yours open and figures out why you have such an aversion to poop and farts.
It's probably because I was molested when I was a kid.
Well,
I
see, you
literally
can't
knew
do
you
that.
were gonna
You
fucking
can
say
do
that.
something like
can't
that.
do
I
that.
literally held it out for you. All you had to
You
do was be
can't.
like,
You
why
can't.
is that important? Like that's
Yeah,
what
but you can't do that.
know? Why is that
You
important,
can't.
James?
You
That's what I
can't
would've said if
pivot.
you
You
said it.
can't pivot to that.
I didn't pivot. If you said right now, it's probably because I was molested when I was a kid, or James, I would have been like this. Well, who cares about that? I'm just talking about toots and farts. Like
Yeah.
I would have, Okay. Do I have to hand this shit to you?
No, I think I'm actually getting in. I think I'm cracking that skull of yours open.
Now let's watch
Now
James
we know.
cook pork chops.
You have to pay for this now, James. It's therapy.
There it is.
Right? Okay, Ashley, you
Was
were
this
right
a
about the
video?
pork dish, and I don't know how. Yeah.
Because you said
okay.
it earlier.
Oh, I did? Okay. So this is me cooking pork chop. This is the only content, by the way, that I like when I'm not wearing a beard. Okay, you ready?
Okay, guys, so we're browning, right? So then after we brown, we put in some of that, which is the Trinity. Then we put in some garden tomatoes. And then I got some thyme here. And I'm going to reach into, all of these are fresh herbs, These are good herbs. They're good herbs. Good herbs, guys. A little bit like that. Take a little bit of garlic. Put the garlic in like that.
That's porn.
You gotta flatten it out like this. Boop, 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 boop. And then you
That's
take
porn.
these and you flip them because they've got a brown. This one's been browning for a while, so I go like that. I'll wait for these other two. And you know, it's hard to be a good chef because Ryan's a better chef, but I'm a pretty good chef.
Look at that beardless
that
stuff.
fucking.
Okay.
Okay, guys, so we're browning.
That's delicious. That looks
And then
delicious.
hold on, and then there's a part 2. I have a part 2. I know, believe it or not. And this is the part 2. Bam.
Okay, guys, so we're browning.
Oh wait,
right?
wait.
So then
It's the same part. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Bam, and then bam, right there.
Okay, what we got now is the finale. I'm going to put on my fake Italian accent because of my last name. And what we're going to do is we're going to show... Oh, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Look at this. So we got that bubbling away. So that's pork in
Look at
there
that ragu.
with the Trinity and the thyme. And we got a bay leaf and then we got some basil and garlic and all that
gravy.
stuff. And then here... Oh, this is where it all gets magical. But oh, yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
Oh,
That is garlic.
Oh,
That
just
is
came.
garlic and mushrooms. That's what that is right there.
Oh,
And we
yeah.
pour that right on top.
Slower.
What? Look at that, right on top.
Slower.
And then, just in case you didn't think that we were savvy motherfuckers, lemon. I know, it seems weird, doesn't it? Why would lemon go in there? I don't know, but it does, and it works. And you can even eat the lemon when you're done. Give it a little shake, poke them shits down a little bit. Baba Fangool, fuck your mother, we're good. Okay, what we got now is the finale.
Have a
I'm gonna
fuck,
put
will
on-
fuck your mother. That's my favorite line of the whole thing.
That was hot.
Yeah, I don't know
hot.
what
I'm hard. Like, I'm
I created.
hard.
I don't. You know what? I one day I was like, I'm going to make a dish, and I just created it out of thin air. So really, what it is red onion, celery, carrot, and mushrooms, and pork chops
Yeah.
with like cumin, cinnamon, fennel seed, fucking garlic, and I just layer it, and I brown all the shits, and then I fucking just layer it. So I go, I put like I brown pork chops, like 2 of them, put it in the thing. Then I put the onion, garlic, fucking celery and carrot on it.
Yeah.
Garden tomatoes from my actual garden. Then the herbs
In
which is
March.
thyme and basil, right? But I browned the fucking pork chops with fennel seed and thyme. And anyways, and then I just keep layering it and just layer it. And
Can I tell you what you did that was fucking perfect?
What
That
was
I
that?
don't think a lot of people realize it's perfect. Those are bone-in pork chops, correct?
correct.
Okay. When
Oh,
you're
by the way,
making-
that simmers for like 2 hours. But go ahead.
when you're making a sauce like that, or you're making a dish like that, where you have those pork chops that are just simmering all day in love, that bone in is so important for flavor.
Yeah.
That marrow seeps out, the connective tissue in that holds the meat to the bone melts away into like a beautiful they call it liquid gold in food porn talk. It is so that right there just made me hungry at 9:20 in the evening when I've already had dinner. That looked fantastic.
That dish is right now simmering over there, and I'm gonna go grab a plate of it. So can you guys please entertain yourselves? with
Yeah,
it?
100%. Anyway, talking about simmering bones, Douglas.
Mm.
That was pretty hot.
That was, hey, between you and me,
Mhm. Mhm.
if somebody's
Yeah, nobody's
talking to
watching.
me in that voice, I'll eat whatever it is they tell me to.
What, in that Italian, like Brooklyn, fuck your mother voice? You like that? Is that your thing? Do you like it? Are you an auditory guy when it comes to?
I'm not a porn guy. I'm a.
Yeah, you want to be talked to
Oh,
dirty. You want to be treated like a bad boy when things are happening. You want to be
I'm a very,
told that you were
very-
late. Your cab was late. Why was your cab late? I've been standing on this fucking street corner for fucking 25 minutes waiting for you. You're gonna do something for me now, pal.
Should I leave?
No, you stay. I need you to be here as a witness.
Oh my.
All right. Well, we're getting into Douglas's.
That's my thing. It's always been
Douglas
the
is
thing.
heats.
I've always preferred to read the story so I can imagine in my own head, or like
Dear
you know,
Penthouse Letters.
if they or if they made like 45-minute CDs back in the day of just like
I can't believe this happened.
every
to me.
like freak. Australian accent, all the accents that you like.
Is that okay?
Really
Is that
dirty
it?
ones, and
Is it accents? Is that where it's at for you?
I do have a weakness for accents.
Which one do you
for some
hate
reason.
though? Which one turns you off? There's got to be one. There has to be an accent that turns you off.
French.
He lives too close.
I can't say that.
It's French for me.
Is it French for you?
It's French
Je
for
suis
me.
français.
I can't do it.
Huh, I don't know.
If you can drop it and come back, that's great.
You
I
look
don't
like
mind.
a Parisian in that shirt.
Yeah, right now in
That's-
that shirt, yes.
Yeah.
Now
I
you're a
don't-
pirate.
Arr.
I'm not going to say
There's
what
a joke.
I really want to say.
There's a
but you're
joke, and I'm not
pirate.
gonna do it.
Does it
He's gonna
involve
claim his
booty?
bounty.
Does it involve booty?
Booty.
James-
Absolutely.
James-
James
booty.
doesn't like talk like that. Can't go there.
No,
It's
I
a
don't
show.
know.
Is
I
there
don't know.
is there one?
I don't know if there's one I dislike.
Would it be
Not one that I
Swedish?
just
Swedish
found
for me. I can't do because it's very Swedish is very cartoony and it's too friendly and nice. Like I couldn't hear somebody yelling. And sorry, everybody, if you got kids, earmuffs. Like to hear somebody say "fuck me harder" in a Swedish accent would make me think that I was doing something absolutely horrible because it's just so innocent and sweet. You know what I mean? Like it always sounds so happy. Like a Swedish person, like a Swedish politician getting
Don't
mad
want her
about
to
an
sound
issue.
happy?
No, not like that. She would sound like it would sound when you listen to like a Swedish politician like going off about something. I'm like, I can't take you seriously. Like, are you actually mad? You're not really mad, are you? Especially if they're speaking English in the Swedish accent.
What if she cries during? Does that help? Does that
Oh,
take it down?
oh
a
yeah,
notch if
oh
she's
yeah,
not so happy?
yeah. Come immediately. Just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Don't you dare wear that waterproof
Like, yeah,
mascara.
you know what? Imagine the IKEA guy telling a girl to perform fellatio on him in a horrible manner.
To bend over the Jagenboots
Yeah,
and receive?
yeah. I want you to put your leg on the Hütensuits and put it right up here on the block
Yes, block with
with
just
two
K.
C's,
No, I was gonna say
and two
just K.
K's, and an umlaut over the O.
Yes.
Yeah,
A bloke.
right. A bloke. Put your leg up on the bloke while I insert my like it's not a sexy.
Afterwards, we'll have lingonberry juice.
Yes, we're going to have some meatballs. I have meatballs for you, baby.
And you can't get out.
You can get them
You
for
can't get out. It's a
$2.99.
fucking maze. You can't leave.
It's the bag. They come in the bag for $2.
You might as well stay and eat.
Yeah, you might as well. Yeah, you can't get out.
That's why they feed you, because you're lost and confused. You get so hungry.
That's very true. Speaking of meat on the bone,
There it is.
We talked about butt
That
stuff
broth.
while you were gone.
And
we
I'm
did.
pairing it with this.
Bread and butter. That's good stuff.
Ooh.
That's very good stuff.
It is very good table wine. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like you don't want to have to spend like 30, 40 bucks on a bottle of wine. Bread and butter is the way to go.
Yeah.
And now I eat.
Christopher Smith in the comments, he's right. We actually are in an IKEA. If you've ever stepped inside of an IKEA, you've never left. You're still there now. Actually, I think the shelf is from IKEA.
I've broken up with
Yes.
women that have taken me to IKEA because I literally warned them beforehand. I'm like, I don't want to go to IKEA with you. And they thought they were being cute. Like, these are people you dated for like a month or two.
Mhm.
And they take me to IKEA and I just like literally sat down in the bed and be like, I may or may not be here by the time you get back to this fucking footprint.
They never get back.
Oh my
I've
God.
never been to a part in an IKEA store twice in my life.
Absolute
Guaranteed.
worst. It's the
Hey,
worst place to go.
Where did we see the cheese? Remember when we bought the shredder, the grater, the cheese grater there that one time, Ashley? We've never found it again. No idea where they are. Because
no.
that just doesn't exist anymore. It's like Sarah Winchester's mansion in that place.
New
They just
wing.
keep building a new wing with doors that go nowhere.
Soon Harry and his wife will be spending the night there. I hated that stuff. Oh God.
How about that one, Douglas? We opened the show. We touched on it a bit. Kate Middleton and just totally quashing every conspiracy theorist nutbag out there today by coming out and actually literally having to pull that curtain down to say, listen, you fuckers, I've had a hard time. I have cancer. I'm in treatment. I'm in chemotherapy for it. And she did it so gracefully. Don't get me wrong. But
Oh, she
I don't
actually
think-
made an appearance?
yeah, no, she
I
made a
didn't know that.
video that was released at Kensington Palace, put out a video today. And it was like, why did and this is where I know I'm not obviously a royal, but if it was me that was in charge of that, I'd be like, fuck
You're
you.
a royal something.
You know what? Yeah, I'm a royal something. Shut it down. You know what? Hide me even harder right now. Let them keep going, and then one day I'll just show up somewhere. You know what I mean?
Hey guys, what's up?
Yeah.
How's it going?
Did you see the video, Douglas?
Yeah, I actually did.
I feel bad for her. And I'm not a monarchist. I don't care about the royal family really that much, but I do care about when somebody that's got 3 small little kids that are going to see this stuff one day having to, and it keeps going back to Diana and who her husband is.
Yep.
That was your mom.
The killer of Diana?
No, just the fact that it's the same things happening over again. Just because.
Do you think Diana was killed by paparazzi craziness, or do you think she was killed by the royal family?
No, I think she was killed by. Yeah, no, I think it was a freak accident because of the paparazzi. I think that it was an overreaction by the driver because they were told to go. I think it was a very unfortunate thing, but I don't think there was any malice or anything behind it. But at the same time, I just don't. I like it breaks my heart thinking that that's somebody's mom. You know what I mean? Like so that's a little kid's mom.
Somebody's mom.
That's somebody's
daughter,
parent.
somebody's wife.
Yeah, you know, like and going through like the worst thing that you can hear from a doctor. You have cancer.
Yeah, who would wish that on anybody?
And you have the most public life in one of the most public lives in the world. I don't know how you guys are going to handle this, but you need to go and have your guts removed, and you got to be on chemo for the next fucking 6 months and everything else. And
you know what? You're so right, actually, and I mean this. Like when you look at human beings as like these, I don't know, avatars or holograms, where nothing impacts them. I remember talking about this.
Politicians come to mind too, by the way.
Yeah, and I remember talking about this with you once, Ryan, about how Monica Lewinsky was like the most bullied woman ever.
Yeah.
All because she was, you know, manipulated by a very powerful man and performed a sex act on him. Can you imagine if social media existed when
oh my God.
that happened? It just would have been, I can't tell actually if it would have been over sooner because we're just so saturated with that shit, or if it would have been 10 times worse. I still don't know. But either way, at the time with no social media, she was known as a head-giving intern forever. Yeah. She still is in most places. And I just find that to be completely ridiculous. And so when you talk about stuff like that, I remember saying to you last week, what if she had IBS? I was just kidding. But it turns out it's worse. Turns out it was cancer. Mm-hmm. You know, like, and all those fucking idiots that were like theorizing about what could have been wrong with her, or where she is, or she's having an affair, or whatever the fuck. It turns out they should just eat their words. And the problem with social media and the internet is that no one ever circles back and goes, you know what? Now that we know you have cancer, I was wrong.
No,
to make it seem like you were having sex with animals in the Galapagos Islands. You
know, now you're just an attention whore. I can't believe it. Now you just want sympathy. That's what you're going to hear now on that side, right?
Yeah.
What I and this is where this is where my brain goes. And it would have been, I would have leaned into the conspiracies, and that's the video I would have put out. I would have gone to whoever you told me that I was fucking, and I would have said, "Can you do me a favor? Can you just hang out for like a 30-second video that we're going to release on the internet? It's going to be funny. It's going to be fun." And I would just make fun of you for saying the shit that you said about me. And then at the end, I would drop the bomb of, by the way, here's the actual story. Here's what's really going on. Now, can you leave us the fuck alone for a couple of months while I get this figured out and hopefully don't die?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And like I say, I have no respect for the office of the monarchy. I don't. I think it's performative and fucking stupid, and all it is, and I love when people are like, well, it brings so much money to the British economy. Oh. Yeah. And when they talk about that on the news, you know what they pan to? You know what the B-roll is? It's plastic crowns and little flags. It's like, oh wow, fucking just holding all of the UK up with your fucking stupid merch, right? No, the money that they draw in, we spend too, because we send them a bursary every fucking year. Enough with this bullshit. You know what?
You spent make
the museums fund the museums to make sure that they are upkept and the history of the UK is upkept. And I don't make fucking Prince William fucking drive an Uber. You know what I mean? Like something, an Uber, whatever. Get the fuck out. You know, like enough. with
Ubers
this
are
shit.
there's no Ubers in London, by the way. I don't know.
But
if
as
you
a
knew
but as a human, to take somebody that is going through something, and we knew that she was going through something fucking serious. They did release something months ago, back in November, about she was going for surgery and everything else. To spin it like that, like come on, guys. You know,
that's the way it
but
is now.
then
Everything's like that now.
I know.
I didn't understand why the need as well, because when on the day I believe that we heard that King Charles now has cancer, and that he was he was telling his family, and Harry was coming over so that he could be told and all that kind of stuff. They were going to spend some time together. When I was hearing those news reports, I was hearing that Kate was going into hospital for major abdominal surgery. So I mean, this was where is she? Where's she? Maybe she's recovering from major abdominal surgery.
Right. She just had her entire insides ripped out of her.
And that's what you got married.
But that wasn't a mystery, right?
Give her a minute.
The day we found out that King Charles had cancer, we also knew they were saying it in the same report, and she's going in for major abdominal surgery.
Yeah.
So
No.
Why was
he was
this a
dead.
mystery?
No, he was
Why was
dead.
this
She
a
was a
mystery?
distraction. Yeah. No, he was dead, and this was a distraction. That's what it was. You know what I mean? Like
I never got it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let me ask you this: when you saw the coronation of Prince Charles,
Yep.
and those still photos came out, and some of the video that came out of him wearing all that garb, and how much he got made fun of. When William becomes king in, like, I don't know, 6 months or whatever it is, do you think that he's going to try to? Oh, sorry, I made a Charles might die joke when he has cancer and he's a privileged monarch. But anyways, do you think that he's going to go for the same garb?
They have to.
Yeah,
it's ceremonial.
yeah.
They don't have to. They can literally decree. Nah,
I'm sure they
some
could.
page is not going to come up to him and be like,
I have a
"Fuck
feeling.
you,
I
Will."
have a
Can't
feeling.
decree shit
I have a
until
feeling
after they do the
they'll.
thing.
Yeah, I have a feeling there'll be some things that will be updated.
I have a feeling I think you're right. I think they'll try to modernize the monarchy when the younger crowd shows up, and they're gonna
Race
buck
against
some.
time with that comb over that William has.
They're gonna buck some trends. But I would rather watch. If anything, I wish it was Harry that was the heir, because I love that kid.
Do you
I love
remember the
that
Simpsons
kid. I think he's
episode
great.
where it was? I actually happened to know that it was season 23, episode 9 of The Simpsons. Something Christmas of Future Past or whatever. It's the one where Maggie gets pregnant. She's like an international pop star.
Yeah.
Anyways, he's like they're talking about dictators or something, and Homer says something like, "Oh, it's not like Lisa goes, it's not like Hitler or Prince Harry or King Harry, I think they said." And he's like, and Homer's like, "Oh, bloody Harry. No one saw that one coming." he brought back beheadings like nobody's business or something like that.
Yeah, no, I cracked a joke in the heat of the conspiracy talk, and it was like, royal family does not have a good track record with wives. Like, we can go back to Henry VIII and talk about this if you want, but they just don't have a good
They're
track
the
record.
offspring of Henry VIII.
I said this last week when we talked about this.
Did you?
Yeah, I had a whole thing that I read about it.
I remember that.
Was I gone?
Say it again,
man.
I must
Say
have
it again.
Yes.
I don't know what it is anymore. It was a week ago.
But
Remember,
no, it's true. They just don't do very well when it comes to the women in the royal family. And so that was said in jest. It wasn't oh yeah, they killed her. You know, like people have been doing for the last month on social media, right? So it's so funny. It's such a cesspool.
So I feel like 2 of the 3 most high-profile royal wives of our lifetimes were pretty openly like, "Hey,
That was it.
marrying into this family is absolutely the most terrifying and fucked up mental illness-inducing thing I could ever imagine." And now the 3rd one hasn't been seen since Christmas.
It's true. Like Meghan,
That's what that was.
right?
Yeah.
And now we know what's up, and it's not good.
Yeah, and it's always a good time for that. In case, I'll say it every fucking week that we talk about the monarchy. I don't care. That Hitchens quote is the greatest quote ever, where he's like, "The monarchy, you see, is a hereditary disease that can only be cured through fresh outbreaks of itself."
Yeah, it's so true.
Because you have to think about it. It's like literally.
I think of Prince Andrew when I hear that quote. Just so you know.
Oh dear. Oh god. Yeah. Fuck.
Ew.
Yeah, because that's what does it. That's what's going to eventually erode this to the point of redundancy. Because it's redundant. Let's be honest. It's redundant.
Wait, is Andrew in line next?
No,
No.
No, it's William, right?
it's William. Yeah,
They won't even give him a house.
he's not even allowed to live. Apparently there was tea around that as well.
Yeah.
By the way, he wanted Kensington, and Kate and William just said, "No, we're taking it, thanks,"
Yeah.
and just took it.
You got bad,
Do you know what
you
he
got bad
does?
PR, so we'll take it.
Is he not responsible for the dogs?
Yes, he's the corgi keeper.
Yeah, that's what.
That's
he
right.
does.
He was
They
the
were like,
queen's
you can look
corgi.
after the corgis, motherfucker. Like that's what we're gonna give you to do.
Dude, did you watch The Crown? There was like a swan keeper until like fucking 1988 or something like that. Like
Good
it
for
was
that
crazy.
Guy. It sounds like a dope gig.
That's a
Other than
sweet gig.
birds are fucking terrifying.
It's amazing how much money like Canada spends like 40 something. I'll look it up. I thought it was 43, but I could be wrong. But it is tens of millions of dollars just for being
Part
able
of
to
the
say that we're
Yep.
we're part of the Commonwealth.
yes,
You know, and it's like, what do we get in return for that? Like,
nothing. There is no ROI for us when it comes to that investment. We send incredible gifts
Tourism.
on birthdays and holidays. We send elaborate, crazy. Like, has anybody ever bought you a horse? Our prime minister buys them horses.
someone bought me
you
a
know?
horror once. Yeah. Oh, horse. Sorry. No.
You know what
Bunch
I
of
mean?
People riding horses and wearing fancy hats that we fucking paid for.
The only monarchy I give a shit about here is my Douglas. When Douglas has the crown on, I respect that. There it is.
Hell yes.
Yeah. You see, I
There you go.
respect that monarchy.
I don't respect it without the nipple tassels, Douglas. I'm sorry.
I like when it's got like the Prince Albert when it's connected to the crown.
Oh
Yeah.
my
And-
word!
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. God.
You
I-
just
my-
don't headbang too hard.
Yeah, no.
You might rip a nipple.
Jeez,
It's
gonna need scaffolding to put all that stuff on.
Scaffolding.
Hold it up.
I need a crew.
Oh, that's so funny.
Okay, boys, jack it up.
There's a beep beep beep.
Mama's
What do
gotta
you
go
think-
entertain.
What do you think, Andrew? What do you think Prince Andrew's pickup lines are? You know, like,
what grade are you in?
yeah, right.
Are your parents here?
Are your parents around?
I don't know, Prince Andrew. I'm not sure. Well, you couldn't dash my hopes with a hyphen. You know, like what are you gonna say? Like, he's just so cheesy. Sorry, that was the
Baby,
cheesiest thing I could think of.
excuse me, but I don't sweat.
I
What
seem
the
to
fuck
have,
was that?
I seem to have lost my corgis. Would you help me find them?
Yeah, that's it.
You
He
had
shows up in a
one
van.
job.
He shows up in a creepy windowless van saying, "I lost my dogs."
You had one job and it was to watch the dogs. Can't
The
even.
dog fucked a kindergartner. You monster.
Well, you know, bitches be crazy.
That's right.
Oh,
Oh, Prince Andrew.
all the Brits are going crazy though. Russell Brand's a little crazy now. I don't know if you like checked out
yeah.
Russell Brand lately. I think
Yeah.
that's intentionally done for profits, but still,
No, I
It's a
think
little
he's. And I thought, like, honestly, back when I was like young,
in case you
like
got- hold
maybe
on. In case
20.
you got, no, this is fresh off the like it falls off the bone.
There's the
Did you say when you were 20?
maybe 20? Like,
That's elderly for Prince Andrew.
No, I'm saying it's almost
Yeah.
like almost 15 years ago now.
Yeah.
That's when he was like kind of funny, Russell Brand, and I was like, you know, he had like that Get Him to the Greek movie, and he was doing. Like,
I actually liked
stand up. Arthur was funny.
I thought he was a
yeah.
great actor.
I quite enjoyed him, and then I actually he had a YouTube channel that I followed, so I remember when it switched,
COVID broke him.
and then it was even before that though.
And
And
the
one day
acid
his
wore off.
YouTube channel like just changed, and it was called The Trues all of a sudden, and it was like, the Trues is like the news if the news was true, and it was like he got all weird and into
But he was like a
conspiracy theories.
communist before that.
And like, I was just like, okay, you're officially not doing like the thing for me anymore, so I'm just gonna unsubscribe and like put you over here. And then the next time anything popped up about him, it was like rape allegations and shit, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
oh, good, you're,
Well, that's when it always comes out,
you're
right?
total fucking
well,
garbage.
that's also when there is a nefarious side to the other side as well, though. Let's not kid ourselves. So, like, he chose profit, excuse me, over content. So he drifted to the right a little bit. And what the left do, they did it to Al Franken. And I'm
Yeah.
not saying that he was guilty or not guilty. I'm not talking about Russell Brand's guilt or not.
They
But it is-
self-immolated.
it's very plausible that the left then decided to like saddle him with a sexual based charge because he went to the right. Like that's how the nefarious people on the right and left fight each other.
Is that what happened
That's
there?
what they do.
Well, hang on.
I'm just
Hang
saying.
on. When did the allegations actually surface, and when did they become mainstream, like hot news? Because I
They
think they were
surfaced
pretty
like
old.
a year ago.
No,
They
I'm
surfaced
pretty
like-
sure they were old, and then
they might have been recycled then. But
that's what I'm saying. I think they got more traction and attention because the left amplifies it, which is good. Like, don't get me wrong, that's a good thing. You know, like if it wasn't getting traction because everybody loved you because of you're a celebrity, that's bullshit.
That's
Like
what's
Donald Trump.
horrible
That's what
about
happened
the-
with Donald Trump, right?
But that's what's horrible about the left. And Douglas, I'd like to hear your response on this. People always get tired of hearing the people that they hate, like Pierre Poilievre and the members of the Conservative Party, recycle the blackface photos. And I understand why. I totally get why.
Right.
There is no way that the left, first of all, would ever stand for a conservative politician surviving a scandal like that. Never mind, like the idea that they couldn't bring it up till the end of time. They would absolutely give themselves a free pass to give it a. If Pierre Poilievre was ever found in blackface, are you kidding? He would, first of all, he would have resigned. And if he didn't, the left would just nail him with it forever. And so that is why the left has nefarious people and the right have nefarious people. Are they the same type of nefariousness? No. But do I feel like sometimes I want to say something about Trudeau's blackface, even though I'm a centrist? Fuck yeah. Because
Of
he's
course.
the only guy in the planet at that time that would ever get away. Like, imagine any other politician like surviving that scandal. It's impossible. You cannot imagine it.
No, you're right.
No.
No, you're absolutely right. If you want, like, it's not an equal playing field when it comes to those kind of things that come back, right? Like those that come up and resurface. I think you're onto something there. That
Well-
part's unfair when it comes to playing dirty. Like when we get into the dirty mud, the left does seem to survive a little better than the right.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Except for Al Franken.
but
Rest in
But,
peace, Al Franken.
well, except for Al Franken.
Yeah.
But yeah, but that's a prime example of where that theory doesn't hold water, right? So it does. It's got its ebbs and flows. Like I think it's not a static rule. It varies, right? I think it's a
weird part
timing
about-
thing. It's a total timing thing. It's a news drop on a Friday afternoon rather than a Monday morning.
You know what the
It
weird part
depends
about
on
that?
where it fell in the cycle.
The weird
So,
part about that whole story about the blackface thing is that Andrew Scheer, who was leader of the opposition at the time,
yeah,
was standing in front of his plane when he made his first comments about the Trudeau blackface photos. And instead of doing something that would have been sacrosanct with what the conservatives actually believe, he pulled a page out of the booklet of the radical progressive when he just tried to demean him. Oh, I don't remember what he said exactly, but I'm paraphrasing, but it was something like, obviously these photos are very disturbing, blah, 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 blah. It was stuff like that. What he should have done if he was smart and savvy was this. It happened a long time ago. I think if we allowed ourselves to not get caught up in the emotion that these photos elicit, we would probably say that Justin Trudeau's not a racist. And I think that maybe this should be a coming together moment for both sides to think maybe we should rethink this whole cancel culture thing and not disparage a person and brand him for the rest of his life for taking stupid photos 20 years ago.
yeah.
If he did that instead of what he did, which was just play the like generic progressive kind of like shame game, our world would be entirely different, right? Or at least our country would be entirely different.
100%. I totally agree. And Douglas is the resident expert, so I'm gonna defer to him for this one. But
He's the best at blackface. He's the best.
just quickly about it though. We don't have that gear anymore. That gear got blown out of the transmission of politics in the West, in any Western democracy. That gear got ground down to nothing, where you can have civility in discourse, and there is no civility left in discourse. Now, both sides, yes, one does it way worse than the other. It's dirty. It's not a response anymore. I don't respond to what you've said.
Yeah.
I attack back instead, or I find something. Yeah, but you. It's the whataboutism politics that we live in
Or
now.
I respond to what I need you to have said.
That's right. That's
for my response
right.
to work, regardless of what you said.
I'll be back. Don't take my wife out. I'm going for 30 seconds.
I'm gonna take her out. She's out.
Fuck off. Don't do it, please. Just don't. Don't be that guy.
I'm not gonna. I just want to let you know that Ellen has lectured me, telling
You
me not
got
to
mothered.
talk with my mouth full.
You got mothered.
So now
She's like the
now my porn name is Mouthful.
mouthful. Both cheeks. Chipmunk, we'll call you.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Oh,
Ashley, what do you have to say about it? Anything?
not much.
No. You're far more entertaining when you have. I can't. You know what You know why I'm stupid? Watch this. Do you ever feel like? See that? See that right there? Ashley, when you are sick, does it feel like smoking is your job and not just something that you do? Why do people smoke when they're sick? Please say something. Oh, you're muted. Oh, because I let go of Ryan. Oh, fuck. Why does that
Remember the thing, James?
Yeah, that's a you
Do you
problem.
even
I
look
don't
at the
understand.
chat?
Why do I have to do this?
Please
Like,
don't take me out. Please don't take me out.
I would
Please
never
don't
take
take
you out.
me out. It takes Ashley out.
Okay, go
Read
ahead.
the fucking chat.
Yeah, well, that's Ryan's fault, not my fault. But anyways, come on.
Jeebus. Yes, I feel like it's my job to smoke when I'm sick. It's delicious, but it's disgusting.
I know.
I
And
need
that's
to
why
quit
it
really
costs so much.
badly.
Yeah. That's why it costs.
See, Jen knows. Let her fucking run the show.
When you take Ryan out, it means Ashley. Thanks, Tips. Who's Mama Lee?
What?
Who's Mama Lee?
I'm scared. Who's in the chat?
I don't know. Someone's in the chat.
Someone's in the chat, Ryan.
Oh my God! There we go. Hold on.
Is it Leanne?
Leanne Schaefer, ladies and gentlemen. Leanne.
I knew it. I was like, wait a minute, Leanne.
Mama Lee. I never called you that in bed. I was just like.
Oh,
was
gee,
like-
I hope not.
No, I never went to bed. I don't know what I'm talking about. Leanne, how are you?
Okay.
Oh, or without sound.
Wait, Leanne, your sound. Fix your sound. Fix it.
Fix
Get a
it.
millennial. Get Paige over there to fix your sound. I'm gonna put you back over here for a sec. Leanne, can you hear me? I can't hear you. You have to fix your sound. Get a millennial. Now I'm gonna put you backstage, okay, love?
Get a millennial.
I used to date Leanne. She doesn't want me to tell anyone, but I used to date Leanne.
I know.
But it wasn't dating. You know what it was? Leanne was she was like, she came into my life at a time when I had been just damaged. I was just so damaged. And she helped me realize that, contrary to popular belief among my audience base, I'm not a worthless person. You know? Like
You got your ups and downs.
I have my ups and downs, but honestly, Leanne knows things about me that nobody knows about me. Like nobody.
Fair.
And I just hope I'm friends with her for a very long time. You know, because she has a really unique ability of making a person feel like they're worth something when that person doesn't feel like they're worth shit. And Ryan, I know that look on your face, that perplexed look on your face, is because you're with a girl that loves you and you love her.
No, I didn't hear any of this. I was
know.
just reading the private chat, like the behind green room chat, and I'm just like, what the hell's going on?
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I was talking about Leane Schaefer and about how our friendship is important to me because there was a time in my life, maybe 2 years ago or whatever, where I felt literally like I was like, am I just worth nothing? And this person came up and lied to me and was like, no, you're not worth nothing.
And lied to me. They lied so sweetly.
Yeah. And I found out tonight that my nickname among her family was Crazy James. And I was like, Crazy in
Apropos.
bed James? No, not even that. No,
No.
just Crazy James. But nonetheless, despite finding out that factoid tonight, I hope her audio is better now because I'm going to bring her back in.
All right.
She
You
was
haven't seen Leanne in a long
super-
time.
No, but she was super. For people that don't know, she was super helpful in making me feel after my breakup of a 13, 12, a million year fucking common law fucking relationship, whatever it
But we
was.
count our marriage too.
Yeah. She was there to like literally make me feel like no. Despite the fact that this person has busted you into a million pieces, you're okay. And I was like, oh my God, that's awesome. Like,
I totally
and
agree.
I'm not being
When
funny.
one
I'm
door
not-
closes,
no, yeah.
another
Are you
one
gonna be funny?
opens. It's fine.
When alcohol
I'm having
closes,
tea.
drugs appear. Is that what you're trying to say? That's not what it was like. Even
I
though
didn't say it. You said it.
Listen, I'll put all my cards on the table. I had a horrible prescription drug addiction when I was hanging out with Leanne. That she
We
might
know-
not have
we
known about
know.
originally. No, you don't.
Yeah. Well,
Leanne
Things
Schaefer.
that you think that we don't know that we definitely know.
yeah. I'm sorry, James. When
You
somebody
weren't as good at hiding things as you think. You
It's just
remind me of
because
somebody that I love in a lot of ways, and I know you more
Yeah,
than you
your
think.
brother's a great guy. I love him too. Okay, I
Well, me.
love him too. Leanne, are you there? No.
No.
you're not.
no audio.
But you look
No
great.
audio.
You do look good, Leanne.
Leanne,
I
are
haven't
you on
seen
an
you in
apple?
forever.
Fuck yeah, girl,
Look at
get
those. Look at those.
Are you
fucking
on
biceps?
Get a millennial there to. Okay, you have three choices. Okay, shut up, everybody. Okay, this is important.
Hi.
Hey.
You have podcast settings, and it's a wheel, and that wheel you click it, and you go to audio, and you pick the mic. There's also browser settings where you go and you pick a mic, but also there's system settings where you pick a mic. All those have to be aligned for this piece of shit software to work properly.
And if you click on part 2 of our tutorial,
Yeah.
You'll hate that too.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna call Leanne. And I'm gonna
I can actually.
Yeah, what's the third
Oh,
phone call?
Leanne,
What's the third
do you,
phone call?
Leanne, do you, if you don't mind, DM me your phone number, and I'll call you through the board, and we can actually have you on the air.
Yeah, okay.
How about that? Just shoot it to me in either I don't know if we're friends on Facebook or on
James is going down.
Twitter.
No. I'm still sick. I'm still sick. No, also,
I have pink eye for the second time in a month right now.
stop
I'm not,
eating ass, Ashley. I've been telling
A
you this.
child coughed in my freaking eyeballs the other day. I can like almost pinpoint the
God.
moment
Tell
that I
that
got
child
it.
to stop eating ass.
He's
See what you're
so cool.
See what you're doing now is you're setting up. This is perfect, James. You want to talk about a really good reboot? You can come back in the summer. We're gonna pretend that we don't know where you are. You're just off having a medical procedure done, and then you just go silent, and then we'll just keep saying we'll let the conspiracy theories build,
Oh.
and then we'll
it
just
came
we'll
back
just
and
we'll
I'll
just
have a
we'll
whole
we'll
porn
roll you
series
back out in the summer.
Where-
It'll
where
be
my
great.
poor name is just different in every movie. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah. Hard Yards stars in Where's James?
Leanne, where are you
James got-
sending me this? Are you
James
sending it
got
to me on
knocked up.
Twitter or on Facebook or
Are your
You're all
DMs
sent
open
it
on
to
Twitter?
I think so. Oh, maybe they're not.
Feel free to message me. I don't care.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll
or
send it.
yeah, message Ashley if you want. But we'll call you because I'd like to talk to Leanne. I haven't talked to her in forever.
Yeah, here you are.
Oh,
Hi.
do you have it? If you have it, text it to me.
I just sent it to you, Ryan.
Oh, do you have it? Okay.
Yeah.
Through text or through DM?
Through text.
Okay. There it is. Okay. All right. I'm gonna call you, Leanne. You ready?
This is riveting for fucking Spotify and Apple users.
We got
Well,
you,
normally
bro.
we have behind the scenes producers for real shows. We don't have real shows.
This
We
is
do
Friday.
these. These are
Friday.
raw. Baby.
This is why people like us.
This is why. This
I'm
is what
scraping the
happens.
bottom of my pork dish, and they love it.
There we
There you
go.
go.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Turn off your speaker.
We are.
You gotta turn
We are
the
literally-
show off.
Turn the show off.
They turn the what
Turn
off?
your radio down, Leanne. You're caller number
Turn my
8.
radio down. Is that better? Is
Yes.
that better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
How are you?
We are. I'm actually super fucking good.
Oh,
Cheers to that.
I'll be there
Without
in,
being
in
super
10
fucking
minutes.
good, but yeah, right. I'm in a house full of like my kids, so it's beautiful. I love it. And
I want to see Leanne more.
and
Leanne, is somebody
Douglas?
watching the show in the background?
Yes.
Okay, you got to turn it down.
Are you okay? Turn the volume down.
No, on the show.
Mute
You
it.
gotta turn the,
On the show volume down.
yeah, don't turn your volume down.
Is that better?
That's way better.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, beautiful.
Now what do I do?
Now you can put your phone on speaker if you want for everybody else to hear us.
Hey, we can do that. I'm so tech challenged. Yeah.
There we
So
go. Hey,
come here,
guys.
guys.
There we go.
My daughter and my other daughter from another mother.
Okay, you want to introduce the fam?
Oh, what did they do?
Introduce the family.
Turn around, y'all.
This is Sydney. She's like my daughter from another mother, and this is my baby Paige.
Wow, they
Hello,
look
everybody.
they look
by
like
the way-
sisters.
By the way, Ryan,
are,
I
right?
just want to let you know,
We have
Ryan.
matching tattoos, actually.
My psychiatrist's name is Paige Schaefer. Literally.
What? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going into mental health, so that's kind of weird. Going into mental health.
Like for
next
school
semester.
or for
I
like
will
an
be happy
emergency?
to-
For school, for nursing, yes, RPN.
I don't
Crazy.
Oh, good for you. That's amazing.
Thank you.
That's really cool.
She was an ECT, but they don't pay enough money.
No,
so
it's not good.
she went back into nursing. She went into another program.
Did you
Makes
say
sense.
ECE?
Make the big bucks. She's gonna double back.
$30 an hour. Woo!
Sydney, what do you do?
I'm a server and a bartender.
Nice.
She's so good
Believe
at
me,
it.
there's no shame in that. That's actually my favorite.
Yeah,
On my
I
own
make
person.
bank.
I do. I
Oh,
do make great
goddamn
money.
right. Good for you.
And where do you work again?
Wildcraft.
In Waterloo.
Nice.
Wow. Oh, so you guys aren't far from us.
That's a
Come on
university
down.
bar.
Are you at the bar?
Yeah, we're in Hamilton.
Well,
Like we're not far.
I used to live at Ponderosa for a brief year last year, so I would
Steakhouse?
drive by Bimbrook.
The steakhouse?
Yep.
Like
Is that
the
what you
laughing at you.
Who's laughing at me? Who's good?
That
That's
was
right.
me. I was coming up with a joke about
Steak.
a
I want to
clothing
hear
clothing
it.
budget. It was a clothing
Don't
budget.
stop Ponderosa.
It was
I wanna hear
yeah. It was about a steakhouse and a clothing budget, but that's
Oh.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Um,
that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
They
Um,
serve really good food. So.
Take out
Really?
the closing
Yeah.
budget. That's good.
And she
I feel like I'm
came.
invisible.
So
Am I here?
the one weekend they came, and she's like, "Am I going to see like ass and balls and dick
Oh, yeah.
and stuff?" And I'm like,
Tons.
I did.
Probably.
I saw it all.
"So they-
Bartenders, a therapist, without having to pay for school.
See?
Yep.
I have to ask though.
I'll
Was
make it long. Aww.
yeah, Leanne, you were like in a place like that, you become like a unicorn because you're actually
Oh
an
my God.
Oh, I am a
in-shape-
unicorn.
You just
Yeah.
used the keyword that Leanne
Same
has
as
been
this
described by dozens of people in the last decade. As a
I
unicorn.
mean, in the instance of nudist resorts, because
Yeah, so do
normally
I.
it's
I mean,
guys that look like me that are at nudist resorts. You know what I mean? So
No, I wouldn't say.
No,
Like old
No.
men, like 70, with
fuck you,
They're not.
Schaefer.
they look
Okay.
fantastic. Listen,
the human body is a beautiful thing if you shave all
no.
your body hair and work out. It's
I
great.
saw way too many
See?
naked old people in long-term care. I'm good.
That's true.
I'm good.
see?
oh yeah, like you
Oh,
see her all the
long
time.
time.
I know I'm not like afraid of it or anything, but
No, so Ty, who's her boyfriend sitting right here. So they came to visit.
he's camera shy.
He's camera shy. So they came to visit, and I'm like, okay, you might see
He's
some
naked.
things. I don't know. So we walk around
Thank you, Ryan.
the park, and we go see Ange because Angela. I didn't say that. I just went to go see my friend Angela, and she's like, throw some stuff on, and then I was like, oh, look at this and look at this. I'm like, oh, I forgot. And then we go walking again, and then our other friends are at the seasonal part of the park, and then he's like raking shit naked, and then Paige walks around the corner, and then he goes, holy fuck! And then Paige is like, oh my god! And he's like, I think I need to put clothes on, and we're like, yeah, just do it. And then Jake across the way is like, I'm not fucking putting clothes on. Fuck that! You
That's
know where
me.
you are. He
That's
walked over
me.
naked,
Yeah.
didn't he?
I love.
Jake and Tomka.
No, they had like a
Or did
shirt
they
on
put-
or
oh, did they
something.
put-
Or they
You
were
guys
like,
I love how
naked at the
militant
same time?
nudists-
Hold on, hold on.
Their pride.
Hold on,
Yeah.
stop for a second.
Yeah.
Do you guys get naked at the same time in Ponderosa?
No,
Hell no.
Okay, good.
no.
That's fucking weird.
I just
Yeah,
I
okay,
just
was just wondering. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
No.
want that.
I like how
I
We're
don't
not-
want that.
Not incest.
We're not creepy. She just came for dinner. And then
I
I'm
get it.
like, listen, if
I
you
get
want to drink, sleep over. And they have a dance like every night, every
Yeah.
Saturday.
A
I'm
naked
like,
dance.
let's go to the
with
dance.
Mother and daughter.
Tyler
Okay.
decided at the end of the night he was
Take a
going to
trip?
retire there. No, he was going to retire there.
I love all these people. Because then you're all gonna really care. Like,
We don't give a
fuck it.
shit. Like, you don't give a shit.
I love how militant that Jake guy was though about how he will not put
Yeah.
clothes on.
My soldier will be seen tonight. God damn it.
You will all look at my dick.
That's a shame.
Wow,
Wow,
so rude.
what? You're a shame. Oh no, she's funny.
My
Is this an aggressive nudist beach?
No. I like the saucy
aggressive
witch.
nudists.
You're a
the sea
shame.
witch is a favorite.
Oh, that's a shame. That's the mom and daughter. I said me and Paige should make big money and do mother
You
daughter.
are
football.
born into this world naked. You might as well just fucking embrace it,
right?
Yeah. Right.
You
Look
don't
at
know
that.
what on.
Right, Sydney Bean? That's Sydney Bean.
That's
ladies
why
and
Sydney
gentlemen.
does so well at that bar, just so everybody knows.
Sydney Bean.
Hell yeah! No, we're really
I
classy.
wonder why my life is so fruitful.
So let me understand. Let me understand this a
Here's
bit.
me nervous because I
Okay.
have that ass out bathing suit in my cart right now.
Let me understand this though. So, have you always, Leanne? Have you always been like free spirited that way? You've wanted to like do that, or is this something that you came to later in life? Like what happened there?
Literally, my husband and I split, and my best friend and no, we hadn't split yet. My best friend and I went to the beach, and we were talking about my non-existent sex life and how shitty my life was. And she's like, "Listen, I can't relate." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "I need to tell you something, but I don't know how to tell you this. But I just need to tell you, we're swingers." I was like, "What?
Are we famous yet?
And then I was like, "Oh,
Can you tell them to
well,
shut
tell
up?
me more." And then honestly, I just went to a meet and greet, and then it just feels natural.
You liked it?
It's not dirty. It's not. We're not dirty people. Like there's
No,
like
no.
DTF. No, there's DTF dirty swingers. I don't deal with those people. I don't like those people. I'm very not. But I can't. James knows. You know.
But well, no, we know too, because
Can
if you remember, we've all
Unfortunately, now everybody. I don't care. I don't.
No.
give a shit
Can I,
what
can I can I tell you what? Can I tell you, like, just as a person who knows Leanne, like, she is not like what she just said, that whole down to fuck scene or whatever.
Yeah.
Leanne
I'm not
is
like that.
First of all, she is known in circles everywhere she goes, independently. Can you tell those people to please come down? As a unicorn, because a unicorn is described as a person who's unlike everybody else that's there. So if there's people there, then they're all down to fuck. People there and they're all shy or whatever like that. She is like this mysterious thing in the corner that's not like that at all. But
right.
most importantly, she has a way of being personable with people and getting to know them, and really like is she's just real. She's a real person inside these environments where if you're not a part of those environments, you probably don't really understand it. You probably caricaturize those environments.
All right.
But
All right.
she's a little bit different.
I feel bad for Douglas because he's actually like he's responding in the
I don't
comments when he
I
should
want to join in.
he should
What do you guys
respond here. I want to hear Douglas. Have you ever
Hey,
been?
Douglas
I don't
is
think that's
gonna love
Douglas.
him.
Oh, is that not you, Douglas?
No, that's not me.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Douglas's name is Douglas
Oh, that's okay.
Someone's name is
on
Douglas.
YouTube.
There's only one.
Okay, well,
Douglas.
the question still
Sorry,
stands.
Jack
Douglas, have
you're
you
fired?
have you ever done the nudist thing or like something similar? Because I'll tell you,
Douglas has done some crazy shit.
Yep.
Douglas,
I
go
have
ahead, tell
not.
him. Douglas
I have.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hard. It
So-
was hard.
It was
The-
very,
the
very
guy-
hard.
Our next door neighbor. Our next door neighbor was a really, really old dude, and I was
Put
so
those chicks in
hot,
another
I was
room,
like,
please.
Huh?
Can you put those women in another area?
I could go in another room.
Are you Rosa on the Rosa?
Oh my God, she's tripping.
All right, so
Yeah.
we'll mute it for now. But Douglas,
Somebody
what was
come
your
get her.
experience, Douglas?
It's really interesting because I'm like super sex positive, but I'm somewhat modest with my body,
Oh,
my
really?
own body. Yeah. So but yes,
Would it be
I
offensive
needed-
if I asked you how long your penis is now? Like, is that I'm just wondering.
James,
you a-
you know that if you want to know, I will just show you.
I already know.
He will.
Please warn me, because I want to be able to look you in the eye later.
So
Yeah, right. We had this conversation.
In the, I want to look you in the one eye. I mean, in the eye when you tell me.
but
All right,
yeah,
Leanne, you're back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll shut the
That is so
No.
much better. That
Yeah,
you're on
we can actually hear you.
Paige has been drinking tequila. She's drinking wine, and Tyler's just sitting there smiling because he thinks this is great. So
Ryan,
Good.
did you get my text?
Oh, sorry.
I don't know.
But go ahead, Douglas.
Yeah.
Tell me.
So
Yeah.
the first time it's I knew I was going to have to be on stage in a jock strap at one point in front of about 550 people, and I wasn't quite sure if I was going to be able to do that. So I had a friend I knew that was into nudism,
Mhm.
and they said that there were little house parties where you'd go and you'd just hang out and that type of stuff. And
Yeah.
and I thought, okay, well, I figured if I could be naked in front of 25, I could probably be in a jockstrap on a stage in front of 550. And
That's
yeah,
interesting math, but yeah.
it wasn't it wasn't easy. In fact, they were nice enough to let me have a towel and have it around me, because usually the rule is everybody's naked right away. And so if it was my first time, it was like I wanted to feel more comfortable, so they allowed me to cover up for a bit like this. And I think that the evening was about 2 hours to get together, and I think by about an hour and a half, finally I was okay to let go. But since then, it's been I've been in a musical called Naked Boys Singing.
Yeah. Yeah, you have.
Have you?
So
I
Oh
was
my
on an acid
goodness.
trip that was
Yeah.
called that once.
Wasn't that hairspray? Wasn't that all that was?
Yeah.
Was hairspray?
No, it's different. And
The wardrobe
I've
for
been
Hairspray
acting
was
now for
extensive.
about 40 years. I had my first full frontal nude scene before I had my first death scene
Damn.
on stage.
Shakespeare described death as an orgasm.
This-
When he was commissioned to do plays, he would use the metaphor of death to describe orgasms.
That's correct.
So,
Yeah.
yep. So
La
maybe
petite mort.
that's
Mhm.
correct.
So, Leanne,
Yeah.
I love you, Douglas, but
This is
I do
Marcus
want to see you in a cod piece, but I want to hear more about Leanne and her
Perfectly understandable. I
Enter
will take
foray
no
into
offense
nudism.
whatsoever.
So how long have you been, so when did you and your husband split?
2015.
So, and was it recent? Was it pretty quick after that you just decided, you know what, fuck it, I'm not beholden to anything anymore. I'm just going to be me. I'm going to do what I want. And what, 3 days?
Well, because there was a meet and greet at a hotel just outside of Kitchener,
Okay.
and you can't do things. It's just a meet and greet. So I was fucking terrified. I'm I don't think I can do this. This was not easy. It was not easy at all.
Leanne, in a meet and
all.
greet, what do you shake?
Right?
Hello.
No, they just stare a lot, and it's just creepy. Not creepy. It's just weird. It wasn't.
Yeah. Was
to
there
it.
window shopping going on at this meet and greet? People are looking and going,
Yeah.
I guess you
Well,
can. We'll take $10
you
off
gotta-
your membership. We're going to
Right.
add 50 to yours.
Okay, let me interject for 1 second, Leanne, and I'll let you continue. But as a
Yeah.
person that's never been in that scene, I don't know how you feel, Ryan, Douglas, or Ashley, but I would be edging for days before I would allow myself to be seen.
So it was like a baby's arm.
that. Yeah, just walking around with a fucking, hey, how you doing? No, I have not been edging for 4.5 days. Absolutely not. Okay,
But
go
it
ahead.
isn't really like that though.
All right. So
It isn't kind
So you did it.
There was-
What did you learn? What did you learn about you when that happened? You know what I mean? When you did it, you obviously were in a super vulnerable spot, right? Kind of the first time was vulnerable. It had to have been. I don't care who you are. You're vulnerable in front of somebody else,
Yeah.
nude, one person, let alone an entire campground.
Right.
What did you learn? Did you actually have to shut some things off and
No.
look at it and go, wow, I was wrong about that. I should have been free like this the whole time. Nudism fucking it actually fascinates me. I just don't get.
Because when you think of nudists, when you hear about nudists and you watch documentaries or whatever about nudists, they're never the ideal beauty. It's always the flawed body that likes
Because
to
nobody
be nude.
cares about the body, right?
Oh no, it's fun. I put eyelashes on. I wear jewelry.
So aren't you considered somebody that's showing off at that point then, because you're an attractive lady, right? So
No.
you'll easily somebody that's not as physically attractive as you are
But we
would.
don't care.
No, you.
Well, I know
all bodies would be like it's all kind of like.
Always
level
the hottest
playing
ones that
field,
say they
right?
don't
Like,
care, though.
that's what I'm
Everybody's,
saying.
like,
Exactly.
Yeah,
on the same
everybody's
level.
on the same level. It's like, okay, we're all here to just
Exactly.
be naked, so just be naked.
Yeah, but
I'm-
Leanne,
nobody's
I-
judging
listen,
anybody.
but Leanne
Yeah.
is if listen, I'm going to say this respectfully.
Because
Let me
remember
collect
the
my thought.
podcast that James did when he was in Creamware, and you guys were like, "I think I see a naked."
Yeah, you were
And it was
nude.
you walking
Yeah.
around with your
Yeah.
ass out, totally.
Yeah, you just didn't
Yeah.
get. Yeah,
I totally.
yeah. Well, which
trying to
is
walk
cool.
And that was the
corner.
first time that
See-
one of my properties was actually seen in the background of
And-
one of my podcasts.
Yeah.
James wasn't telling like the world, obviously.
Did
that
you
he
just
was
call
seeing
Leanne your property?
Anybody?
Yes, but no one laughed, and now it feels weird.
But like, I knew it was you, and I was like, "You want to tell?"
It wa-
I didn't
Leanne?
know it. I thought I was way out.
That's
and then
why
I
I
was
was
reading
like,
comments,
"James, warn her."
and I
damn it.
read someone say, "Did you just see a naked person?" And then I was like,
Well, it's
And I
because
was
it had
so
that
upset.
weird breakout window,
It
and
was
all I saw
far
was
away
boobs.
and like blurry. Like it's not like it
I
was
was
like a.
so upset. I cried.
I didn't
think
know it was.
cried.
I didn't know
I-
you were there either. I didn't know.
I
I
cried.
saw you naked before and after the podcast, but I didn't.
We've seen somebody else's ass on the podcast since then. If it makes you feel any better,
Oh, whose was
This
that?
this podcast is full of nudity. It's fine.
yeah,
True.
like it's
Somehow we never
and
get
it's same
dinged
thing.
by YouTube.
Accidental nude walk by. It's like, oh fuck, what happens on here?
So
apparently.
okay, so back to
Casual Friday.
that Creamore weekend. What were you doing naked in James's house,
It wasn't James's house.
or what were you
I
doing
was-
in that house with James?
Yeah,
nude?
that wasn't my house. That was too
I
nice.
was
to be
Clearly
my house.
looking for a
sitting.
snack. She was in the kitchen.
I was house sitting my girlfriend's property while they went to Portugal and Paris.
We were co-house.
I
Oh,
couldn't-
see, I thought it was somebody that James had known.
No.
No.
Oh, so James was the guest.
So I
I was the
Oh,
house sitter.
understandable.
Why are you trying to like belittle my role?
That's
You
what you
were-
said.
I'm
You
not.
told us all that you were house sitting.
I was.
You
Leanne,
was
you
house
weren't.
sitting.
You weren't there for a
You were
week.
totally
right?
house sitting.
Yeah, yeah.
So then why
We
were
were
you-
co-house sitters.
They
we were
were
co-house.
house sitting.
I'm so
They were a
confused.
freaking
They were
team.
house
What's
They went
wrong with
away
you?
for the entire summer, and
Okay.
they were gone for traveling, and they needed
Right.
somebody to come in. The property was for sale, so they needed somebody in there. And I said, she's like, "Well, can't you stay here all summer?" I said, "Where the fuck am I going to work? Because I do hair in my house." So I'm like, I can move things and negotiate things, but I can't. I cannot
can I-
take 3 months off.
Leanne, can I interject
So
for a
I-
second? Leanne told
Yeah,
me
yeah.
what she just told you guys. She told me that, and I was trying to finish my book, and we can get it.
Yeah.
We can figure out. We
Oh,
can
that
talk about
book.
what happened with that book after this.
Yeah, no, that's another show entirely.
But I was trying to figure out where I could like finish my book. I just recently be separated with my ex or whatever,
yeah.
and they were and I suggested to Leanne, I'm like, oh, you have a couple whose mansion will be vacant for 3 months or whatever it was. I'm
What a
like,
terrible
I
fucking
would-
opportunity.
yes, yeah, I just to let you know, to kill two birds with one dick. I would love. I don't mean that. I would love to go. I meant because of the writing thing.
Yeah, of
I would
course.
love to go to Creemore and house sit for, like with you or whatever. and
literally-
figure it out. Yeah.
We
Go
only crossed paths for like 5 days of the entire summer.
What
It was
happened?
only like a
That's
3
not
day
true.
stint.
That's
What's
not
that?
true.
Uh-oh.
It was like 6 days and then it was 4 days. I know it. You know,
Semantics.
10
Right.
days. It was double what she said.
Okay.
I don't know
alright.
why she's trying to downplay it, but I
10,000
don't want to
days
know.
of
I don't
summer.
want to know why she's trying to downplay it.
No, it was no because I couldn't. Like,
Why
it just-
didn't why what okay, so why didn't this continue, Leanne? Is because there's no way to cage a free bird like James, even though you're totally used to seeing free birds all over the place, apparently.
Leanne, can I? If you answer that, I might feel bad. I'll answer that.
I'm saying it. I know. I'm asking in generalisms. Like, can I get a margarita?
Yeah.
He's like, "Do you want your
You might need
margarita?"
one.
I'm like,
Make it a
"Wow."
double. Make it
You know,
a double. We're having a conversation.
Ryan, do you want me to be honest with
This
you?
is my show. Okay.
Do you want me to be honest with you?
Yeah,
I'll
please.
be honest with you. Leanne and I had been talking online for about a year.
Thanks, babe. You're welcome.
We've been talking.
You're good.
They need to leave the room.
Can you text Uncle Steve? And
Go ahead, James.
Leanne and I had been talking online for about a year, and then when I was separated, we met in Toronto, and then and that was in April of 2022, I believe. And then the whole house sitting thing came into fruition, and we decided to meet there. I was not ready to be in a relationship. And I'll be totally honest with you right now. Not only was I not emotionally or mentally ready, but I was also like, not realizing that I didn't give a fuck about myself at the time, right? And so, like we spent time together there, and we realized, I think, that our friendship was good, but our romance was not gonna happen because I wasn't ready, and she had her own things going on or whatever.
Right.
But
I am not a house wrecker.
You're not
Or-
a
No,
no.
She came afterwards.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
That nobody's even getting close to implying that. But
No,
I
not
just
that
wanna
we
make
didn't
that
be,
clear.
not that we didn't belittle my ex while having sex, but besides that,
Whatever gets you off, man.
That's
yeah,
it.
that's right. That's right. Leanne,
I
don't-
have a
don't-
joke about that, but it's
God,
fucking horrible.
Leanne's
I
face
should-
right
You're
now.
not
I feel
probably
like
shouldn't say it here, should
You're
I?
not saying it.
Not about you. It's about me.
We've been together long enough. I know what he's gonna say, and he's not saying it. So
I'll put.
You can say
I'll
it.
put-
Nothing.
No,
embarrassing.
no. I can't.
no,
I
it will
seriously
embarrass
can't.
him. Is what
I'll
he
put
said.
it. I'll put it in the private chat just for our little group of people. But
Ryan
it's-
likes to listen to Leanne or Ashley talk about ex-lovers. Go ahead, Ryan.
No, that's not it. So anyway, so that's why that. Okay, so it was a you problem, James. It wasn't a Leanne.
Of course it
just
was.
did-
I
okay.
was exiting a relationship where I was completely fucking destroyed by
He
this
was
person.
James was so broken. Like our conversations were, how can I help you get out of this panic attack? How can I help you know that what she's saying is not okay? On the other hand, she's the mother of your children. Like there has to be some way that you can, like and as we are right now, like
Oh.
you and me are like ink and dink, like so kind of like soul
I
friends.
put the
and
dink in
stuff.
that, by the way.
No, you apparently you did, right?
And he did. And he tries every once in a while, and then
I love
you know.
making
What did
Douglas
you just
melt.
say?
I love
what,
making
once in a while?
you
Douglas
gotta
melt down.
remind him that you've been there.
Wait,
and you're not
wait.
doing that shit again.
Leanne, what did I do once in a while?
no,
You keep trying
you
there,
try
James.
every once in a while, and I'm like, no, not
Try
right
to
now.
what?
no. Like,
Have
no,
sex.
Sorry, Douglas.
No.
no, would you be my
Are you
girlfriend?
fucking kidding?
Oh,
No,
Douglas
no,
read
no,
it,
no.
didn't he?
He did.
He doesn't.
Okay. What Leanne just said was false. That's not what happened.
It's
This
false.
is what happened. It wasn't about the sex. It was about afterwards, because our geography, I felt insecure.
Yeah.
And she felt like it wasn't going to happen.
Oh,
there was-
okay. Well,
You know.
well, that does make sense because like you are literally fucking 18 fucking hours away from us, right?
Yeah.
What? To get
Killaloo
people
is
to
like
visit me.
way the fuck. Actually, Killaloo is right by the
Barry's Bay.
best swingers resort,
Yeah.
which is called Footprints when it's vanilla, and
Which
it's
is
called
which is
Sandy
why
Bottom.
Leanne is meeting me next week at Footprints
I
right
got
near
tears out of
Killaloo.
him.
no Sandy Bottom. What's that town
James
that it
will
is?
have his balls out
Where-
when you
Uh,
arrive.
Bancroft.
I'm sorry, did you say Sandy Bottom?
Bancroft.
Yeah. Sandy Bottom.
Sandy
Where
Bottom.
did
Ryan, remember that picture I
Bancroft.
showed you with the
Yes.
Bancroft.
picture?
Yeah.
The beach.
Sandy
Wait, what
Bottom,
was
my
the-
new
no, I
drag
want to go
name.
back to when Leanne did this. What are you
Sandy
talking
Bottom
about?
is Douglas's drag name. Sorry.
I don't want to be ridiculed in this show.
Mine
I
is
really don't.
STD.
It's not going to go well for anyone.
Who's ridiculing you?
Well, I want to know what Leanne meant.
I was making fun of
What?
Douglas.
Leanne, when you were like,
What?
I did this towards James, I want to know what that was about. What was that?
Because I was joking. You know how we talk on the phone, and then you'll make like a little reference, and then I'll skirt around the bush. Hi, Bobby. I'll skirt around
Oh,
the bush
yes.
a little bit, and then
The dog interjection.
and then you go.
These
This is my
puppers.
grand dog,
Oh.
Gigi.
Charlie's
See how
looking at
see
me
how
now.
the
We
an-
talk
see how the
about-
question wasn't answered there? Did you see that?
Talk about
everybody?
puppers.
Yeah, what?
James,
Yeah.
Puppers on the
you
podcast.
are you going to be okay?
I am fine, actually. Leanne and I are going to be friends for a while until she, I guess, apparently decides that she's had enough of my aggressive advances, which don't happen, but apparently.
Did I just fucking say I was joking?
Yeah, no, I was just kidding
Jesus
too. I was
Christ.
just kidding too. We haven't seen each other in 2 years. How could I possibly make advance? I don't know about you, but I don't have like astro projection advances powers. You know, I wish I did.
Mhm.
Jesus Christ, that would come in handy. Ashley, have you ever
James
met
is
any?
probably
Yeah, go
James
ahead.
is one of the most intelligent, like smart. Like I can ask him. Like I didn't know shit about anything until like COVID. I just literally spent all my time working. I didn't know anything about politics. I didn't know anything about anything. I just worked. And then COVID just shut me down, and it was fascinating. And then I joined the Ontario Health Coalition, learned a lot of shit about a lot of shit.
Yeah.
And then
I think that's how we all met you, was just during that entire, like, the strife and everything. Yeah, exactly. And then you became
Brad and Dr. Viv, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So, and then he just, I don't know. He's like, if I say I don't understand what that means, he won't like mansplain it, and he won't.
Oh, good for you. He does it to me. Fuck's sakes.
Yeah, you're a bitch.
No, he doesn't do it to me. So I don't know. We just got we just got along really well.
Wait, hold on. Can I thank you for that, by the way. And my counter to that is that as a broken person, when we started communicating, what Leanne taught me was how to increase my emotional IQ, my EQ or whatever, by making sure that I realize that not only am I experiencing something that's happening to me, but whatever it is that I'm experiencing is someone else's happening.
Do you have delicious armpits?
Yeah.
Apparently. Would you like to eat them? Is that
I
good?
nuzzled it. It's in that particular one right there. Hold that arm up again. Hold that arm up one more time. I nuzzled in there for like a good 20 minutes, but my back was, you know what's funny? My back was so sore in Creemore, and all I wanted was to snuggle with somebody, but the snuggling position was so painful for me that I couldn't.
Yeah.
And Leanne was like, "Do you not like me or something?" And I'm like, "My back is killing me. Like I have to lie flat or I'm fucked." But I wanted to. Anyways, that dog's lucky.
So she held your man-child ass, is what you're ending with.
Yeah, that's what that sounded like.
I don't know. Fuck, it was a good time. Like it was, and I bawled in front of her on shrooms. She almost died. It was crazy.
You almost died. What happened there?
Oh God, yeah.
What happened there?
Fucking horrible. He told me, he's like, okay, I'm not shitting you.
Okay,
right?
you better get this
So
right because I have a version of this story. Go ahead.
So
Well, it's her story, isn't it?
The night before, I had chocolate shrooms, and they were fine. I just did 1.5 grams or something, and it was fine. And we were, I was finishing watching, what's that show I watched? I don't know what's the show I watched the whole time. I forget. Anyways,
who was in it? Was it a real show?
Series.
Like a who was in
it?
Like
a Netflix series.
You.
No,
2022.
It'll come.
Yeah. Anyways.
Huh?
Yeah.
And it's there.
All right.
So then the next day, I will not name names. Somebody else came, and he's like, "Oh look,
Rob
you did
Kiblikin.
like
Go ahead.
the night before, so you
There
need
it
to
is.
eat 6 grams of shrooms." So
I did
idiot
not.
me,
Oh,
not
fuck
knowing.
off! I did not say that.
No.
I was
You
talking
did.
about myself.
So he fed me 6 grams
That is.
of mushrooms.
I remember when he
This
ate
story.
8 of them on that political podcast we did. We did that live stream of the election, and
Yeah.
James got absolutely riggedy wrecked on shrooms.
Okay,
So
this is
that
all
number
false.
sounds right.
Bullshit.
So
Leanne,
here's
I'm
me.
remembering correctly.
No, this is the truth. So at first it was fine. I was like, "Oh my god, my nails they're so shiny and the light's so pretty." And then my stomach went, "Bleh." And I went, "Oh my god, I think I'm gonna shit my pants."
That's the best.
So I ran downstairs,
I was like,
and they
two
have
kids.
this stupid fucking mirror beside the toilet. So every time I looked over, I had like shrinky head, like it was all
Like,
and I was
yeah,
like, oh my
Beetlejuice. Remember?
Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice. It was so bad, and all I could hear was it was dead silent. I could not get off the toilet. I had no clothes, so I couldn't leave. So I'm sitting there. All I can hear. Do I tell this or no? I don't know if I should tell
go
you.
ahead, I don't give a fuck.
So Kiblikin was
How
like
this is wrong.
obsessed with Dean Blundell reels. So he would repeat them and repeat them and repeat
They
them
were
and repeat
horrible.
them.
Yeah.
And I was like, what is happening? So I'm like, James, he's fucking outside pacing. I'm like stuck. I'm like, I think I'm having a heart attack.
Okay.
I think I'm having a heart attack. I can't breathe.
Okay.
And I don't know where
Wait
he
till
was.
you hear
So I
my
was down
version
there
of the
for like
story.
2
Let her get
hours
through
on
it.
this fucking toilet. It was horrible. Then I came upstairs And then I threw up shrooms out my nose, out my mouth. And then he was
Still downstairs
so
at that point. But go
fucked.
ahead.
That's right, kids. It's a great time.
So
Everybody.
fucked. I dumped all of his shrooms down the sink and didn't tell him. So then he was a little bit.
Douglas is
mad. And then we
snacking. I
lost
love
the
you,
cat.
Douglas.
It was so horrible.
Okay.
Anyway.
Can I
Douglas
give you
is
my
watching
version?
the show while he's on the show. I love you
Sorry,
so
guys.
much.
Sorry.
I'm going to give you my version of the story. First of all, Leanne was the one that bought the shrooms from a fucking reserve somewhere.
For you, from the resident. From
I'm
the
not
rent.
saying
That
it
was the
wasn't for
problem.
me. It was okay. Let me rephrase. Leanne brought the shrooms for me from some fucking mysterious reserve that didn't even put what kind of shrooms they were on the bag, right? But as soon as I opened them and I looked at them and smelled them, I was like,
Holy shiitake.
oh my god, this is gonna this is like porcini shit. This is gonna be great. And I was like, I told her that I take 6 grams, and and I even measure it out. I'm like, I take 6 grams. Here's what really happened.
You were like, you can do 6. You'll
Stop
be
it.
fine.
No,
That's what you said.
Stop. You don't remember this part because you got fucked up, right?
He doesn't mansplain anything. It's fine.
I advise both her and Rob Kiblikin to not just eat the shrooms, but to powderize them in a blender.
I
and
ate
them.
the shrooms as a shroom. It was gross.
Dude.
They do. They taste horrible.
I ate
And they
6
come
grams
up-
of, I ate 6 grams of shrooms in powder in ice
I don't know if it's the poison or the shit they grow in. I can't pinpoint.
Right. But
I think it was penis MD. I think that's what it was, actually. I think it was penis MD.
I didn't know they started
it was
naming
fun.
mushrooms like.
Are they naming
weed.
shrooms like weed? Yeah.
Yeah.
Back in
And I
that
mind
day,
fuck
it
is
was
the
just
best one
you
right
got
now.
lucky if the guy
Oh.
had them, and they were mushrooms, and they were gonna make you see shit, and that was all you knew.
So anyway,
James,
James.
I begged her to powderize them. And she was like, no. I'll just eat them the way Rob Kiblikin is eating them because he's the good example for everybody, right?
That's
And so-
right. He's the
Yeah.
You
professional.
live and you learn. To be
She
fair.
did not eat 6. She ate like 4, maybe. Still probably too much, but still like 4. But she didn't powderize them, right? When she
No.
says that James was outside pacing, I was in this like mansion's fucking like 3 and 4 or 5 acre, whatever the fucking lawn it was, wandering around.
90
feeling like-
acres.
The 40-acre
90
forest.
acres, whatever it was. I was wandering around thinking that I was in like a Simpsons episode because everything was cartoon.
Are
And
you
then all
here
I
to
hear,
help me with my ketchup problem.
all I hear is this in the distance. James, this is Rob Kiblikin.
Okay.
James, you gotta get over here. Leanne's fucked. And I'm like, holy shit. Right? So I go back to the house when I'm told that Leanne's fucked, right? I go to the basement. She's lying on the
Oh my God.
She's lying on the tiles in the bathroom.
On the floor. No, the carpet. I'm laying on the carpet. I swear I'm having a heart attack.
When I
Like,
first got you,
you're
when
not.
I first got to you, you were in the bathroom. What I tried to do is give you advice, and this is my advice to her. I was like, put your fingers down your throat and puke it up.
Get rid of it.
Oh yeah. I
Yeah.
kept telling
Get
her.
rid of it.
I'm like,
And
no.
she was like, she was literally this is not only the face, but the voice that she made. I can't. I just can't. And I'm like, you have to. She's like, I don't wanna. And I'm like, and I'm looking at her like she's like a character in Futurama. Right? And then
But he
I'm
had
like-
a shrinky head.
That's
And
right.
he's little.
Yeah.
He's a very little man. Like he's
Hey, you know
you're
what?
just shorter.
You know what?
Sorry, but you're just shorter.
You could present
And
that a
so
little
then
bit
he has
more
this
favorably.
shrinky little head, and I was like, this is not fun.
You're a
I
male
don't-
of minimal stature.
You want to play that game? Okay, fine. Then she shit her
No.
pants.
Taking
No,
advice
don't
from-
take it as a fucking
Nobody's
slight.
taking advice from an
just
Oompa
kidding.
Not.
Loompa. Let's just
I'm
calm
just
down.
kidding. Okay, and then I was like, I'll be right back. And I admittedly
Jesus.
was like, I just got to go see the Simpsons cartoon shit for a little bit longer before I take care of it.
And
I
then he
left.
left me there.
I left her there, and then I came back.
Content. It's content, baby.
It was 20 minutes, but she made it seem like it was like 2 hours. Okay, but it
Oh
was
my
20 minutes.
God.
I came back,
It's horrible.
I came back, and then I stayed with her. I did stay with you at that point, and I was
No,
like,
you didn't.
yes, I fucking did.
No.
This
No,
is why we're not.
you
This is
didn't.
why
You
we're
fucking
only-
let the cat out, and then I was looking for the cat for the next 9 fucking hours.
You didn't get up. No,
9
we're still
hours.
no. We're still before
They also
that.
have
We're still
cameras.
before that. We're still
They have
before that.
cameras all over the fucking property. So I'm trying to
Oh.
stay out of the camera view.
Yeah, for sure. Because
And then
people are
You're
going to see
3
this.
fuck-
You're gonna be a
3
viral
people.
fucking YouTube video in a minute.
Dude, she just said that she was basically dying, and now you're accepting her version of events seconds after she was apparently
I was
dying.
dying.
I'm talking about the cameras.
No, I'm talking about the cat. All that shit happened like hours afterwards because I came
Well, that was
back.
ours.
I came back and I tried to make her feel better. I tried to convince her to puke. She didn't want to. And then I started to bawl like a fucking baby. And I knew it instantly. As I started to bawl, I'm bawling. I'm like, "Ah," and I'm thinking in my head, oh, she's never going to be attracted to you again.
Uh-huh.
While I was bawling, right?
Yeah.
And then I left again.
You did.
Of course you did.
Can I say the best part of it?
Yeah,
So
please.
then Rob's like, "Where's James?" I'm like, "I don't know." So me and Rob are sneaking around the house, like looking out windows, like really, like sneakily. Like he's like, "Oh, he's
Sneakily.
looking
Yes.
sneakily." And then I'm like, "He's on the phone." So I sneak outside because my dog is locked in the basement and she has to pee. So I'm like, I have to let the dog out. And he's talking to his ex.
You're confusing nights.
Wife.
No. That didn't
Doesn't
happen.
matter.
That
Doesn't matter. So then I was like,
Of course
now
it
I have to be
matters.
quiet.
In the middle of a mushroom trip, I'm calling my ex.
We're trying to condense the story.
Anyways, it was a very
She's doing well.
and then Rob was like having this little boy moment. So I was like, "Do you need a mom? Because I feel like you need a mom. Do you need a hug?" Like, so he's like, "Yeah." So I'm like, just tell me your story. It's okay. Just tell me your story.
What a great time.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, you know what? Absolutely. You should totally get rid of the booze and go right to just like the things that grow naturally out of the ground, everybody, because it sounds like a fucking amazing
I was
time.
fine. I was enjoying the Simpsons landscape. Like I thought it was great.
I had Coke once and forgot to lock a bar up and took a cab home. And that's like the pinnacle of my horrible things that I did on drugs, just so everybody knows. But like, this is not selling the idea of going California sober to anybody, just so everybody's aware.
Listen,
creepy. It was
Leanne didn't powderize the shrooms. That's what happened.
No.
She ate
That's
them.
and then I was throwing up so hard, I kept peeing myself. So
And then I was there.
like,
I was there
now
for the
I
rest
have
of the
to. It was horrible.
Okay, all right. Let me break
Because
in
I'm,
just for a sec.
hold on a second. Because I'm totally-
I wanted
Let
you
Douglas
here.
Let
I wanted
Douglas
this for Douglas. Yeah.
Oh,
Get rid of
because,
the porn name thing so we can see everybody's name for the podcast.
Oh, sorry. I forgot that. Was
because I'm totally ignorant. What does powdering the shrooms do?
Did you put my name as porn name?
No, that was a comment from somebody in the
Your
chat.
name is somehow
No, your Mama Lee.
I didn't call you Mama.
Yeah.
I called you Mommy. I don't know what the fuck that's about.
Oh, I know what that is. Oedipus.
Go ahead, Douglas.
Sorry,
I was
Douglas.
just wondering, what does
not how you do
powderizing the shrooms do?
I'm glad you
'Cause
asked
I'm
that.
totally
Douglas.
ignorant.
Powderizing the shrooms makes it easier on your digestive system because when inexperienced shrooms takers eat shrooms whole, they get their enzymes all tied up in a knot. They get gut rot, and the gut rot creates anxiety, and the anxiety creates a bad trip. When you powderize
The
the
anxiety
shrooms,
creates
it's-
diarrhea, and then that diarrhea creates vomiting. And
No,
that's exactly
no.
what happened.
the non-powderized shrooms that you eat whole, like as if they're potato chips, that's what creates the diarrhea. And the diarrhea creates the anxiety, and the anxiety creates the bad trip.
Oh, okay.
I
Nausea,
advise that
heartburn,
you didn't do
indigestion,
because you listened
upset
to Rob
stomach,
Kipling.
diarrhea.
You listened to Rob Kipling instead of me, and I was so angry the next day. I was like, why did you do it? Because Rob ate like a half ounce. He just fucking ate
Oh
it,
my
right?
God, he did.
Oh,
He was
awful.
fucked.
Wow.
And I was like,
So
don't do what
fucked.
Rob does. And she's just like, and I kind of felt at that moment.
I'm like, I can do this.
Yeah.
I can do this.
I know, you
Like,
know
what
what
are
it,
you
you
talking
know what it,
about? I can
you know what it
do
felt like?
I'm
It
an
felt like-
American woman.
It felt like when my
Eddie.
kid when we have company and my kid's like wanting to show off. She was trying to show off to Rob, like
Totally.
"Things that he's talking about, I'll just eat them whole. And I'm like, I'm the only motherfucker in here that knows what he's talking about, and you should powderize them shits because it's gonna make you
He
not
was
have the
supposed
shits."
to be my shaman, and then he fucking didn't. And then I was like, I hate you.
The shaman told you to
So
fucking
then-
powderize them shits.
I have a question about
Yeah.
Yeah.
shrooms, and because I've literally never done them. How long does this last for? Like, how long do these effects stay? Like, especially like, okay, so we'll talk about like you guys first because you took a similar amount of shrooms. I'm not talking about Rob jamming an entire bag in his mouth. I mean, for you guys, like, can you go to bed and then that in the morning it's still there? Or because I have this thing when it comes to edibles, like if I eat like a weed gummy, there's days where I can sleep it off and I feel fine the next day. But then there's also days where it'll be 11 o'clock in the morning in my office and I will have like a Breton cracker. And as soon as I put something in my stomach, it reactivates the weed. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm a fucking executive. I can't do this. And I have to shut my door and pretend I'm in meetings all day because I can't handle dealing with people.
No.
Do shrooms do the same thing, or can you sleep it off and then when you wake up you're okay?
Yeah.
It's different for everybody. It's different for everybody. For
I sobered up pretty fucking fast. To be honest, I sobered up pretty fast. And then I was like cleaning the kitchen. Then this one was running around trying to figure out how to make shroom tea. And then I fucking dumped all his shrooms. He goes, "Where's my shrooms?" I'm like, "I don't know."
Yeah, that's another thing. She lied to me, and I was like, "Where's my shrooms?" She's like, "I don't know where your shrooms are." I was fine. I was fine.
You were not fine.
I cried for a second, but that was fine. That was like 20 minutes.
You look like a homeless guy, dude. You were so fucked. You couldn't even like put a sentence together.
The most entertaining part.
She described herself as dying and shitting and puking, which I did none of those things. I did none of those things.
No.
How was I dying?
This isn't a competition.
I'm so confused. I love you.
Stop being mad.
I don't think you have the right.
He literally he was just fucked up. I think you needed the fucked up to kind of unfuck the fuck.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Hit. Wait. Throw it at the bottom.
Hold on. Can you please
it bounces
say that
back
quote?
up?
I need that quote again. Can you? I needed the fucked up to unfuck the fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if he fucked up, chuck fucked up?
Because sometimes shrooms reset stuff a little bit. So I think
like ayahuasca,
you were
right?
so high strung because there was so much
why
stuff
I cried?
going on.
I know why I
Your
cried.
life was.
I'll tell you why I cried. I cried because of this. The person that I refer to as the medicine woman, which was Leanne, unfairly, we can get to that at a phone call in the coming days where you tell me that how wrong I was, whatever. But
no, it's fine.
I was watching the girl that literally was helping me save me from an abusive, fucking horrible situation, dying in front of me, and I couldn't do anything about it. And it made me feel like I was as worthless as my ex told me I was. That's why.
That's actually true. Because when I said, I think I'm actually having a heart attack, he was like, I don't know how to help you. And he looked like he was like going to lose it. Because he's like, I don't know what to do.
At one point, and it wasn't like this forever, but at one point, what I was trying to do, because I was holding you in my arms for like an hour. Like, I know you think I left all the time, but that isn't actually true. I was holding you in my arms. I was petting your head. I was trying to convince you to like force yourself to puke.
Throw out.
You're doing it. This and that, whatever. And I was holding you in my arms, and I wanted to make you feel better. I really did. I wasn't trying to like abandon you. And I started weeping because I started to feel worthless or whatever. But there was one point where I thought to myself, if I bring out her motherly instincts, maybe she'll feel better. So when I started to cry, I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I feel so helpless right now. That was the point where you were like, no, you're going to be okay. So you went from like dying to like being motherly. And then when I saw that, I was like, I'm going to use this.
You're going to rehash that energy.
This is the only thing I can
reflect it
to make this girl feel better right now is to make her stop focusing on her pain and start focusing on mine so that she feels like a mother. So that she feels like I didn't need the mothering, but
to look at me.
I didn't need the mothering. I thought she needed to mother. That's what I thought.
Oh, I love this.
And let's see what her name is. Mama Lee. Okay.
This has been my favorite Casual Friday that I've ever been on. And I've been on some really good ones. This has been my favorite.
I'm sorry that I infiltrated it.
No, I love it. No, I'm serious. I love you. Like, thank you for coming. This is amazing. I just it's fun to watch other people.
Sucks that you're hotter now than you were in 2022. Fuck.
Jesus Christ.
Go on, Ryan.
Wow.
That's a compliment. It's backhanded, but it's still a compliment. But go ahead, Ryan.
You have a way with words, eh?
Yeah.
No. Everybody's hot. Listen, everybody is hot. There is like some smoky hotness in every fucking human that walks on this planet.
Okay, give us the
Right,
rundown.
Douglas?
All right, give us the rundown of Douglas. What's smoky hot about Doug?
Everything.
Oh.
Sorry, I can't call him Doug. He hates that. Douglas. What is
His
Douglas?
His soul is like a big dick.
It really is.
Douglas's heart, because it sounds all corny.
No, he
but
looks.
Douglas's
He's
heart
right.
and soul is like, it's like your mom and your dad and your favorite aunt and your best friend and the love for your child and your dog, all like wrapped up in like one.
I'm not getting
smiley
hard
little-
thinking of those though. That's the thing. Like I said,
Like-
smoky hot.
Isn't that
Why
the
is he
important
hot?
thing?
Hey,
But he's hot too. Like if I were gay, I'd.
oh yeah, I would totally. Yeah, you have no
I would
idea. He's my guy. Douglas
But,
is
like,
my guy.
You just have this, and then like this innate ability to be able to take, you take everything. Like you're an empathic, but you don't fall with the amount of things that you take in. You just almost go better and higher and better and fuller. Like your cup is so full all the time that.
Mom, can you bring me a smoke from the deer cupboard? From the deer
Thank you.
cupboard.
That's super sweet.
Yeah.
Whoops. I lost Leanne.
Like when I said, like, somebody needs to tell this story because the story is fucking horrible. And then they were like, yeah, no problem. Like we can put.
No, it's fine, Leanne. James is just being a fucking asshole.
No,
start the
I
story
thought it was
again.
muting myself. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Like when he did the thing for me for Angela, like was like everything for me. I tried to go downtown. I lasted 12 hours and my back I couldn't do it. And then I got sick for 2 weeks. And that girl is like power in a fucking, I don't know. So I don't know. There's just something about, and then when you're with like different people, it brings out different things in you too. Like you and Polly are like a very different entity. And then you're different when you're here and you're different when you're here. And it's awesome.
I like how free spirited Douglas gets when he's here, and it doesn't have to be like he doesn't say anything controversial.
No.
It's the fact that he allows himself to be in a conversation that is controversial, and just as a casual observer, throws in the odd quip, which is absolute fire every time. Less is more with Douglas when it's the show, and I love that about him. He is uncancelable, in my opinion.
Totally
Yeah.
uncancelable.
Yeah, in my opinion, he is the golden child when it comes to stuff like that. But I want to get back. I don't want you to stray too far because I want you to tell, because you said something that it pinged something in me. I want to talk about the smoky hotness. What is James's smoky hotness other than
Oh,
no? Shut up,
Oh.
James.
yeah, he's got some smoky hotness.
What is it? What is it that's smoky hot about James? Okay, sorry, Ashley left for a second. I don't know if you were listening on the way upstairs, but Leanne said
I don't feel
every
James
person
I don't-
every person
Every-
has a smoky hotness to them. Doesn't matter who they are. There is something about Leanne can see like
Something
like that.
tells me it's not going to be aesthetics, but go ahead, Ryan.
I didn't say that.
She hasn't even given the answer. Give her a minute.
I was just kidding. Fucking relax. Jesus Christ.
So
All right,
he
what's
had-
James's?
First it was like his voice. So like he would have like a shitty night and then he'd be like, can I call you? I'm like, yeah. So I would sit in my garage and smoke
Mhm.
and then he would be wherever the fuck he was. And then he would rap. And I was like, do you know how much talent it takes to like lyrically put something together that it's something that so he would literally like write music nonstop and then he would send it to me and I'd listen to it while we were on the phone. I'd be like, yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, he used to send us really cool raps too, but we don't get them anymore. I miss those days.
Yeah, you
Just
don't
saying,
do
James.
it. I don't know if you do it anymore, but
So
then
Ryan doesn't do it for me, so I don't send him any more raps.
He used to. What does that tell you?
No, but it was different.
That was before he saw your boobs, Leanne. See what
No,
happened?
but
Your boobs
Leanne-
ruined my raps.
Leanne, Leanne was on the front line of new songs that I put out.
Yeah.
And I wrote some about her, and I would write them and like send them to her, or whatever. Like
Yeah.
you know, like it was, and yeah, no, she was like, yeah, honestly, Leanne, like all jokes aside for Casual Friday, like you were like a muse, like you inspired
yeah, he did
the
tell me
words
that.
that I put onto page. You know,
James,
so
I
if
can't-
that's the hot thing about me, that's really like a reflection of how drawn I was to you, I think.
What were you saying?
I can't eat a peach without thinking about James.
That's right.
It's true.
That's right.
Oh, what's that, Ashley? Oh,
Just a song that
oh.
James had about how he could eat a peach for hours.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Every time I
Yeah.
fucking put a peach in my mouth, I'm like, oh no.
You fuck. You ruined peaches, you piece of shit.
I'm gonna find that shit.
That's Ontario produce that you've ruined for us
We have
entirely.
a whole peach
Ruined?
festival in the area.
If it's
here.
Ontario produce, then I made it better, I think.
All right. We're not done yet though.
Fuck that.
Ashley, what is Ashley's smoky hotness,
Oh, no.
Leanne?
Oh,
Yeah.
Ashley.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
so Ashley has this. Okay, so I have to explain this because me and my daughter had this conversation like just before we went on about bisexual. She's like, "Am I bisexual?" I'm like, "I can't tell you if you're bisexual or you're not." I said, she goes, "Are you?" And I'm like, I would say I'm like situational. Not my first go-to, but if there's like a girl that's like intellectual or that doesn't matter. It's like little, I don't know.
Yeah.
You'll check chicks
I
out,
actually
right?
totally get that.
You'll
That's-
check chicks out, but not like
So Ashley,
Yeah.
what I've always been like super impressed with from day one is you have the utmost best sarcasm ever.
it's true. I live with it.
Yeah,
It's fucking
You have
horrible.
the best one-liners that come out.
that is so true.
No, it's fuck-
I don't have that, and I've been always like so envious of people who can do that. The only time I can do it is if
yeah,
I'm
try
stoked.
living with it.
But you are like, you got this thing, and then
Thank
you
you.
just got this like je ne sais quoi. Like it says je ne sais quoi. I can't explain it. You just have it.
She's got a voice. You know, I've always told her, I said, you know what? Everybody always talks about my voice when it comes to radio stuff and everything. And I'm like, you have no idea. My wife
Ashley-
has a fucking killer radio voice.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
she just,
she does.
but it comes naturally. Like I put a bit on, especially like when we're talking about shit like, and I'm going on in a diatribe. I'll hear myself and I'll be like, because I'm in my own headphones. I'm
Yeah,
like,
you have like different voices.
I
for
need to
different things.
put
you
it
can
on,
do.
right? Because I'm presenting something. I don't have a cute face like my wife. I need
You
to
can do great.
just wait. You're gonna get to me at the last. I saved me for last. I can't wait to hear why I'm smoky hot. But she doesn't. She has it naturally. It comes to her naturally, and those people have always fascinated me. It's like, I love how you don't know how good you sound and how many people are drawn and how magnetic your speech patterns are, and how because that's what drew me to her originally as friends. Outside of any of this shit, you guys like this is nothing. Like this came years after we met and started dating. Listening to her tell me a story, the way she can weave a story is so, to me, hot as fuck. Like it literally, like when I can get drawn into your brain while looking at your tits, I am so in. Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm sorry. I'm just being honest as a guy. I'm gonna say the horrible thing as a guy. Yeah, you're not supposed to say shit like that.
Ryan, she does have a spectacular ass, so that's
I
not
don't even want to talk because I'm not looking at her ass when she's talking to my
I've
face.
never seen Ashley.
Now I
back, so
understand
beautiful
why I'm your
bum.
guy.
She has a
I
great
rated
bum.
if I- I've
Great
never
bum.
seen it.
It's a good
Her
bum.
her butt's great.
Now I
Anyway,
understand why I'm
but
your
yeah,
guy.
Compliment
you're-
I'm willing to give myself is I do
You know
have a
what?
great ass.
I love it when other people see it too. I love it. Like Leanne just said it perfectly, and it's like, it's the way it's her delivery. It's the inflections in certain things, and it's almost like an I don't give a fuck, but in an eloquent way. And it's fucking. It's so.
She's like Demi Moore meets like that girl from Sunshine. What the Ellen Page, but
Yeah.
before Elliot. You know, Like,
Oh,
like
I've
just
heard
squish
that
those
more
two
than I've heard that more than once.
Juno. We used to always have the
When,
Juno
no, when
joke.
fucking
Yeah, yeah.
Juno came out,
That's
Yeah.
it.
That's
I
it.
cannot begin to tell you the amount of messages that I got after
My
Juno
mom.
came out.
Yeah.
And people were like, "Did you see this? Because it's you." And I was like,
Yeah.
"I don't know what to tell you, man. Like,
It's funny.
It's just a movie." And they were like, "Other than the pregnant part," because I was really young when that movie came out. Yeah, people were like,
Yeah,
"No
she was.
offense, but all I can think of is you when I watch this movie."
My
Hang on
mom.
one second. My ex had 3 younger sisters. This guy I dated for 12 years. One of those girls literally had me in their phone as Juno for
Really?
like 7 years of the
Oh, I had no
relationship
idea.
after that movie came out. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was fucking
And
weird.
the creepy part about it is my mom loved that movie. She loved for
I
some
love
reason.
it.
Like,
Sorry,
it was
say
crazy.
again?
I never got to meet
My
Ryan's mom.
my wife never met my mom. My mom died before we got together. My mom died in 2011, right? So when
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
and my mom knew who Ellen Page was, and
By
my
the way,
mom said,
mom's right there.
"If you, oh hey
Oh,
mom,
can we see your
Hi,
mom?
man.
hey mom," but my mom said like she used to because she didn't understand my fascination at first with Trailer Park Boys. And then she realized that it was the same girl from Trailer Park Boys that was in Juno. And I said, I think she's hilarious.
Ellen Page was in Trailer Park Boys?
Yeah, Elliot now. Ellen Page was in Trailer Park Boys. Elliot Page.
She
Ellen
was
Page.
not.
She was
Just to
Ricky's
be clear,
daughter.
We're not attempting
Really?
to.
Yeah,
I didn't know
We're
that.
we're not
Or
dead
was
naming
gender
anybody
or
here. I'm just saying that Ellen Page
Listen.
was Ricky's daughter.
I'm just
Right.
only comparing myself to the former, unfortunately.
Anyway, let me finish this part of the
Bruce
story
Jenner
though.
won Olympic
Okay.
medals.
Let me
Even if
finish-
Caitlyn Jenner exists now. But go
Right, exactly, right. But she'd made and I don't want, I'm going to paraphrase it because I can't remember the actual. If you ever brought a girl like that home pregnant, I wouldn't be mad. And then I married it, but she never got to meet her, and it's sad. You know what I mean? Like, it was very sad, and it sucked because I know my mom and my wife would have got on like fucking thieves in the night. Like, it would have been so
Puppies and plants, bud.
puppies and plants, and that was both of their passions,
Bud.
right?
The bud part is the best.
Exactly.
So Ryan,
Okay.
that would be one
So
thing why I would think you have like hot as fuck shit.
stop.
'Cause the way-
I'm gonna
we're segueing
yeah, I'm
into
gonna
you.
segue this because
Okay,
this is my
Leanne
time
had
now.
it, man. Leanne had it.
I don't get this.
Easy.
This is my time. I want to know.
He gets more
What it
time on
is.
Casual Friday than anybody else. But go ahead.
That's right. God damn it. I want to know why it is I'm sexy and smoky hot. Leanne, tell me slowly, please.
Right said Ryan.
I'm just kidding.
I'm dying.
But just to be fair,
No.
okay, what were you gonna say?
Well, first off, you're a very, very good looking man.
Yeah, I am.
And don't say it all. I don't feel like I don't want it all weird because it's not weird. But like you're a good looking man. But then you have, you know, that thing where you're like, I don't give a fuck what you think of me. I don't give a fuck what you think I say. I'm gonna say what I fucking want to say, and that's just the way it fucking is.
It's
And
funny.
that is. But then you put the two of you together, and then it's funny.
It's a great part. Like I always said, like we are a great pair. Like when you talk
You
about
are.
husband and wives, we are a fucking like it's a perfect match, and I appreciate that.
It's just making me depressed.
We suck
gotta
when
be
we
honest with
argue.
Why
though,
you got
because
a
we're both
rave
sarcastic
review?
dicks.
Is it because like 3 other people
No,
got
no,
reviewed
not
after
because
you?
of that, but because like I want to know what it's like to be with somebody that's got your back. Like I don't know what that's like.
You got to find the right
don't either.
one. That's all. Like
I wasn't kidding earlier when I told you like I don't think I'd be doing well with
If Leanne, if
Ryan.
I lived in Kitchener, Ontario, I would like probably harass this woman, Leanne, forever.
I told you,
Just-
and you said I never say that. You say that on the phone all the time.
What do I say?
I'm like, yeah, but it's here, so you can't.
what it is with Ashley, and it's
don't know
funny.
what I
She
say.
she says she couldn't survive without me. The thing is she doesn't realize I
You
was
can't
I was
survive.
a 600 and some odd pound fucking piece of shit fall down with a kid who married his well, not married, but I had a child with his best friend at the time, which was my ex, who I still love and I get along with very well, and Ashley gets along with everybody's very friendly.
And that's another thing about you because I also know that you've said that, and I think that
Yeah, but we
Beautiful.
just we couldn't live together. And we realized it early, thankfully, And we sat down and there was no animosity. And it was like, this isn't working, but we have a child now. So we need to make this work for them. So we did. And that's what we've done since, right? And then it's like, let's go off on our own. And yes, we are great friends, but we just literally can't live in the same house.
Murder.
And we found our...
Some humans just can't live with some humans.
Yeah, we just find our own people. And then all of a sudden, what do you know? We have like a super foursome of people that are surrounding that kid. And
and that child. Oh my God.
by the way, honor roll student. Honor roll
Beautiful.
every
Honor roll.
goddamn year. You know what I mean?
1 second.
That was a long wait for a fucking charger, kiddo.
We're gonna lose.
It's the
We're
wrong
gonna lose
charger.
Leanne.
I have an iPhone.
I
What do you think I have?
That's fucking hilarious. Thanks for coming out, kid.
See, this is when I like that Leanne brings out her that's like some diva shit right there. Excuse me, wrong charger. Hello.
Yeah.
Same. It's the wrong fucking charger.
Did you see any diva stuff, James, in the minimal time that you had there?
No, I didn't. I saw
No?
a lot of like, holy fuck, what am I dealing with faces on her face? Like Jesus Christ, what did I get myself into? Like I saw a lot
Why
of
am I here?
Yeah. Why am I here? What is going on? Like I just spent 5 days with him and I have to come back in 4 days. This is fucking crazy.
I have to just do fuck out of my neck.
Psychedelics. I'll pull it back really quick. Douglas, any really cool stories about experiences with psychedelics, or were you ever a drug guy? I don't even know that. Like, were you ever a drug guy, Douglas, or
Not very much. I had to have
drugless?
one. Drugless.
Or are you drugless?
No, not drugless. I was straight edge, pretty hardcore until I was about 26. I guess I got into rave culture a bit for about 2 years, and then sort of exited it. It was fun for a bit, but
So it was just like
that was all.
ecstasy and like maybe a little weed, or like nothing like hardcore though, right?
No, nothing hardcore.
You have any weird stories when you were on drugs?
The only one was the first time we tried ecstasy. I wanted to know absolutely everything before like I put some in, right? Like, what does it do? How does it feel? What does it counter react with? What do I need to know? How
Yeah.
do you drink water? All the harm reduction stuff. And then they started with their amount, and I took half that amount because once you put it in, you can't take it out.
That's right. Yeah.
So,
That's true in a lot of
and they kept on telling me, I would feel a certain way, and it's like I wasn't feeling anything. So I took the other quarter of the amount to make what everybody took to start.
Yeah.
And then, everybody told me, throughout the night, you'll see, this guy will be on the dance floor like this, this guy will be out like just like talking to the other one will just be sitting there in the corner and grooving. Right?
Yeah.
And sure enough, we've been there for 2-3 hours, and one's grooving and one's just like this chatty Cathy going all around, and one's all like like this, and I'm just like waiting, like, so is this gonna kick in or something? Because I'm not like feeling anything.
Really?
So after a while, I go back to the guy who was setting me up, and he says, is there any more? Because I'm not feeling anything. He says, no, we ran out. And says, that's all we got. And I said, okay, no problem. And they said that I should be having some sugar at some point during the evening every now and then. So he's got this like Tootsie Pop like this, and he's like, he's sucking on it, and then he gives it to me, and I'm sucking on it, and it comes back and forth, and at one point it's just like it just sits in the middle, and then we just like both go like this, and then it's sort of like it's this kiss that happens, but it's not like it's more like
I'm hard again. No, I'm hard again. Sorry.
Like this, and I'm cleaning his brains with my tongue and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, pretty much. Like
Yeah.
And it feels like it lasted like 5 minutes. It was like, holy fuck, what was that? And I guess that's when I realized, like, okay, for the last 2 hours I've been dancing all the day.
Maybe I do feel something.
It did kick in like 2 hours ago. I just missed when it happened.
Nice.
Wow. What about you, Ashley? Have you ever had like a crazy? I know, because like you're pretty liberal when it comes to trying things and doing
Look
stuff.
how cute she is.
She is. She's
She's like,
fucking
oh,
adorable. I love my wife so
no.
much.
Yeah, I've got some stories.
Yeah. Guys, I swear to God, this is going to be the best part of the podcast.
So there was definitely a mushroom night where I was like, yeah, I know 3.5 grams is great. That's fine. I can totally handle that. So I did that, and then my friend's mom came home because we were like 17, right? And I was like, get out of the house, guys. And we were like, yeah, totally. Like, it's summer. Like, we'll just go roam the streets in Hamilton. This is fine. So we went for a walk, and then like 7 seconds into the walk, I had to pee because that's convenient. And I was like, there's like a Dairy Queen over here. Let's just stop in a Dairy Queen. And I used the washroom quick, and I went to wash my hands, and I kind of got lost in the mirror for a few minutes. And I had like a whole Sailor Moon thing going on. I had like these crazy anime eyes, and I was like, fuck yeah, this is awesome. Love this. And there was no paper towel, and I was like, oh, I hate this. This is not. So there's a lot of ups and downs happening as far as feelings go in the Dairy Queen bathroom. So I popped the door open, and again, this is very local, right? Like my high school's around the corner. All my friends live close. The friggin' guy that works at Dairy Queen goes to high school with me. We're not exactly friends. It's just kind of a weirdo. He is standing outside of the bathroom door, just holding a paper towel roll. Like that's a normal thing to do when somebody leaves. He frankly scared the piss out of me. The rest of the night,
it's like a restroom attendant,
right? The rest of the night was spent sitting and watching Fennel turn pink and then blue, like the dress in Sleeping Beauty. So that was pretty cool. The other things I probably shouldn't say
on the air.
Yeah,
she does have some pretty fucking crazy.
I tried to light a candle or a cigarette with a candle once on mushrooms, and then I dipped the tip of the cigarette into the wax, like the melted wax, without realizing it. And I just kept trying to light the cigarette, and I was fucking baffled as to why it would not light. Like that was a really good one. I've had some moments for sure.
You guys want to see it again? I'll just light this up and see if next time she has a butt.
I have a lighter. I'm fine.
We got candles here.
Well, I'm an adult now. I don't need this shit.
Well, I'm going to be 52. So when I was in high school, like I couldn't drink because we puked a lot. So we did acid. Why not? It was like we didn't get pot. It was hash, and hash used to make me green. So I'm like, fuck it, I'll just drop acid. So it was prom night. We go back to this stupid hotel.
Yeah.
And we're in the closet with our boutonnieres and our wrist stupid thingies with a fucking blowtorch, trying to like illuminate the flowers.
Oh shit!
I was like,
as one does.
The next day, we were like burned. We did so much dumb, stupid shit. Like, I'm surprised my kids are fucking normal, to be honest with you.
James, what's your, like, do you have like a crazy, you obviously are probably the most seasoned on the panel when it comes to recreational drugs. What
that's a title I love owning.
You know what I mean though. You know, like you've dabbled, we'll say for research purposes.
Thank you. Ryan.
We're all sharing like the weird stories. Like, what's your, like, have you ever had like something that you can look back on and you almost like get that weird douche chill cringe feeling because you're like, I can't believe I fucking did that even though I was high. Like, what the, like, was there ever like an experience that you had while on drugs which made you take a step back going, what the fuck am I doing? Even, you know what I mean? Like a weird one.
I have a few. I'll just pick one. I've told a bunch of them on the podcast and on Dean's podcast before, but one of them was my cousin was friends with a chemist that was I can't remember what Ivy League university it was, but it was I don't know, fucking Yale maybe.
Some Walter White shit coming, folks.
But she was my cousin, and then like 5-6 years ago, she told me about how her once a year she goes and she has like a retreat with this chemist and a couple other university professors. My cousin's an inventor. She actually invented the magnetic spice rack.
Shut up.
She was the first person to ever invent
I love
it.
your cousin.
Hot damn.
I love your cousin.
Seen it in movies or anything, she gets paid for all that shit. You know, like
shut up.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Back in the day. Yeah, 100%. Laura Martin. If
breaking
you ever
fucking news, everybody.
If
That's
you
fucking
guys
cool.
want to test me on this, Google Laura Martin magnetic spice rack, and you'll see a whole bunch of shit.
No
whatever.
shit.
And Ray's uncle invented poutine.
Poutine.
We have so many
Oh wow.
inventors.
No, you got to see the clip. I'll send it to you, James. It's not real. It's so funny though. But no shit.
But he
wow.
sure thinks he fucking did.
So
That was like the most ingenious fucking thing for a home kitchen.
No
just so
kidding,
you know,
it's all the best ideas are the most simplistic, but
Absolutely.
still genius, right?
100%.
So anyway, so she told me that she's like, we're on the phone together or something like 5 years ago, and she's like, yeah, so I once a week I go to a retreat with this chemist and a bunch of professors, and I don't know, it's like 8 people or something.
Yeah.
And we all do acid for the weekend, and the chemist is the one that makes the acid. And I'm like,
shit.
oh, that's awesome. And I'm like,
Wow.
and of course, because I'm James, I'm like, can you fucking send me some, right? Like,
Of
so-
course.
right? So she sends me some. She sends me 3 hits, and I, dude, I'm looking for it in the mail like every other day because I live in Killaloo, and I'm just like, I need to fucking get this acid. So finally, and it just so happened to be on a Friday, and my ex and my kids went away for the weekend.
Yeah.
And I open up this card, and it says, "Dear Fred, Merry Christmas" or something. It was like fucking, I don't know, July, or I have no idea.
You're Fred at this point?
Yeah, because she was like, she's very careful, right? It was basically what I'm saying. So she didn't want to, she didn't leave a return address or anything. She didn't put my name on it. And so I get this acid, and there's 3 blotters. So I'm like kind of a veteran when it comes to acid. I hadn't done
of
it
course.
in years. I hadn't done it in years. Okay.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I know I don't want to err on the side of less. I'm James. I want to err on the side of more, right?
Of course. We
So
heard
I
the
cut
shrooms.
it. I cut it in half, and I take a hit and a half. And I'm thinking, dude, I've taken like 5 hits of acid before when it was California double barrel sunshine back in like 1994.
Yeah, but now you have Walter White making it.
Right. So
Yes, Fred is your new porn name.
Walter White.
No, Fred is your new porn name.
What is my new porn name?
Fred.
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 Anyways,
That doesn't
go
keep in the spirit of the porn name. Porn name has to have some
Right.
porn shit to it. But anyways, I love you, Leanne, by the way, and you're better than me.
No, that's from Reed. Reed got that. I'm not smart enough for that.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So I cut
Yeah.
the. Hey, you guys-
There, I'll mute it. It's fine.
Yeah, I cut the 3 hits in half, so I take a hit and a half, and I know blotters, right? And I know acid, so I put it under my tongue,
Yeah.
and I just sit there, right? And then like 10, 15, 20 minutes go by, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And I go on Facebook, and I see my cousin online, the one that sent me the shit. So I say, "Hey, cuz, how you doing?" And she's like, "Did it get here yet?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it fucking did." And she's like, "Okay, just before you do anything, just let me tell you something really quickly.
Shit.
Don't take more than a half hit.
There it is.
It's really strong, right?" And I'm like,
Should have been written on it.
right? Like
Yeah.
that should have been like "Dear Fred, don't take more than a half hit." Yeah, like that,
Don't bury
right?
the lead.
Yeah,
That's right.
don't bury the lead. That's exactly right. So, so I'm like, "Listen, I took a hit and a half," and she's like, "Fuck." Well, the first thing she says was, "Well, you're definitely my cousin."
Oh shit.
So I can't, dude. That was the first time I had done acid in probably a decade or something.
So what happened?
I was like, so I get offline, I close the thing, and I'm like
Waiting.
looking around. No, I'm not fucked up. Like I never really get like, oh my God, I'm so scared on any psychedelics. I always understand at the end of the day, no matter how fucked up I am, I'm like, this is a drug, it's gonna end. Like I always
High
have
puffer.
the ability to get into that place, right?
Yeah.
Like, but this was different. This was like I was walking around, like there's a counter over there. See that island right there?
Yeah.
So I was like flicking that island with my finger, and like I was flicking at nothing, and sparks were like flying off of that island, like flying off it, which was weird to me
Oh my
because I
god.
was like, I'm not flicking anything.
I'm not
So
doing
my
this.
brain then, when I flick, my brain goes, "You're hallucinating force plus distance plus mass plus this plus
'Cause the
that." And I'm
professor
like,
made
"Oh my
the
God,"
acid.
and I get myself into this like weird cycle. And then I like settled down. I thought I was doing that for fucking like 4 hours. It was like 12 minutes.
Shut up.
Like, it was like
It's gonna be a long trip.
So then I sit down. As soon as I sit down, I open up my laptop, open up Facebook, and I immediately get a message from my friend named Dave, who I knew since elementary school, but I don't talk to in the adult realm, right?
Yeah.
And he doesn't say anything to me. He just sends me a picture, and it's of like some younger woman, and I'm like, what the fuck? So I go to his profile, and that younger woman is his daughter. And I go back to the message, and the daughter looks like this. Right? Like she's pretty and everything, but she has a weird look on her face. And then that's when the snap commenced. And I was like, God. Someone kidnapped his daughter. It's up to you to save her. That's literally how I felt. So I was like, I called a friend of a friend of a friend, got Dave's number, and I was like, Dave, do you know where your daughter is? He's like, I'm sitting in front of her right now, and we're having dinner.
No, it's not her.
Oh, okay. Why did you send me a picture of her? And he's like, I didn't. And I'm like, yes, you fucking did. So he checks his messenger, and sure enough, he's like, dude, I have no idea how that picture was sent to you, but I didn't.
That's not me.
It was like a pocket dial or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And I was like, I thought your daughter was kidnapped, and it was up to me to save her. And he's like, okay, I'll talk to you.
Good to talk to you. Yeah, it's good speaking with you, friend.
So, yeah, and the rest of the night kind of was like that. I mathematically figured out how to like get Patrick Brown back into office that night.
Oh, shit. Oh, so it was that recent.
I can't hear any of you. I don't know why.
Oh, did
I mute someone?
No, I don't know.
Nope.
Are you good?
Are you okay? Can you hear us?
Friends in comments.
Hello?
Are we okay?
Yeah, can anybody in the comment? I can hear James. He just can't hear us. That's really odd. I wonder if that's can you hear me or no? Can you hear me? Yeah, I think it might.
Can anyone in the comments tell us if they can hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear nothing? Okay. All right. Well, while James figures out his audio issues.
But you can hear me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Saucy says I hear everyone.
I feel like
no, they can't hear us.
Oh, well, nobody can hear.
How about now?
Oh no, they can hear everybody. They just can't hear James. What's going on?
I don't know what to do.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot.
Ree says she can hear all of us.
We hear all of you.
Chris Smith is just being a dick, I think. I think he's just being an asshole. There we go. See what he did? He unplugged himself because he walked away from his microphone.
My headphones fell out.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah. All right. You hear anything I said?
Yeah, no, we can hear you now. You can hear you just fine.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that was that was just Chris, I love you. You're a fucking asshole and I love you. I'll give you, I alluded to the story earlier about the cocaine issues. And I'll give my story now because I don't have a storied past when it comes to drugs, right? I was never a weed guy. Even in high school, I wasn't a weed guy. I was more of a booze guy. I would beers and whatever. But when I worked in the village, I met a guy named, and I swear to God, his nickname was Whitey. And it was because he used well, it's because of your complexion, but I'm talking about because of what he used to sell us.
And off the shoulder style.
He gave us he used to supply everybody. So the bar that I worked at, we were the after party bar because there was like 12. If you've ever been in Hess Village, you'll know that there's like 12 to 15 bars at any given time in that place. And I would always, like, I knew people were doing coke and it's like, whatever, like we're having, like, as long as you're not being a dick, I'm not gonna, like, I was a doorman, I was a bartender, I was all of these things. But if you're doing coke, I don't care. As long as you're spending money in the bar, I don't give a shit. You do what you do, you boo, and just don't fuck around.
And by boo, you mean James.
Right, James. And So I decided one night at an after party that I'm gonna dabble in it, and I had a great time. We had fun, and we had whatever, and like it just kind of progressed from there. So about 6 months into that little, Ryan tried this, and now Ryan likes it, and Ryan does coke on the weekends now. I got to the point where I got bold, and we had an after party on a weekend. Doors locked. It's just staffers. It's all industry people in the bar, and we're slinging drinks, and we're doing rails. We're on the right on the fucking bar too, which was hilarious. I'm not gonna bring up anything about the Hamilton police. They may or may not have been involved. I don't know.
You just did, but
whatever. This was years, and I'm talking like 20 years ago, right? So I got
that guy's chief now.
I got. So you should see his mustache. The chief's mustache. Yeah. He reminds me of a guy that would be like, that guy does coke.
Right? That's a coke stash.
That's a coke stash for sure. But I got fucked. Like, I mean, fucking absolutely out of my mind wrecked. Where it was like the bug eye, everything is so intense to the point where I had to go home. I just said, that's enough. I know my limits.
I'm gonna pull the plug on the.
That's enough. And I do it with drinking too, right? Like I know when something hits.
Are you
my
an
lips,
Irish exit kind of guy?
I really am, and that's exactly it. I know where it is. I know my TSN turning point. We'll call it right, and it's like, okay, I got to go, and I don't say bye. I'll text you tomorrow.
Saying goodbye leads to puking. It does.
Yeah, because you're delayed, right?
The Irish are impervious. The Irish are impervious to psychoanalysis and needless vomiting.
Needless goodbye. Yeah, needless. Yeah. So I leave. I call my cab. This is before the days of Uber. I call a cab. The cab is there. I get in the cab. I say bye to a couple of people, of course, on my way through the door. And I get in the cab and I go home and I go to bed. No fucking big deal, right? So the next day I get a call from the owner of the bar. Actually, it was the owner's son. And the owner's son calls me and says, hey, you guys have a good night last night? I'm like, absolutely. Fuck, it was fucking fantastic. I said, I might have actually gone a little too far. And they said, yeah, we noticed because you left the bar. You were in charge of locking the door and closing everything up, but you left fucking 25 people in the bar when you went home. That didn't work there. Nobody worked there. So luckily, because it was an industry night and it's a very close-knit community down there at the time, I don't know what it's like now, but back then it was one of the managers from another bar luckily went upstairs, because if you know Hess Village, it is one of those multi-use commercial areas where you can live above these bars. And our GM, who called in sick that night, lived upstairs, and he knew to go upstairs and knock on the door and go, hey, we're all done. We left the money on the bar for anything if we poured anything, somebody else kind of like took care of it, but we didn't ring it in, obviously. But you might want to lock the door because we all want to go home. It's like 5 a.m. Right? So thankfully, I had people that covered my back in my horrible drug induced psychosis and
stupor.
That was the day. That was the last time I did coke. I actually realized that I never want to be out of control. I drink a lot. Like, I drink a lot of booze. Okay. It's still to this day, I still drink a ton of booze, and that's not a fable. Everybody knows this. I won't drink to the point where I don't know what I did.
Sure.
If I do get to the point, again, the TSN turning point, I will stop. I will put the drink down and I will just leave. I'll just go to bed. I'm like, I know that nothing good is coming from here. To this point, I know nothing good is going to happen after here, so I get out.
You typically only get like silly
wasted. Yeah, like I like silly wasted,
and that's pretty rare. Like,
I have fun drunk. Like, I'm a fun drunk, and if I'm not fun, I don't like that guy. You know what I mean? And I don't like being around that person, so I don't want to be that guy. So I have the sense.
So you never thought that cocaine straightened you out?
No. Well, no, off the booze, absolutely. Like, if I was like tipsy and I did a fucking rail, I'd be like, yeah, okay, you're back here, but now I'm a different kind of inebriated. I'm a different
now
kind
you're
of impaired.
A sleaze bag inebriated.
I'm a different impaired, Which
Yeah.
at a certain point there is a very delicate balance where it's really fun and you have a good time. Where you're
I don't
still
think people understand
a
how
little woozy.
cocaine makes you like
Be able to drive your car home if you wanted to. Yeah, it does. And I hate to
Not
say that. I'm
legally,
not
just
not
mentally.
legally,
it makes you
mentally.
not yourself. It makes you
You're
not
right.
yourself. It makes you
100%.
a lot of people that don't do drugs mostly think that if you do cocaine or something that it brings out the real you or whatever. It doesn't. It brings out literally like
No, it
the
brings out
part
your worst emotion, I think. I think whatever
worst
your most intense emotion is.
No, it brings out the worst everything. It makes you not yourself. It make like if you're a good person, like listen, I consider myself to be like in real life. When I walk around, people like me. Like in public,
100%.
I help old women across the street. I try to be nice.
Yeah.
Like, I'm actually like sincere about it. When I do coke, I'm like, I do things that I wouldn't, and I don't want to share any of this shit.
No, of course not.
I do things that I would never normally do.
Yeah.
Ever.
What,
Like,
mean
and I
things?
everything from saying things. You think I'm bad?
Hang on,
now?
hang on. What, Ashley, did you say mean things?
Yeah, like you get mean.
Do you get mean?
No, it's self-directed. I get
Oh.
mean to myself.
Okay, yeah.
Right. So like in other words, like if I was on blow right now, Douglas probably would have already left the show. Leanne would have been like, how could you share such a thing?
Yeah.
You know, Ashley would be like, that's really disrespectful. I'm your friend's girlfriend. Like I'm,
Understood.
And if I'm by myself and I'm on blow, it's all self-directed. You know what I
So
mean?
it's destructive for you.
It's destructive, dude. Like there's a lot of people, and I don't have to go into it. Doesn't even matter. It's 2024. It doesn't matter. Cocaine makes people do things that they don't normally do.
Mhm.
Let's just put it that way. Like,
And that could be
I know
good
my
or
ex
bad.
And I would get along. It was crazy.
Yeah, it could be good or bad. You're right. Like
or
you
just
could
out of
normally
the
not
ordinary.
be. Yeah,
you know?
you could
Like,
not be normally a nice, say, outgoing person, and you have those traits in you somewhere where you can be outgoing. And I think that's where it is with me. I'm at default, and I'll say I have no problem admitting it. At default, I'm a fucking asshole. I really am. Like that's
fair. You're so honest. That's my favorite thing about you. You know?
That's other shit. That's old trauma that causes that, and that's my defense. It's humor and being a dick, like an unreserved dick, right? I get that, and I'm aware of it, and I know it's a fucking fault, but it's also a strength at the same time sometimes. But when I would do coke, I became the nice guy. I was the party guy. I was like, fuck yeah,
Really?
let's go to Mexico. Let's go to Vegas. Let's fucking party all day. Like, and then it would be like, I would never crash, but I would know my limit. Would be like, okay, now it's time to go to bed. You had so much fun.
On blow?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh,
See,
I had no problem sleeping through it. I had no problem.
You're the kind of guy that could get an 8-ball and leave some leftovers.
Yes.
And I was the guy that was like, there's still something in the bag. Like,
Yep.
I gotta plow through that shit.
That wasn't me, thankfully. I'm appreciative of that because I know I could have been incredibly destructive when I was on that shit, right? Like I know there was potential there where I could have steered it either way. And anybody that I've ever talked to,
God, hold on.
that had
Leanne, what are you doing?
Like watching you smoke is driving me bananas. When I smoke.
You're having a cigarette?
She
I
quit.
smoking
She quit like 2
January
months
'cause
ago.
I have to have.
1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 out of 5 people on this panel smoking cigarettes. Welcome back to 1982, everybody.
Yes,
Right.
welcome. Yes.
Good for you, Douglas, for not. But yeah, no, I would totally just
I
enjoyed my little time
I'm
with
doing
it.
the sweater.
I love smoking. I'm so mad I have to quit smoking.
No,
Why are you wearing a sweater? Is it cold where you
I'm
are?
freezing.
Well, you
What?
had to open the window.
Is it
Windows
cold?
open.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was hoping
It's like -8, 10.
Yeah, it's
I don't know. It's snowed a lot.
it's about 8 or 10. That's
Canadian spring.
right.
Yeah, I loved my little dance with it was fun. That's why I call it my dance. I had a dance with it, and when I danced with her, she was a lot of fun. But I knew I couldn't marry her. I couldn't spend my life with her.
Yeah. See,
You know what I mean?
Ryan, I'm a confusing addict. Like I have done blow a million times.
Yeah, of course.
But I was never a person that did it every day or even like multiple times a week. I'm a guy that's like, I won't do blow for like 2 months,
Yeah.
and then I'll do a half ounce in 5 days. You know, like, and I'm that guy.
You
know
have
what
a
I mean? Like,
regulation issue, I think, is what it is with you, and that stems from something else. Like that's something deep inside you that's not like it's obviously.
what does that mean?
Do you think it's
not
a do
Pringles.
you think it's a physical addiction,
No.
or do you think it's an
Definitely not.
addiction? It's an addiction to the mindset.
It's an addiction to the mindset. And you know what the worst part is that when I used to get, like, Leanne knows, because I was when I first met Leanne, like when we started communicating, I was addicted to Adderall. She didn't know that at the time, but
Yeah.
I was. My psychiatrist put me on 60 milligrams of Adderall a day.
Jesus Christ,
And I took it, and I was like,
that's a lot.
as
Like,
soon
that's-
as I started taking Adderall, I was like, oh my God, I feel turned on and chatty. Like,
Yeah.
this is exactly like cocaine or fucking meth or something like that. And then when I went into one session like a year later, and he was like, James, I feel like we need to increase your prescription to 60 milligrams a day. What did I say?
Fuck yeah, do it.
Yeah, in my head.
Yeah, of
I-
course.
out loud, I was like this. Out loud, I was like this. Are you sure? Are you sure
Yeah.
that's the right path forward? You know, like, and it made me accentuate my dark side, I guess. I don't know.
But did it bring
Like,
any of the
like,
good side of you out? Do you think? Do you think any of it? Did you find any of it?
conversationally, maybe, like, but that's it. Superficial. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Like it brought it.
No,
like,
I think
Go ahead, Leanne.
I feel like for him, it would bring out like the artistic stuff. Like he would be able to like go and write,
So there's a
rap,
positive part. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. and then the other part, I think it was. I watched him be like super, just I don't know how to say it. Like it's more like
Careful.
Well, at one point, I was like, "Holy shit! Like you're sweating a lot and you're grinding your teeth." And I'm like, "What is wrong with you?"
That physicality of cocaine is fucked.
No, that
I
was
didn't
Adderall.
like that.
With Leanne- with
It's the
Leanne-
same thing though.
Yeah, it's meth.
I don't
yeah,
like. I don't.
meth.
Yeah, it is meth. Adderall is meth.
Adderall is
Kind
meth.
of-
Yeah.
So, Douglas, did you ever dip into the chemical stuff like this, like the coke, or like have you ever even tried it?
Nope.
Good for you.
But you know, it's a lot of people that have.
No, I've never had an interest in coke at all.
Did you? So was it because of what you saw with other people doing it
Yes.
and how they became?
Yes.
See, I fear for people like Douglas.
I didn't like the compulsive nature of it.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. But it's all about wherever. I swear to God, it's wherever your mind is. The minute you put that powder in your nose, is where you're gonna go. Like that's where. If you're angry, you're gonna get real fucking angry.
It's gonna take you to the caricaturized version of whatever you feel.
Perfect fucking analogy. Characterized character. Like you're a caricature of yourself.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
100%.
Like if you're sober, just taking an example out of thin air, mind you, if you're sober and you're a voyeur, and then you do an 8-ball, whatever voyeur turns into when they become a transformer is what you're going to be.
You're buying a windowless van and driving around the neighborhood looking for
Yeah.
people.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. No.
I've only really
ahead.
liked the happy drugs.
Nice. Yeah. That's why I like
Okay,
pot. I
I'm
like
sorry,
pot. I can't
but-
smoke it, but I like.
Wait.
eating it.
All the drugs are happy drugs to me.
No,
You know,
no.
like, yeah.
No, it's really weird. There's been a lot of things that I've just
Like Molly is a happy drug, right?
yeah, Molly's a happy drug.
Oh, of course it
Because
is.
you
Right.
associate
But
that with
I
dancing,
have
and
been
I'm never
addicted
happier
to-
than when I'm dancing. So
I've been addicted to Molly. Like that was more than cocaine or Adderall. Well, maybe not Adderall, but more than cocaine. I was like, I wanted to be on ecstasy like 24/7. It made me happy. It made me friendly. It made me empathetic. And then if you do it for like 2-3 weeks straight, it makes you feel like your brain is vibrating.
Yeah.
And in a place where you can't sustain the amount of narcotics that you're taking in versus your output. Like your output is just you're yourself, but you're like, oh my God, I feel so good about everyone in this room, but also I feel like I'm dying and I'm gonna have an aneurysm any second. You know, like it's weird.
Can I ask you
know?
a personal question? Like a very personal question about drugs?
Sure.
What drug have you taken and experienced that makes you happy with the James that comes out after that?
Mushrooms.
Is it shrooms?
Yeah.
That's your favorite. That's your favorite James. Like your favorite James is the, because I'll tell you right now, my favorite James was political show mushrooms James. I loved that James. It was so much fun. You were so much fun that night.
Mushroom James, when when I was going in my heyday, if you will, when I was doing like 6 grams of shrooms like once a month or twice a month.
Yeah.
I was like, if I was by myself, I could just sit there in a chair and be like, life is amazing. Life is what you make it. This is the best ever. If I was with people, we'd be laughing and sharing a good time or whatever. It'd always be good. There was no downfall to it or whatever. I had one bad trip in like November of last year, and I haven't done shrooms since. And that's a long time for me, right?
Really, eh?
Yeah.
I haven't done shrooms either. Maybe once, and I was like, nope. There's a weird feeling and a sound that's the same as when I was in
Is it me
Fremont.
weeping? Is it like
Where's your phone, Leanne? The phone that you're talking to us on. Can you get it closer to you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello?
You don't have to put it right up to you, just closer. That's all.
Hello?
Yeah, there you go. Now we can hear you.
Last November, I did 6.5 grams of Jedi mind fuck. Okay.
Here we are with the names again.
I don't care about names. They were nothing compared to the shrooms I did when I was with Leanne. Those shrooms were like, I call them Simpson shrooms when I tell people the story. They were greatest shrooms I've ever done ever in my life. And part of the shitty thing of how I felt when Leanne was dying in my arms was me knowing that I was like this. I can't believe she's dying in my arms. I hope she feels better. And holy shit, what a waste of a trip.
Psychedelics it freaks me out. Like I'm actually scared of it. You know what I mean? Like I know that some people say it's like the best thing, and even the microdose thing. But my fear, and I swear to God, it has nothing to do with the physicality of the drug. It's the loss of control. While I'm a control freak. I really am. Like in my personality is a control freak. Yeah. As you can tell, when I show up on James's show and take over, I'm a control freak, right? So
Ryan
when it comes
filled
to
out my passport forms this week.
I did.
He filled out my form
so that we make sure. No, I just wanted to make sure. There we go.
Oh Jesus Christ!
We wanted to make sure. I
haven't felt this way since Andy Lee.
I know. It's like a knee, but shoulder. No, I'm that guy that I know, and in my heart of hearts, my wife is a very capable fucking person, and she can do anything on her own.
She's more of a drug veteran than you are, isn't she?
She's more of a what? A drug? Oh, absolutely, 100%. No, and she can handle her shit. You know what I mean? Even booze. My wife, who doesn't drink, like you can see, she's been a teetotaler all night. She drinks. That's why she drinks very fucking rarely. But when she drinks, she has a fucking great time. But she can handle whatever you throw at her. She'll just handle it, and then next day we're back to it. I don't know why I can't recognize that when it comes to other stuff. So like she just said, she brought up the passport thing. Whatever. I just know because I've done it 1,000 times already about filling out passports. She hasn't. So it's like, just let me, because I know one fucking mistake, they'll reject it and we won't go on our trip in May. You know what I mean? So
I had
one of those.
Nap and I woke up and Ryan was out and he was mailing my passport forms.
I did.
Yeah, there's not much that he doesn't handle. Like,
I kind of like that.
I
would
love
to have I need a daddy.
Don't say that. That's so gross. That's so gross.
I want to be your daddy. Shut up.
Ryan's
I want
the
to be your
one that
daddy.
files our taxes. Ryan's the one that pays
Wait a
our
second.
bills.
Hold on.
Like,
Hold on. Let's get back to the daddy.
Hang on. Okay, you do that. I'm gonna get ice. I can still hear you though.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't know what I was gonna say. Leanne, if you mean financially and fortuitously taking control in a respectful manner, I could probably recommend someone. I don't know if I can be your daddy. That's the problem. No, I can be your dad. I can only be people's daddies financially and physically. And when I say that, I mean if we ever got attacked by someone, I would grab a rearview mirror off a car, rip it up, and stab him with it. I don't think I'm tough. I would just do crazy shit, like Douglas. What about you? Are you a crazy, violent person
No.
when you need to be?
No.
What if your sweetie was under attack? What would you do?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. If somebody was under attack, yes. I mean,
You're a daddy.
I'm not going to roll over, but I mean, I think we found that out a little bit when I had that incident with the neighbor earlier this
That's
late
right.
last summer.
Oh my God, that's right.
Because I really stepped up to that guy. It's like after I was done, it's like, did I just
Grizzly
do
Douglas?
That? Yeah, and Alex was like, "Who is this guy?"
That turned him on.
I don't know. I don't.
Did he
know.
say anything?
I
Come
think
on,
I
he had
think
to have said, "I love
think
this."
I frightened him a little, actually,
That'd make me hot.
because he just knows me as like this sweet cuddle monster. So, not sure. I'm not sure he thought I had that in me.
When I said I was a daddy, I just meant this.
Oh,
Isn't
he invoked the kid.
Yeah, that's right. I want to get rid of. This is my hard pivot to the sensible.
Aww.
My daughter,
she's adorable. She's so fucking adorable.
She's the greatest thing ever. You know what she said to me the other day? This is literally we wrote poems. I'll go find them in a second. But when she said to me the other day, she goes, "Daddy," and I'm like, "Yeah, baby." She's like, "Do you want one of your head pop off hugs?" And that's what I call the hug that she gives me, where she squeezes as hard as she can so that my head pops off. So I was like, I would love a pop my head off hug or whatever. And she hugs me, and then she looks at me and she's like, "Daddy, I know you and mommy aren't together, and I just want to let you know that you're going to be my daddy forever. And if mommy gets married to another man, I won't call him daddy ever, and I won't even call him by his name for the first year. I'll just say, okay, dude." I was just like,
oh, what a girl. Good girl.
Oh, she's the greatest.
We used to call them bone crushers. Me and mine, we used to say, it's time for, you want a hug? No, I want a bone crusher. And we used to just, it was the same thing. Yeah. Bone crusher. Bone crusher.
I have never felt like my son and I get along like big gangbusters, but he's more of a man than I am. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't like pink. He doesn't like to hug very much, but he's still really friendly. Like I'm more of a like, get over here, bring it in. And he's just like, oh, daddy, like that. But my daughter,
he is so smart. He says like the biggest words in a sentence.
Yeah.
You should listen to them have conversations. It was hilarious. He'd be like, Dad, what? I can't even remember half of the stuff he said. I was like, oh my God, you're like
yeah, he's like that.
He's like, going on 48.
Dad, what are some of the? He's 9 years old, right? And he says shit like this. He's like, Dad, what are some of the idiosyncrasies of a man when he really likes a woman? Wow. And I'm just like,
yes.
How do you know what idiosyncrasies? And then I test him. I'm like, what are idiosyncrasies? He's like, almost the involuntary.
The je ne sais quoi.
Yeah, he's like almost the involuntary hand movements.
See? Mama Lee, there you go.
And actions of a person who doesn't know quite what to do. And I'm like, how did you know about any of this shit?
That's crazy.
Like, I don't know. But anyways, my daughter though is like, and I tell this to a lot of people. She is the embodied, like she's the first example I've ever had, including my mom, who's sitting 10 feet in front of me. Sorry, Mom, but I love you. But the following is true. Yeah, I know.
Bring your mom on the podcast for fuck's sake. Get her a microphone.
She doesn't have any teeth. I don't want to do it. But like, but my relationship with my daughter was the very first time I ever had.
I'm sorry.
Is that why the pork had to be soft?
My relationship.
Did you say he has no teeth?
That's what he said. Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm so sorry. I don't know why that set me off. That was fucking hilarious.
It's totally true, though.
You're so mean.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's not mean if it's true. Then you're mean now.
No.
You're mean for thinking it's mean.
Lots of things that are true are still mean.
Funny.
That's true.
Anyway, sorry. So your daughter, I'm so sorry for cutting this off.
That's okay.
Yeah.
But I love her. I love my daughter more than her, so it's okay. But
you don't have to say it out loud in front of her. Jesus Christ.
She knows that.
Don't worry, she doesn't have her hearing aids in either.
That's right. Who the fuck are you? Ashley with the line. The line of the night. Jesus Christ. Ah. Ah. Ah.
Just don't do that ever
It's
again.
that je ne sais quoi.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Seriously.
They
I'm
just
so
come
sorry.
out,
That
man.
was great. Oh my god.
What
that
I was going to
fucking
say.
funny. My wife.
Sorry.
Yeah, my mother's worthless. No.
How dare
She
you?
doesn't even know, but I'm putting her in a home.
Dare
That's
you?
only-
Thrown into home.
Stop laughing. It's only half true.
Fucking
My house now,
social,
Grandma.
social assistance home. A government funded one.
She's literally my live-in surety,
Oh.
which is hilarious. But
A Jamaican lady's going to yell at you for the rest of your life. You're going to accuse her of stealing your cigarettes.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my fucking Christ. Oh my God.
my daughter,
Jesus Christ. Yeah, let's bring it back to wholesome, everybody.
my daughter is like the first. I can't stop coughing because of the laughing. I can't stop. I really can't.
Back to wholesome, everybody.
Okay.
I bow.
My daughter,
Oh my God, your poor mother. Tell her I love her, please.
Sorry.
Ryan hates you.
No, God damn it, don't say that.
I didn't say it. Oh wait, I did. Yeah.
Just like again, we say terrible shit about everybody
Oh my
on
God.
Friday.
And that's it.
What it's for.
Okay,
Except for my
Karima.
daughter.
Okay, Ali. Listen,
Sorry,
this is what
we're all
happens on this
sorry.
show. Okay.
James's mother isn't safe. I just
Yeah.
want to point that out.
I just
Your
wanna say that
daughter.
my-
And it's not.
I'm
like,
sorry, your
it's
daughter.
not direct.
My daughter, it's the first relationship I've ever had where I know, without a shadow of a doubt, that the person in front of me feels unconditional love towards me.
That's
Like
wild.
I know
That's
my
such a
son
cool
and I
feeling.
love each other. I get it. But he's so non-demonstrative that it's like I just know, but it's non-demonstrative. But my daughter literally will say things like, "Daddy, if the whole world ended right now, the best place I could ever be is in your arms." Like she says shit like that, right? And I'm like,
Jesus Christ.
holy fuck. Like she's so poetic,
get
right? Like she's a lyricist. I almost feel sorry for her in a way because like I don't want her to grow up and be like so hopelessly romantic that she gets her heart broken.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
the
no,
only good
you're
thing
right.
about that is that she'll run into my fucking arms if that happens, and I'll have someone else to put on my fucking kill list, which I do have. Jasper and
Oh yeah, you told us
Nathan.
about this, Jasper.
Yeah.
We've heard
I-
the Jasper
Yeah.
story.
I have a kill list, and I keep telling her, I'm like, if that motherfucker fucking fucks with you again, I'll fucking kill him. And she's just like, I know, Daddy. I don't say it quite like that, but like like
it's so
she's
it's so
7,
it's
right?
such a different. It's different with kids, isn't it? It's
I
so
love my
different.
daughter so much, dude. Like I honestly, I would fucking like if someone was like in what was that game that show, that Korean show Squid or something? What the fuck
Oh,
was it?
Squid Game.
Squid Game. If there was ever someone that came to my house and was like, you can either save your daughter and kill 12 people, or I'd be like, fuck.
I'd already
or.
be mowing them down.
Yeah,
I'd already
fuck
be mowing
or.
them down.
I will literally slit every throat in this fucking hemisphere before
Yeah.
I let my daughter get even fucking bruised. My daughter is everything. Like she is everything to me. Like
I hate those. I hate those weird thoughts that go through your head when you're a parent about
I
shit
do
like
anything. I do
that. About
fucking
that. So
anything.
like, have
So
you ever watched
easily,
Sophie's
too.
Choice?
It's really disgusting, Ryan, actually, when you think about it. I think this is what you might be getting at.
Yeah.
Like I would fucking like do the most horrific things to make sure that she doesn't get harmed. Like horrific. And I wouldn't even blink. Oh God, I can't do that. Fuck that. I'll do that 10 times. You
Yeah.
kidding? I'll
Yeah.
fucking kill every motherfucker in here.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You
It's
know?
crazy that instinctual thing
Ugh.
that most parents have, right? It's
How can you not have that? Like
it
Some
just
people are garbage, James. It's just a thing.
that is the thing. We live in a world where some people don't have that gear.
We screen people more to adopt dogs than we do for
Yeah,
people that
that's
actually
really
have
interesting.
children.
Yeah,
I
right.
feel that way about my son too, but my son is more like this. Daddy, I'll beat that motherfucker with you. Like he's more like that,
Well, at least you have
right? Like,
backup. You got backup. See?
Yeah, I got backup. So I don't have to worry about that with him. As I've said a billion times now, I'm 50% Italian. My daughter was born. I used to hold her in my arms on in the beaches in Toronto on I can't remember the street that I lived on, whatever. But I would hold her, and I would literally like stand in front
Yes,
of my
Ree,
house,
I do.
just rocking her back and forth. And my ex, who I don't know if you've heard, is not a very good human being, would be like, "You're just trying to show off your daughter," and I'd be looking at her like, "Yeah, that's right." Like, what the fuck did you think I was doing
Goddamn
there?
right.
Just like, why wouldn't I go into the backyard if I wasn't trying to show her off? Of course I'm trying to show her off. She's a
100%.
fucking angel. Are you kidding me?
You guys should
And-
all see this. I need
Yeah,
you to
right,
see
yeah.
this. Yeah.
And like clockwork, people would walk down the block and they'd be like, "Oh my God, she's just an angel." And I'd be like,
I told you.
I know. I walk inside and like this. She's like, "Yeah, what are you getting all that energy from the compliments that I made towards your daughter?" I'm like, "Yes."
I
What
am.
a weird thing to be upset about.
No shit.
Oh my
though.
God, right?
Right?
I'm like, of
Are
course
you
I'm showing off my
outside
daughter.
letting people praise that baby?
Oh, she made it
How
seem like it was
dare.
something to do with me.
Fuck that baby. Have you seen my cat?
What the fuck?
She's kind of weird.
What's that?
Sorry?
Sorry, she's kind of weird.
Yeah, yeah. A little,
Oh, the neighbor?
yeah.
The-
Kind of, no, the act.
Oh,
The mother of his children
Oh,
is
okay.
kinda
Yeah,
weird.
yeah.
Because you know what the
No,
fucked
that
up
is
thing
weird.
was? Sometimes when people would be like, "Oh my God, her skin or her toes or whatever the fuck," I'd be like, "Yeah, she takes after her mom." And I really mean that. Like,
You would.
look at my face. My daughter is gorgeous. Of course, she doesn't really. She looks like me in a sense, but she doesn't look like me. Like you know, she looked like me. I'd be like, "Wow, I love my ugly baby," but like, she doesn't look like me.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean? Like, and yeah, it's just a weird thing. But I don't know that daughter. That's why the Kobe Bryant death fucked me up so much.
That was
Because he
absolutely
died with his
devastating.
daughter. And
Yeah.
everyone knew before he died with his daughter that he was one of those dads that, like, while he probably didn't have a favorite, he definitely had a gravitational pull towards one of his kids, right? And they died together. And I couldn't even imagine dying with my like in that context, in a helicopter about to crash, and you're holding onto your daughter and she's looking at you for something and you got nothing except your arms.
Yeah. Yeah. And then watching an entire world pick it apart.
Yeah.
Yeah,
which
the
is
the
just-
family had to see that.
Yeah. And like the survivors, the siblings, the mom, like everybody saw what everybody said. And it's like, it's that disassociation we talked about earlier, and it kills me. And actually it was Rihanna brought it up in the comments earlier about living in thinking about like living in scenarios that will never ever exist. We suffer more in imagination than we do in reality, and that's just a thing. And when you're a parent, that becomes a tenfold thing. You do nothing but worry about that kid. If you're on the right track as a parent, you do nothing but worry about them. And if you're not in that headspace, there's ways to control it, obviously. You know what I mean? With obviously booze and hard drugs, but there's ways to control those feelings.
I feel like such a bag of shit now.
But some people don't. No, because I'm putting myself in the same basket, James. Seriously, like it's literally like I go to bed worrying,
It's normal.
even though I know my kid is a top notch kid and puts everything. That kid is leaps and bounds ahead of me. Just so everybody's aware. My kid is
risks are chaos. It's like chaos theory.
Yeah,
Like an honor student could walk across the street and get hit by a car.
that's it. You never know. It might not have anything to do with a horrible decision they make. It's somebody else's carelessness that will do it. And those are the things that keep you up going, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm calling my kid just to say I love you. And I just want to hear your voice and make sure you're okay and you're in bed and you're okay. You know, you do that and you do that. And if you ever stop doing that, then there's a problem. I'm sorry.
Dude, when I'm sleeping up here, like I have a it's like a factory that's been refurbished into a house. So there's like 2,000 square foot upstairs and 2,000 square foot downstairs. Their bedrooms are downstairs. So when I'm upstairs, and I have them every 7 days on and off, right? So whenever my daughter comes up, she wakes me up for some reason by what she calls booping my nose.
Yeah, boops.
So she'll boop.
Yeah.
She'll like boop my nose. And she'll be like, "Daddy, I woke up and I was wondering, I had a bad dream. Can you sleep with me?" And I'm like, "Of course I can. I can." Like that would be my. It almost makes me feel like, and this is awful. I'm like, I'm so happy she had a nightmare. Oh my God.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. No, I hear
what
you.
would my purpose be tonight if she didn't have a nightmare? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like,
I'm doing my job now.
And I go
as a
down
dad.
and I snuggle with her, and then she'll wake me up again, like ridiculously early, where I don't want to get up, and she'll boop my nose again. She'll be like, "Time for hash browns," and I'm like, "Fucking right, let's go do it." And it's great. I don't understand. I've never had a relationship in my life
Yeah.
where it's like someone can boop my nose, wake me up in the middle of the night, and then wake me up before I'm supposed to get up after she wakes me up in the middle of the night. And I'm like thankful that it happened. There's no other relationship like that, right? Like,
No.
who else? If you slept over at my house and never did that, I'd be like, you're not coming back to this fucking house ever again. Like, I'm
I
not.
just make my own
You don't want me to
fucking hash
boop
browns.
you on your
No.
nose? Just tell
Well,
you
not on my
everything's okay?
nose. No, you know.
Oh.
You know what? You know what's a beautiful thing about human relationships too? Because I was thinking this because my dad passed away in 2017, and
Sorry about that.
It's-
No, it sucks.
cancer happens, right?
Yeah,
It happens.
mine too. My mom. Yeah.
And it was tough. It was hard. Like I took 3 months off work. I took care of him. He was on his third cunt wife, and it was a lot of drama.
Did you say cunt
and I
wife?
She did.
So cunt
Okay.
wife.
I just want to make
It's
sure.
appropriately used. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, well, it's,
I
it's,
love
it's
that
the
word.
phone,
Yeah, no complaints here.
the phone audio. I just want to make sure everybody heard that right.
Cunt.
Okay.
Yeah. It was awful. And so you have to sort of like turn that. And then my childhood, I won't say was the greatest, but I don't know. There's something about sometimes when you love your parent, even though they're shitty. So
Yeah.
when he was
Yeah.
like,
Ashley.
probably a couple hours away, and I was sort of unaware. I think I wasn't really paying attention because I didn't really, because that month was like not a lot of words, but it was just enough of knowing. And then when he like, I don't even know how to explain it. Like it was so intense that as much as I can separate my shitty ex-husband as a marriage to the father of my children,
Mm-hmm.
and I want the father of my children to be as like smooshy with the kids as I felt like with my dad later, because I could do that. And so tonight we had a really interesting conversation, like Paige and Tyler and me, about bringing my ex-husband kind of into the fold of like, do you think you can be friends? Because the
Yeah.
separate family thing is bullshit.
It's still
I'm
a
like-
parent, right?
We're still parents of the same kids.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because that intense last moment of, I'm never going to see him ever again. Like, I don't know. I looked at her across the island and I was like, you need to have that with your dad.
Yep.
Like and he's stepping up, which is fantastic. And that's the great thing about being human. Like, sometimes it doesn't work out. Some humans are shitty humans and they just are shitty humans. And I feel really bad for parents that choose not.
Go ahead, James. Sorry.
I was just going to say, and
Like-
I'll quickly throw it to you, but like I was, based on what you just said, Leanne, everything you said was so true. Like, it like literally speaks to me. I will never even, but at the same time, I have made a commitment, much like Johnny Depp did to Amber Heard, to never even look into the eyes of my ex ever again, even if we're in court. I will never look at her in the eyes ever again. Like, there's certain things that you do to another person that are just so profoundly awful that
Right.
are just like, I'm not going to sit there and like, pass you the gravy at Thanksgiving, because I won't be at that fucking table, like, and I'm sorry that my kids have to
You
go
wish
through
you
that,
should sometimes time does things too. Like I don't know.
I don't think it's
It's all.
that.
If
Sorry.
time made it so that she got in a horrible accident where her left arm and her right leg were amputated, I might go to Thanksgiving dinner just so I could chuckle. But
Okay.
other than that, I'm not going to.
Okay, but that
that's the
said,
truth. Yeah.
that said, this is where I was going to go with this. That's your kid's mom, right? Like
Yeah,
you
I
can't,
know.
you couldn't delight in
Oh,
anything happening to your child's mom because that's
you know what the fucked
somebody
up
that
thing is, Ryan? I
this
say
is,
good things about her every time they're here.
well, of
I
course
say
you do.
I say
I
you
still do
no,
too.
don't just say things like offhandedly. I'm like my daughter once said to me once, "What's the best memory you have about mommy?" This was just like a month ago. Okay, and this is after 12 years of horrendous behavior by her,
Right.
and I
Yeah.
was like, you know what? One day, I made the mistake of cleaning up maple syrup off of my dog Norman's blanket that Casper spilled, my son. Instead of watching where you were going and the gate was open, and you started to fall down the stairs as a 7-month-year-old or 7-month-old, whatever. And your mother, like instinctively, was downstairs, instinctively ran halfway up the stairs and caught you on like literally the second bounce and probably saved your fucking life. She was a superhero that day. She should have worn a goddamn cape that day.
Right.
In my mind, right now, if you ask me about her, she's a filthy, fucking disgusting, evil human being.
Yeah.
So I
No,
understand the balance, right?
I
Like
get, I totally get it. But at this, like, at the end of the day, I like even in my darkest thoughts of shit. And my situation is different because I get along with my ex, right? Like I really do. We have animosity in certain aspects, but I look at my friends, and you included, James, my friends at work that have like these alimony payments and fucking their kids and fucking wife, fucking ex, fuck. And it's like, I feel bad when we talk about, and they look at me like, I'm like, I don't, I really don't. And and it's because I think I blocked it out myself as a defense mechanism for my kid, because I love the love that that my kid has for everybody that's in their life, right? And it's like I couldn't watch the heartbreak of my ex dying through my kid's eyes. Her dying wouldn't affect me the way it would if obviously my wife died, or like somebody that's really close with me died. Personally, it's the grief that it's that collateral grief that I would have to fucking I can't watch my kid be in pain. I can't, like that. I don't care if that person tried to kill me once. If they were hurt by their death, it would kill me. Like it would kill me to watch my kid be in it has nothing to do with the person. It's
what's funny about what you're
response.
what you're saying is not only beautiful, by the way. Thank you for that. Like it really is.
Absolutely beautiful.
But it's also like I'm trying to put myself in your position when you say that. I'm trying to find the goodness inside me that feels the same way you feel, and I can't help but sit there and think, you loved a person.
Would it be the other way around too?
No, it's almost like sometimes I sit here and say to myself, like, if the because I measure a parent's ability to love their child as to prioritize their emotional and physical well-being above your ego or your resentments or all that shit or whatever.
That's why
I am experiencing something right now where the opposite is happening.
I know.
So it's like,
I know, but do you match that, or do you like?
Well, the cynic in me is like, well, they're only 9 and 7. If she dies tomorrow, they won't even fucking remember how much of a cunt she was. Right? That's the cynic in me.
No, I get that.
But the daddy in me compliments her. Like, dude, we do art. We do art at the table next door. Like, there's like a 40-foot harvest table.
Yeah, we saw it
over there.
Well, yeah, we saw it.
Right?
Yeah, 100%.
And we do art there, and they laugh at me when I draw stuff because I'm not a good drawer. I always take that opportunity to remind them of how an amazing artist their mother is. Right. I always take opportunities to just make sure that they understand that they have a mother that loves them or whatever. Do I think their mother is a good person towards me?
No,
not at all.
Marriage is different than parenting. They're two completely separate entities.
Yeah, you were a thing before they were a thing.
But just 1 second, Leanne, and then I'll get to you. I just want one last point.
Yep.
I feel like if parents can't prioritize the children's well-being over their resentments, I don't even know how I defend her when she doesn't deserve it. Is how I feel. You know what I mean? Like, and I
do
do
it
it for the kids
all the time.
because I know that what's going on at her house is never like this. You know what? Daddy's just so creative.
Yeah.
And he's such a nice person. She's not saying that shit. I'm saying that shit, but she ain't.
Yeah.
And it's not because I'm like the worst person. Trust me on this. As bad as I am, and we all know how bad I can be.
No, it's a reflection of her, not you. That's not.
I
that
prioritize
conversation's not happening.
I prioritize my kids' well-being over my need to trash my ex. I do. I really do.
I know, and I know you hate this. I know you hate it, but I want you to do me a huge favor right now. I just want you to just listen to me for a second because I just
sorry, that was
cunt.
That wasn't anything.
Farts and butts and poop. Listen, I want you to hear this, okay? And I know, and I'm telling you this because I love you. Like you're a friend, and I love you, and I want you to hear it.
Stop buttering me up and just say the fucking shit.
No, there's nothing. No, I'm not going to say anything bad. For a change, what it is I've got years on you on this one because of my kid's age. That's the only reason why.
My first kid is 33 years old, but okay.
I was in your shoes
Yeah.
when my kid was your kid's age. Okay, I was in your shoes where I was like, I am just trying to fucking keep going up this fucking hill, and I keep getting fucking snowballs thrown at me as I'm trying to get up to the top of the fucking mountain. It's not gonna happen. Fuck me. Fuck. Just keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Now my kid has reached the age of reason. My kid knows how to decipher a situation.
Dynamic.
And knows how
he can translate dynamic.
And knows how to read a room.
Especially,
and knows how to know, gets to see that, maybe what mom and dad said about dad, even though they used to love him, now they fucking hate him. Maybe the shit they said was wrong because they were biased, not in a bad way, by the way. I'm not fucking faulting them because they were defending their daughter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay? Now, even though I know I loved my dad back then, while going through these things and hearing these weird things that somebody said about my dad, who was my superhero, now I know that they weren't all true. And they weren't it seemed very exaggerated and whatever. And now the tables are turning a bit. They're turning back towards the fact that, oh, wow, both of my parents loved me. Oh, wow. You know what? They both were looking out for me. Oh, and look, they actually get along. My ex was here on, what day was that? Sunday when they were here? Yeah, like having coffee in the kitchen with us and hanging out. They've gone out. Ashley's gone out to plays at Niagara on the Lake with my ex and my daughter. And you know what I mean? As we get older and the kid gets older, and this is the thing, we all know where we're at. The kid doesn't. And when the kid gets there and the kid is able to say, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Oh no, you know what? That's true. Dad's a piece of shit when it comes to that. Mom's a piece of shit when it comes to that. And then they make that they're able to. Kids can't.
They know who you are eventually.
Kids don't know how to mix. They don't know how to meld that shit. But when they do get to the point where they can meld it and realize that, this is what a broken family is, quote unquote. But this is what a successful broken family is. And we are what we've always strived to be. Well, I have. My ex, I swear, my ex has. It's the outside sources and the outside influences that are there are the ones that say that's the ones she's like, oh, those people were bullshit. Like my grandparents, for one, were bullshit. I was best friends with my ex's fucking my in-laws, my ex-in-laws. I was best friends with my ex-father-in-law forever. We got along like fucking thieves in the night.
I don't think they liked when I.
And then all of a sudden,
that fucking
we literally no, it had nothing to do with that. We literally had to. My ex and I, when we amicably split up, we went out for dinner with her parents to break the news to them. Well, we had already split up. Yeah, well, we already split up.
Dude, you know how healthy that is?
It was like, we got to tell your parents.
Choices.
But we had but we have to tell your parents. How are we going to tell your parents? Let's go out. Okay, let's bring them out. We're going to tell them at dinner. We bring them out for dinner. We're like, listen, we're gonna amicably do this thing, blah blah blah. Like, we've never been to court. We've never had lawyers involved in our thing. Like, ever, like nothing.
I am both happy for you and completely fucking like.
I know. And this
know.
is why I told you I hate telling this story to people that come from a fucking animosity.
I didn't want, dude. I hired my first lawyer a month ago. My ex hired her first lawyer like 3 years ago.
Exactly.
And we didn't even split up until like, you know, we didn't stop living together until 1 year ago. And it's like, what?
Yeah, I hate it because I feel like an asshole. And I swear to God, it's not a gloat. There is the other side of it, right? So it's like, okay, so we explain it to them what was happening, and then all of a sudden, I'm not allowed on the. He's not allowed on our property.
Oh,
it's like I used to come here when nobody else was here.
You got that? You got that?
Oh yeah. You're not allowed on the
I got the trespass notice.
Everything.
Dude, that must be a family lawyer formula.
But you know what? It's a protection of their daughter, because I would do the same fucking thing for my kid.
No, it wasn't protection of the daughter. It was the family lawyer that your ex hired.
There was no lawyer. We had no lawyers. I'm telling you, there was no lawyers.
Well, then a lawyer didn't hire.
No, it was my ex's parents that said, I'm going to go into protectionist mode.
That's like your dead dog lived on a farm. Like, I'm telling you, a lawyer a lawyer advised someone to make a decision even if they didn't hire a lawyer.
No,
that is very common.
No, it literally happened like at the dinner table, James. I'm telling you, while we were telling them.
It was probably just something they
There was no lawyer in the room.
And they're doing
I'm telling you.
Lawyers do. Then a lot of lawyers will hear that story and be like,
he's a fucking engineer at a fucking sugarcane factory. It had nothing to do with lawyers. I promise you. It was a father protecting his kid, and it took me years to understand it. It took me years to figure out that I would do this. I probably wouldn't outwardly do it. In my head, I would do it. I'd be like, fuck that guy, fuck you, get the fuck away from my kid. But then not taking into consideration, oh yeah, that's right, he's the father of my grandkid. And then here we are.
I would do the opposite. I would be like, did anyone beat or rape anybody? No. Okay. Is there any abuse going on? No. Okay. Well then.
No, it was literally we can't live together.
Whatever
we
you
sat
want
at
to
the
do with
kitchen
Ryan
table.
is up to you. We're clearly not going to put a trespass notice onto our property because that's.
They didn't do that legally, by the way. It was literally just a verbal. You're not allowed to. Don't let him come into my house.
Like, don't come around.
But your situation is very different than mine.
Dude.
There has been no police called. There has been nothing of that magnitude. It was protectionism of your child, but without the regard of your child's child and her father. You know what I mean? And that's what happened with us. And it took years to get to the point where I am now welcome back on that property if I wanted to go. We have beers and smokes and shoot the shit. It's very superficial now. It's not the way it used to be, obviously, but
because my daughter's a lesbian, and I knew that in utero.
And you,
I won't have
how?
that.
What?
I'm just kidding. I'm just
okay.
Because I don't want her to date men.
I don't want to date men either, and that's how I know it's not a fucking choice. Like, you don't get to pick who you like. Apparently.
Sorry, Leanne. What?
I played a lot of Katie Lang when she was.
I was an abused financially, fiscally, emotionally, physically. I had no friends. Not a friend. My friend was my mom because my mom worked for me for 20 years. Yeah. And all I fucking did was work. And I heard every horse because when you do hair, you fucking hear everything. Mm-hmm. So every single shitty, bad fucking story, I'm like, I can't do this. Because my ex is he's an asshole. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, nope, I'm not doing this. So I just said, what do you want? He's like, you hire a lawyer. I will quit my job. I will work underground. I will never, ever pay you a cent into anything. I said, okay.
Yeah, your ex is like my ex. Yeah.
So we had no lawyers. We had a total kitchen table agreement. I walked with nothing. I was like, in my head, I was like, if I just live in a box, I will be much happier than living the way I've been living for the last 25 years. Mm-hmm. So it might be why I came out swinging. I don't know. But and then and he was in his glory because he would like go to work and tell everybody what a piece of shit like all these women are that take all their money and then they get boyfriends and have lots of money and then they take and take and take. So I was like, okay, I feel like a pretty good human until I almost lost my house and I was really struggling because I had to have another 2 spinal surgeries and I'm off work. I don't get paid, whatever. So I asked him, I'm like, can you please help out? And he's like, no. So I went, okay. So I thought, you know what? Fuck you. In 2019, I went to a lawyer and she's like, oh yeah, you'll get back support. Your kid's in college. The other one's still under 18. You'll be fine. So then he had to get a lawyer. So then one day my son didn't come home and it was like a week and then it was 2 weeks because he was week on, week off, week on, week off. So I texted him. I said, babe, are you coming? Like, what's going on? Are you coming home soon? I really miss you. No answer. So a couple hours later, he's like, yeah, I'm just helping dad, like, finish the basement and doing some stuff. So like, is that okay? I'm like, you know what? You can stay wherever I've never made them adhere to anything. Like you do what feels good for you.
Yeah, for sure.
So a couple hours later, he sends me a message and he's like, actually, I've been sitting thinking about this. If you're using if you're using me to get money out of my father, I will never fucking forgive you. And then I was like, whoa, because he was 17. So I was like, I don't even know. So I waited and waited and I thought about it. And I messaged back and I said, listen, I love you. Your dad and me and our marriage is a completely separate entity to being a parent to you. I love you the same way your dad loves you. And none of this really has much to do with you, that side of it.
Yeah.
So if it makes you more comfortable to live at dad's, then that's okay. I'm okay with it. I was horrified. I cried for months. I was like, he's such a prick. Like he literally would not let him come home so he would not have to pay me a fucking cent. So then I had to sit and think about that. And I was like, well, I can go 2 ways with this because the kids aren't stupid. Like,
it's true.
Leanne
can't go 2 ways. Go ahead, Leanne.
What?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Oh, just during COVID, I had my daughter come to me and say all sorts of stupid shit about I saw things and now I think I have PTSD. And I'm like, okay, look, lots of people have lots of shitty things in their families. You gotta let it go. You just gotta let it go. She was like, and then Devin never comes. Devin didn't live. I said, it doesn't matter. None of this matters anymore. What matters is like, your dad is your dad. I'm your mom. And it is what it is. So we need to fucking work this out. And we will. It will come. It's been a couple years now. We've had a couple years to simmer down and
but you're getting
whatever.
there, right? Like you're getting there.
We're almost on the cusp of we used to see each other when he dropped like when we talk and whatever. And he's just a money guy. Like he had a shitty bringing up. He had a shitty childhood and I think now he's sort of like chilling out a little bit. So tonight we said, I would be perfectly fine to sit here and have a drink with your dad and all of us sit here. And I think my daughter's going to work really hard to make that happen because in her world, that's what matters. Yeah. And I will 100%, but I'll go in all in, not shitty, not fake. Like I will do it because the choice, all of this shit that we put ourselves in, it's all choices.
At the end of the day, it's always about what we project, right, as parents in front of the kid. And this was kind of, and it was funny. It was subconscious at first, but then we did make it known that nothing that happens between us as adults, we don't want our kid to know about it. Like they don't need to know the ins and outs and the dirty shit. We went to Google. We literally sat down at a kitchen table when we decided to split up, and we went on Google to figure out what child support was. And that's how we've always based it, right? Like off of incomes and everything else, and figured out, okay, well, this is what it says I'm supposed to pay you. Are you okay? Yeah, that'll do. Okay, good. And then as at that point, I was making fuck all for money. Like I was literally making I think I was making maybe 20 something bucks an hour at that point. Like it was like nothing. Like for raising a child as a single mom, it was hard, and it wasn't great. But as my shit progressed, it would be one of those, hey, I'm working here now. I got a raise. This is what I'm making a year now. I just recalculated it, and I'm gonna give you this now instead. And okay, yeah, that's fucking great. You know what I mean? But you know what that did? It calmed any sort of fucking weird beast that was waiting in the background to show up. And I'll be the first one. And you know what? I'll sit here and again, being
Guys get shit on when it comes to
thank you.
separation.
Family court.
Really do.
Family court
They
is
get
not
raped.
based is not on the dad's side at all. And I get that. And that's fine. And you know what? Nor should it be unless the child or the dad has full custody of the child. I totally agree. At the same time, it's not a fair shake. It never has been. And I get it. So I wanted to avoid it. So I figured the best way to avoid it is to be incredibly transparent. Here's all the things. Here's all the money. Here's where it is. Here's what I make. Here's the calculation the government says is fair. Are you, and it wasn't just because, hey, the government said this is what I have to pay you. It was, this is what they say. Is this going to work? That's all you had to say was, is this going to work? And if, and I swear to God, if she would have said, you know what, maybe $50 extra on top of, like, okay. Or yeah, no, that's fair. No problem. Like when we have like extracurricular expenses, like I because, and I'm not saying this to be a fucking big dick. I make okay money. Okay. But at the same time, and my support is commensurate to that okay money. But at the same time, if there's like right now, my kid wants to go to Costa Rica next year for a school trip, and it's going to cost $3,500 to do it. Do you think I'm going to make my fucking wife? I'm going to look at her and be like, I already give you money. You fucking use that money. No, of course I'm not. I want my kid to experience the fucking trip. I'm like, what are we going to do? And my ex is fucking amazing when it comes to shit like this. She's like, do you want, she'll ask, can we split this? Or I'm like, yeah, of course. Obviously, if not more. You know what I mean? Like one of those. It's never been about money. It's always been about making sure that kid grows up to be a normal kid, because I wasn't a normal kid. My ex wasn't a normal kid. My current wife isn't a normal kid. We all know.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, we all know that. We all know what the effect is on that. So it's like, I'm not going to ruin my child in spite of me. You know what I mean? Like, just because of me and my bullshit and my wife and her bullshit and you and your bullshit, we're not going to do that. We're going to make a good one. You know what I mean? Like, we have the tools and the experience to know how not to fuck this kid up. And sure enough, what do we do every year? We show up.
That sounds like heaven to me.
And this is why I say I feel uncomfortable telling people that come from horrible fucking family situations. I hate telling them my story because it's like, it's almost like gloating, but at the same time, it's like all you had to do, you just have to put the fucking work in, because I swear to God, it pays off once the kid realizes what the fuck is going on and has a view of the world as we all do. They're going to realize that, oh my God, my dad actually fucking stepped up. My dad is actually stepping up to, like, my mom was I'll say it. My mom was a cunt. My grandma was a cunt. Everybody was a cunt. But he just kept going. He just kept doing the thing. He kept putting the money in. He kept showing up every fucking weekend or whatever the fuck your situation is. That's all you got to do.
I thought there was a resemblance between you and my wife.
Yeah, but that's all you got to do. That's all you have to fucking do. You just have to do that thing. And it's fucking, when you look back at it, you're like, that was the easiest fucking thing I ever did. Was to make sure my kid was a fucking normal human being.
That is exactly the right answer. And you're absolutely 100% right. Your situation, when I joke and offhandedly say that, like, I'm envious of your situation, it's not because I'm not envious of your situation. It's because sometimes a partner can do stuff to you or your kids that are just so questionably fucking awful that you can't imagine yourself like getting on to get along, for the sake of the kids. Sometimes the sake of the kids means like maybe you should spend less time with that parent versus this parent. Like sometimes it's like that, and it's unfortunate. And oftentimes, and it's weird when it comes from a man, because oftentimes, there's an abusive husband and father who's physically abusive or sexually abusive or whatever.
100%.
Or mentally abusive, whatever.
You're correct. Like in statistics, you're absolutely correct.
So I feel like right now I'm like one of those ladies, right? Like trying to figure out how to like say it, but like
that puppy shows up in the right spots, by the way.
Yeah,
Love
and still there's an instinct to
like random.
Blep, blep, blep.
There's an instinct to like become confident in the idea, and I know this sounds awful, where my kids are 9 and 7. In like 5-6 years, they'll figure out what the fuck was happening back then.
Promise,
and be like, I want to live with dad.
It's coming. It's coming.
Live with dad.
It's coming. That thing is coming.
My kids and I get along like fucking rock stars. Like
this is it's an investment. It's a slow burn investment. It's a slow burn investment. Yeah,
it's a very slow investment.
But it pays off in dividends when they get to that age of reason. I know, like I'm thinking to myself, when did I have because my dad left when I was like young, but he left. Like I didn't see him for fucking whatever. But I think to myself, when did I hit an age of reason? Like when did I have that milestone? And for me, I went to Catholic school my entire life. And when I hit about 14,
was it a touching experience?
I wish. At least there would have been a benefit.
You weren't good looking enough for those.
No, I wasn't. Nobody wanted to fucking wank this. You know what I mean? I was like, so I had to deal with fucking. But then all of a sudden, it was like, wow, you know what? This story is absolute fucking bullshit. And why can't we all just be good human beings rather than having to listen to a fucking imaginary friend? And then, so that was an age of reason. And then if I translate it into like real life shit, we all have that age. We all have that. Again, I'm going to use the term, and I'm going to kill this. It's TSN turning point in your life where you're like, wow, I was incredibly naive about this, but now I'm starting to understand how this actually happened, and I understand what's going on around me, which is what my kid went through, and I was there for it. And now this is why, like, when my kid's here, I swear we have conversations at the kitchen island until 3:00 in the morning about just the most mundane shit. But it's one of those, she trusts my opinion on things because she knows that, oh yeah, my dad's totally got my back, and never ever says that, like, you're out to get me. There's no residual effects of the horrible It's not even my ex. It was her parents. It was her parent. And I swear to God, if I ever go back to therapy, that's the number one fucking issue, by the way. Saying it's to talk to about that. And it's hard. It's fucking hard. It was fucking hard. It was so hard to do it. It was fucking like, it was hard to bite my tongue and say, your grandparents love you. And they're good. They're really good people because they love you. And that was it. And but I would never go. But at one point, my ex turned when she saw what was going on. And she said to her parents, not a bad fucking word will be spoken in front of this child about her father.
Yes.
Ever again.
Yes.
And that, when my ex defended me, that was not a thing after we split up. Like,
she, what? She didn't really defend you though. She defended the innocence of her children.
That's right. And that was it. And that's what you need. You need that. You have to have, and I get it. Some people don't have that, but it's still worth the effort to try to make sure that they can look back, even if you died. Like, even if it's after you're dead, who gives a fuck? If it's after you're dead and they went, fuck, my dad was actually a fucking decent fucking human. You did your job as a dad. Yeah. You did your job as a dad.
I posted a Mike Tyson quote today. I'm too lazy to pull it up, but it was something like, your legacy is not about the things you accomplish. It's about what your kids say about you.
Yeah.
That's your legacy. You know, like.
So just like
When my kid looked at me tonight and said, "You know what I'm so impressed with you about?"
What
I'm
if you
like, "What?"
die?
She's like, "What?"
No, I just saw Rihanna's quick
Yeah.
comment.
Rihanna's,
That's
yeah.
an old Lachlan Cross throwback. That's hilarious.
And like I don't even want to argue because I understand that people do like totally have their own experiences with this shit, and obviously it goes the other way sometimes. And like, yeah, sometimes fathers get custody of their children, but like according to all of the stats in our country, it is the norm that mothers have sole custody up to 80% of the time. So
That's right.
it's not like anybody's saying like woe is me or woe is men. It's just that like literally 20% of men will win that. So
That's right.
Honestly, like a mother has to be caught like with like,
and that's as of 2022, by the way.
a heroin needle in her arm and an axe in her hand and a dead body on the floor before they'll take a child away from their mom.
I was
like
in the 80s. I was given the choice, not by the court, but by my parents, which was the most fucking irresponsible thing my parents could have ever done. They literally looked and like, who do you want to go with? I was fucking 8 years old. You know what I mean? Like, what am I going to say?
They've raised that to 12, by the way.
But that's what I mean. Like you don't, there's no manual to this job as parents. And I get that. And so when you're in that heat of the moment, to be able to keep your composure and figure out and keep your scruples and figure out how that you're supposed to fucking deal with this and thinking 10 steps ahead of how this is going to affect my kid is so fucking important. But yeah, it gets lost in the sauce, obviously, because we're humans too. As parents, we're humans. We're fucking emotional pieces of fucking shit. We are literally fucking anxiety wrapped up in a flesh bag is what we are.
I like
right?
to tell parents that are going through like that difficult time where they're separating and they want to twitch and talk shit about the person that they had children with in front of their kids. If my mother managed to not speak up about murder dad and pretend that everything is okay for me, I'm pretty sure you can deal with whatever the fuck you're going through.
Once again, everybody, just so everybody's
Kim
aware.
can hold it down for me. You can hold it down for your kids. Okay?
The person that
I didn't know shit until I was
even though I think my ex is worse. Even though I think my ex is worse than your dad, I hear what you're saying.
Just saying.
This is what I mean. Like we're having this conversation.
She did, but because your dad didn't murder you, because your dad didn't murder you or your kids.
My beautiful wife is sitting here and she's literally like they should write textbooks about what happened in her family.
Yeah.
And you know what? We still talk to her mom. Mom's cool. Everybody's cool. You know what I mean? Like they were able to do the thing. It drives me nuts. It's so crazy that we as adults can't regulate it around our kids, even in the best of times.
Because they don't have any rights.
That's the
part. A little bit part of the issue too is what Paige brought up tonight was interesting, was generational trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Because like every generation because today I said, what's interesting is I am now my mom I went to her for everything. I spent every waking moment with her in my early 20s, all the way up until she retired. And then I am now my mom. My daughter is now me. And then when she has kids, it's just, so we try so hard to go, okay, what fucked up here? What fucked up here? What fucked up here? And what can we do just to make this a bit better? Because this world is very, very complex with social media, with being able to see everything in real time. These kids, I drank water out of a fucking hose. My parents,
oh God, don't bring that up. That stupid meme is killing me.
That wasn't a hose.
It's true. My parents wouldn't let us in the house because the house needed. Nope, the house needed to be clean. You weren't allowed to be in it, so you went the fuck outside. You didn't come home until they whistled to put the light on. Like we didn't. Like it just was so different. So if we can kind of take all those bits and pieces of like everything and just sort of make it what works for you. It doesn't have to be
100%.
like what everybody else does, but what works for you and what you can do for the best of yourself.
Yep.
I know your wife acts like a piece of shit towards you. But she could be a good mom. I'm talking to James. You don't know.
I was going to
You're
say,
not
my
talking-
wife,
you're
what
not
does she
there.
do? What
You're
did
not
Ashley
talking
do?
to me. You're not talking to me.
What?
No,
You know, yeah.
You don't know what she's like when you're not there, but
No,
at some
but
point-
there is some characteristics that there's certain things that a man or a woman can do to their kids that are very difficult. They're gray area things and very difficult.
Okay, I know
to
what you're
try.
talking about.
You know what I'm
yes,
saying?
I know. That's
Someone in the
awful, yeah.
chat say that
I agree.
that it was a female saying that they were the better parent for. I'm just paraphrasing. And that they didn't get custody or whatever. I'm telling you this from a person with, and I'm not going to mention any things my ex did, but I will say that child services did tell me, literally said to me, and I secretly fucking recorded it because it was my house and I am entitled to, telling me that if I did the things that my ex did to my children, I would be in jail. So when you're dealing with that, it's very difficult to be like, let's find a way to get along with the ex, because
It's true. You're in a unique.
my
You said it right.
situation is not like
unique
Ryan.
situation.
Ryan's situation sounds,
yours-
although depressing and everything, I get it. Sounds like heaven compared to mine, right? Like, and
No, I 100% agree.
and I'm not a victim.
No.
This is just the shit that I'm dealing with. And at the same time, because my kids are so young, they don't understand the context of what's happened to them. So they still love mommy. So because they love mommy, I praise mommy. And meanwhile, mom, despite the fact that mommy did the things that if daddy did those things, he'd be in jail.
Yeah.
And so I'm dealing with that shit, right? Like, it's
I have a cousin who lives that way, and it's like clearly my uncle was the better choice of a parent when they separated when she was 2 years old.
Yeah.
It was the only thing that made sense. But she went with her fall down addict of a mother who didn't have a job and never had a job, and because she was her mother, and that was all that mattered to them. And
So
that was just how it went.
I want you to remember like 20 minutes ago, James, when we were talking about how we would slit 12 people's throats for our kids. You know what? You know what seems really easy to do?
What's that?
Fake it till you make it when it comes to fucking
Just
telling
keep on
your kid.
practicing slitting pigs' throats. Is that
Yeah,
what you mean?
and telling your kids that your mom that their mom is the fucking that she's the bee's knees. That's kind of it. You know what I mean? If we can get to the point where we can defend our kids to the point of murder, we can also lie and pretend that everything's okay until they get to the point where they realize that when you say that one day, because I promise it'll happen. I promise it will happen. It will happen where you say it and they go, but was she really? And you're like, oh, I know. Here. Oh, you're here. Oh, you're here. Okay. and you can't just dive in and be like, no, she's a fucking cunt. You know,
before the no direct or indirect contact order, my favorite line to my ex was, "You are authoring our children's future resentment of you."
But you can
you're
turn
literally
around.
authoring it right
But
now.
at that point,
But
you turn
fake it-
around.
Fake it till you make
That's
it.
it. And
'cause
at that point, you turn around and you go, what do you think? And they tell you, and they fucking dump. They trauma dump on you of what they saw and what they've now been able to, in their older brain, process what their younger brain saw. And
It's
they
exactly
and that's it. And that's why you end up with those 4 a.m. kitchen island conversations that I was just telling you about.
Yeah.
Where you're not like all of a sudden
Dragging it all
a piece of shit and you're like, oh yeah, no, she's a cunt. You're like, okay, I'm glad you saw that. I'm glad you understand it now. And I'm so and I'm appreciative that you now recognize how fucking much work your dad put into this to make sure that we're all still cool. Everybody's still cool. Everybody's good. I love that you love your mom. I love that you love me. I love that you love your grandparents, you know, like that kind of thing.
We don't want to take any of that away.
We want to put all that anger and that energy into, I will protect you for everything. Guess what? The biggest protection they need is from ourselves.
Well, or sometimes the biggest protection they need is to like when I compliment their mom, I compliment her on things that she does well, for sure. But I know that I'm hiding the things that she did that
100%.
that are not conducive to a good man. and it's only because they're so young.
Yeah.
If they were
But
14,
no, you
don't need
even
that
when they're
shit.
you know.
even when they're older, you have to, because being
Let
a
them
parent,
But if
say
they were
it.
if
Let
it
them
happened
say
to,
it.
if it happened to them when they were 14, you know, and I knew about it, it'd be a totally different context.
Yeah, but they should at
Prepubescent
that
versus
point.
post-pub- you know what I mean? Like that pre
Yeah.
versus
I did-
post-pubescent. Like,
But they at that point should be able to tell you what
They
they
will
see as
too.
wrong, and they will tell you, this is what I saw, and they will. And you know what? It'll get confrontational at points where they'll be like, "Why did you lie to me
I was
about
trying to protect you. You know, like,
exactly?" And then you can
Because
tell
I
them, you're
love
like,
you.
"Honey, I love you. This is
I
why
love you.
I
And it's my job
to
as a
protect you."
parent.
I didn't
To
want to
protect.
change the way that you felt about the
That's
people that
right.
love you.
Yes.
That is your support
And
system.
that's coming. I promise. In
Oh, you know
every
what?
single fucking
the one thing-
relationship
the
that
one-
comes.
I have very low self-esteem and a lack of self-worth. I admit that. But the one thing I can tell you is that my children love the shit out of me, and I love the shit out of them. Like it's
Same.
it's not
Yeah,
even
of
up
course.
For, like it's not up for debate.
And that's
Like,
all you need.
And they
That
know
you
Yeah.
don't-
that.
That's
they
the
know.
motivation. Yeah.
You know, your kids know.
When
that
my
you love
kid
them.
when my kid came to me during COVID, we apparently we had rules and we didn't see each other. It was terrible.
Mhm.
And she called me bawling. I'm like, "What is the matter?" And she's like, "I need to come over right now because I just need to talk to you." I'm like, "Okay." She's like, I saw Dad choke you, and I saw Dad do this, and I'm so traumatized. She was like 22,
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah, because she's 27 now. So, or whatever it was at the beginning of COVID. And I said, "Okay, how does that make you feel?" It's like, "I don't trust men." I'm like, "Well, that's sort of a little silly.
Extreme,
I understand
yeah.
where you're coming
Of course.
from.
100%.
Not every man is going to do that. Some
I have
may,
a
some-
daughter.
I don't
I'm like
know.
fucking right.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I don't trust men either.
Yeah.
Good girl.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I literally just said, "Look at me. Am I okay?" And she's like, "Yeah." And I said, "If I'm okay, then you're okay, and it's okay. You just, I understand that it's coming back, and you're having and she's having all these memories that I really honestly thought they did not see. I really, really thought they did not see it. Both of them. Like, I have a son too. And they would huddle in his bunk bed, and I had no idea because I'm trying to deal with this shit, and I very quietly, but then it's still like in the deep part of my, I want them to love their dad because he fucking loves them. He loves them.
Yeah, you know what I always said, and I'm hoping we can pivot and like get ready to
Yeah.
close the show because it's getting late.
Yeah.
I'm what I always said about what I want to do. I swear to God, and it was one of those. I want to have a podcast like this or a book where I could go and tell my ex and everybody else, like, let's sit down and write down how we fucking did this because we had no fucking clue how to do it. We just ended up doing it. We went with the flow and figured it out. And some people put more effort in than the others. I just want everybody to, again, like I say, I feel guilty every time I tell the story, but at the same time, I want you to have what we had, getting to this point. And it's not easy to digest for somebody that's in a very volatile situation. I totally fucking understand that 100%. But I want to pass that on to people that it's possible. It's totally possible if you all just put your shit aside, focus on the kid. And then when you get to a certain age, like when the kid's 18, oh, I swear to God, if you want, go ahead, pop off. Tell them all the fucking horror stories about me. I'll tell all the horror stories about you. Sure, if that's what helps you sleep at night, still at that point, when you take that away, go ahead. Sure. Until that point, fake it till you make it. And
if the other person can't, then they look like an asshole, not you.
And that's it. And then you win. And if this is what you're in it for is to win, then it's coming. It just takes a bit to get there. That's all it is. Anyway, guys, I love you. I gotta go. I didn't realize how fucking late it is. It's almost 1 o'clock.
We did it again.
This was the best. This is my favorite fucking Blackballed Casual Friday that I've ever been on, by the way.
Really?
Guys, I swear to God. Like, this was so good. This was so much fun.
I haven't felt this uncomfortable in like a year.
You know what? Sometimes we need that. And seriously, James, we're friends. We're peers. We're not like there's no someone.
Oh, I don't
over
feel
someone.
like insecure.
Okay, yeah, I
about
don't
what
want
we're
you to
talking
take this as a lecture. I just want you to I hope that you see what has happened with people that have kids that have gone through it already that are a bit older. I hope you know that there is a light at the end of the tunnel.
I do.
That's all there is.
I do.
And,
James, you got this. You got this.
And that's kind of it.
Smart.
You're a great dad. I've seen I've seen you on multiple occasions with your kids. We've talked, and your kids, everything gets thrown aside when your kids are there, and that's all that's all it takes. It really is all it takes is that.
Do you
And
guys? And
You don't have to do any more
we'll
than
be
that.
there.
You want to hear? Do you want to hear? Do you want to hear a poem I wrote for my daughter?
Please.
Okay.
Let's
Yes.
close. All right. Let's
end
close
it
it.
on that.
Let's close it on
house
this.
for like 20 seconds while I go get it. Hold on.
All right, that's fine. But yeah, no.
And can I say?
Yeah, please.
Can I say thank you? Because I actually said he asked me to come on, and I was like, "Listen, you need to send them a message and make sure that they don't think I'm an asshole."
No, we love you, Leanne. We've always loved you, and that's actually I missed you. Like you disappeared from our lives, like entirely.
Oh, is this the part where Leanne asked if I was okay?
No, she said that said she was a bit vulnerable coming onto the podcast because she wasn't sure how everybody was going to take her. I'm like, are you kidding? This entire group of people loves you, so
You didn't kick her off. You're good.
It isn't about that. I just didn't want to make anyone.
Can you come back? Do you promise you'll come back?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, then that's all that matters.
I just figured out a name for your podcast before he says his phone.
All right.
Behind the mic. Because I was going to do a book behind the chair because I have so many fucking stories. It's like stupid. But behind the mic.
Well, if you need a producer, let me know. We'll produce a podcast for you. If you want your own podcast,
If you need a gigolo, let me know.
And then James can throw dick, and we'll have a great time.
Yeah.
If you need to laugh about the stupid shit James says, let me know.
And then in a year from now,
James says.
we'll be at your wedding. It'll be great.
Actually, I love
this
you.
This is a love story. By the way, that's a love story that I think is just hasn't come to fruition. In my
No, I don't know
opinion.
about that.
Wait,
I'm still
Yeah, I think that's
broken.
As Taylor
No,
Swift
I
would
think-
say.
You know what the most attractive
Baby,
thing
say
about me
yes.
is? How much I love my children, and I know that. I understand that. But that's pretty much it. I don't have much going for me after that because I'm still like.
Oh, fuck
I think that's bullshit.
Hit
I
us
think
with
bullshit.
yeah,
You
you're
know
bull,
it.
that
you're full of
poetry,
shit.
James. Hit us with that.
Yeah, tell us the
bullshit.
poem. I want to hear it.
So
Yeah.
so my daughter and I have like I don't know, like 200 videos called the Lizzie and Daddy Show. I've never shared
they're
with anyone. Yeah.
Oh, that's
shared
fucking
with-
adorable.
Yeah. So it's
There's
just like
them.
welcome to the Lizzie and Daddy Show. I'm Daddy. With me as always is, and she'll say something like Gabagoo. Hello, Gabagoo. How are you today? Like that kind of shit. So she was like today. She was
That's
like,
awesome.
Daddy? She's like, Daddy. You know how you always tell me that we should plan our content because that's what I say to them. Right? Like they always want to do things on camera, and I'm like,
you
can
know
we
how
just
big that is? Like
What?
we told you our story. Like my kid has no fucking interest in what we fucking do for podcasting.
Oh, my kids love it.
The fact that
think
you're
I'm
doing
famous.
it with
They
them
think I'm
is
famous, dude.
that's amazing. I
I'm
fucking
on
love that
YouTube.
for you.
It's crazy. But she goes, Daddy, I was listening to what you were saying, whatever. Like, I think we should plan out a podcast. So let's write a poem about each other and do a Lizzie and Daddy show.
Fuck yeah.
And I was like, okay. So I thought she meant like write a poem. And so she's like, we'll do it at the end of the day. And I'm like, okay. So I write a poem, right? I read an actual fucking like a Hallmark card poem or whatever. And
Yeah.
she's like, I don't know what to write about. And I'm like, well, what do you like? She's like, what do you like? And I'm like, cats. She's like, what? She's like, okay. So like, what should I write about cats? I'm like, what do you like about cats? She's like, they're soft and their tongues are scratchy. And I like the way they sound. And I'm like, okay, well, write a poem about that.
Yeah.
So her poem was like, Dear Daddy, here's a poem for you about cats.
No.
Cats are soft, cats are cute, their tongues are scratchy, and I love you. Right? Like it was that.
That's adorable.
And she's like, what's your poem? And I'm like, fuck. I didn't
James
know
like that sucks.
No, because I
Watch
didn't
me
know.
spit some rhymes.
No, because that's what I said
Just
to her.
kidding.
I'm like, I thought we were writing like I literally like I'm such an asshole. I literally say to my 7-year-old daughter, I'm like, I thought we were writing like a fucking like poem. And she's like, well, like she's like, is my poem good? I'm like, your poem's awesome. She's
Yeah,
like, what's your
I
poem?
hope
And I'm
so.
like, okay, so here you go. So I'm like, so this is my poem. I'm like,
Oh yeah, here we go.
yeah. I'm like, it's called Better, right? And I'm like, I just came from a place I know we've all seen, done in by the race or just feeling green. When bullies attack and villains they plot to turn our hearts black, take what we got. Fucking means. But you have that thing that sets you apart. Pure pixie bling and a wonderful heart. So never give up and give it your all and get right back up whenever you fall. The courage is clear. It's in you forever. It'll conquer your fears because you know better. And she was like, oh, is that about me?
Oh.
And I'm like, yeah, that's about you. But I felt bad because I thought I just like was like, I'm gonna totally be a nerd about this and fucking right there. And she was like, cats are cute and soft. But
You
after
wrecked
I
it.
wrote it,
7.
but hold on, sorry, I'm not telling it right because after I wrote it, she read it and she looked at me and she's just like, "You love me," and I was like, "Yeah, I do. I fucking love you." You know? She's like, "I love cats." You know what I mean? But it was great. Like, are you laughing or crying, Ryan? I can't tell. Oh shit! What happened? He left. No. Hi, Leanne. You're muted now. Hold on. Are you there? Okay. I'll call you because I can't hear you. Ryan, come back. Ryan, come back. Okay. What are we? 4 hours and 40 minutes in. Okay. I'm gonna find my outro. Everyone left because I think I accidentally kicked them out. So what I'm going to do is take my outro and say
Blackballed, Blackballed, Blackballed,